Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon, and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto, and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patreons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout out of thanks and appreciation to Giuseppe Montesano, Twine to Twiangle, Mitch Kennedy, Original D-Rose, Rod the Name's Burley, Twad Wassel, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, JMelds24, Unamento, M Iron at 26, Endless, Goldie McKiernan, Retro Bill, More Books, Cannabear, Bogey, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Hairy Blade, Mobile Mac 777, Rob W, Reese Pound, Del West Watson, Maria Nealands, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, The Real Gabster, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
That's funny.
What are you talking about?
We had the science.
I'll allow you, John.
It was McToon versus Jaron in a structured debate.
What's wrong with that?
Yeah, because we got chaos over here.
What's wrong with that?
Why would you have to say your debate is structured if you haven't already poisoned the well against another debating platform?
I don't think I'm following what you're saying. Break this down to me.
Okay,
Not following along.
Before you go on, John, I agree with John 100%. That's exactly the way I took it just from reading the title. Go ahead, John.
Well, in the past, we've been accused by that group that he is a part of being an unfair debating platform, so much so that they had to get their own panel together to get destroyed by a Glober to show us how to do it. So,
which group are you talking about? You're talking about anti-flat earthers, McToon and the like?
Oh no, I'm talking about worse. I'm talking about the
Jared, David Weiss, and the rest of them. Come on, Nathan.
Oh, okay. That slightly alters how I'm thinking about this now. Okay.
Right. So the idea,
yeah.
I mean, both sides really hate us when it comes down to it, I guess, is what it kind of feels like to me now. That it's a structured debate to imply that we're chaotic and unfair as opposed to structured.
Well, they could say chaotic, but we just devastate the enemy. I mean, our arguments destroy them. It's not chaotic. It's concise.
I'm a bit confused. Why do we even factor into this? I don't really understand. If Jaron's debating Toon, what the hell do we have to do with it? Why? Right. I don't get it.
The thing is, why would you say structured debate? Because the debate implies structure, does it not?
Okay. So you're...
It's a shot at us, Nathan.
Are you sure you're not reading too much into this?
No, absolutely not. Why would John think the same exact thing I thought?
I might be reading too much into it. I haven't watched it, but that's just the irky feeling I got from looking at it. Maybe I need to calm down, but it's the same feeling I got from the Dave Weiss video where he...
I guarantee Brian feels the same way. I'll lay dollars to donuts.
Why do you care? Like, seriously, why do you care?
We don't. I just find it funny. That's all.
Okay.
I don't think it's helpful to people that are legitimately trying to seek truth if someone is poisoning the well, especially if they've not if they don't understand how to use logic and reason yet. You know, it's like telling a kid that someone is evil because of their skin color when they're young, and then, you know, it's kind of crippling for them in as far as development goes. You know,
I'll read you. Let me find it, and
Before
I'll
you hold on, you're
read one
jumping
of
around.
David White's
Hold on,
saying.
Neil. Hold on. Now I'm totally lost. You're gonna have to make that make sense to me, John. Maybe it's just too early in the day for me. You're saying it's comparative to a child being taught to prejudice a certain group of people because they'll grow up with that in their way of being. Okay, I get that, but how is that in any way comparable?
right? So we're a group of people, and if there's a bias in place that we're somehow unfair, they're less likely to hear what we have to say.
I see. So just as you said, poisoning the well.
But I don't know if that's the case. But that's just from past behaviors. I'm going strictly on that. So, like you said, I might need to look more into it. But I got a bad feeling
Fair
from
enough.
the way it was.
I mean,
Yeah.
for me personally, once I reach a point with certain individuals where I turn my back on them or given up on them or they've betrayed me, at that point I stop caring what they do. In other words, once they continue to slag you off if that's what they're doing or implying that you're negative or detrimental to a community I don't care because at that point I've turned my back on them. So,
Yeah, Nathan, I know we care more than you. Can I read something real quick? Tell me how this sounds to you.
go ahead.
Tell me how this sounds to you. You ready? Okay. The horizon on a flat Earth is optical, and different conditions will only bring it closer, which is lower, but never farther than the geometry of a sphere allows. We see too far.
That's terrible. That's absolutely awful. How is that proving anything, number one? Why are you making claims about the horizon, number two? Number three, why has it got ascribable distances in any respect to a flat Earth when it's irrelevant? That's whose is that? It's useless.
David Weiss. Okay?
Shocking.
They're arguing freaking for hours over horizon that is not freaking Earth curves.
I see. So the positive assertion by our opponents utilises the horizon, therefore flat earthers feel the need to argue about the horizon when it's not a positive claim we're making. Yeah, okay. Like I say, it doesn't concern me. Typically, had you not brought it to my attention, I wouldn't be pointing out Dave Weiss's useless arguments in this regard proactively. But as it's been brought to my attention, I didn't realise it was that particular individual's argumentation. However,
I don't know if I fully comprehended how wrong that was. Did he say that the limit of the horizon was geometric?
Want me to read it again? I'll gladly read it again.
If you wouldn't mind, I just
The
yes,
horizon on a flat Earth is optical, and different conditions will only bring it closer, which is lower, but never farther than the geometry of a sphere allows. We see too far.
it's like the Taiwanese
what?
version of the Black Swan.
No, it's not. He's saying that the geometry of a sphere is restricting the horizon to a distance, and it can only be closer.
Yeah.
That's not true.
Seeing too far with respect to what the claimed obstruction at the horizon on a ball Earth, as per his description. Well, who cares what the claimed obstruction of a sphere Earth is at the horizon? We're not making a positive claim about the horizon.
But he just did.
I know.
David White just
I
did.
realise.
Yeah, he said we
He,
see too far for being on a sphere,
he
but
also
acknowledge the horizon is Earth curve.
he
What's the
also
problem?
said that you see the horizon, and the horizon goes in a circle around the Earth.
Anyway,
Well,
whatever.
he said the geometry.
Okay, so
He
there's
said the
people out on the
geometry
circuit
of a
that don't do a very good job at debating. What can we do?
We could do what we do every day, Nathan.
Yeah, that's it. That's all we can do.
Well, I mean, I understand the Feast of Nonsense was pretty strong in this subject and still is. But to claim that the horizon conforms to the geometry of a sphere um, is to surrender the debate. That's why you don't go into the Earth curve calculator to prove Earth curve.
it essentially breaks golden rule of flat Earth debate number 1. Don't beg the question. That's correct. Yeah, what can you do? I was going to say tirade, but that's probably not the right word. You know, when you give someone an earful. Can't think of the right word. Anyway, we give plenty of ballers and flat earthers who come here an earful for begging the question. I give personal friends of mine a hard time over doing it, especially Anthony Riley, because he can't help himself. Well, it's a cardinal rule here. You don't beg the question. You don't just automatically assume that we're going to debate about how things would be if it was a sphere, therefore how close or far the horizon was. Now, when we do, it's done in a controlled manner. That is to say, it's offered up with a logical consistency. If the Earth was a sphere radius 3959 miles, then every distance to horizon could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's sine feet, as laid down in the Earth curve maths. That affirms their position as it stands. And then we take apart the position as it stands. The distance to the horizon in the black swan is beyond the geometric limitations of a sphere Earth radius 3959, therefore the horizon's not Earth curve. That's taking apart their positive claim in the modus tollens logical consistency. What Dave Weiss did was a clusterfuck.
Are we going to review the structured debate?
Structured debate? What do you mean? What are you talking about?
Well, there was a structured debate between McToon and Jerry. Has that already happened?
Are we still on this? I don't care what they call it. If you say that your car is well engineered, this is a well engineered Fiat. Okay, to me it's just a Fiat. No. I say and title this a well engineered Fiat. Oh, do they now? So they're having a, according to them and their title, structured debate. That's really nice. How lovely that you can ascribe that to yourselves. Wonderful. Structured in the respect that you take apart people's argument after laying down the premise, hearing their claims, and then taking them apart. Is that the kind of structure that you have gone through? Doesn't sound like it. So it's in name only. It means nothing.
Right, but, in context of past, I'm just pushing that too far. What I was going to say, though, it is a debate, and it might be worth a review. I would rather talk to somebody who's actually watched it to hear if it was
Maybe.
done well.
I mean,
Can I read one more?
You can in a second. Yesterday I was like, fine if you guys put red rhetoric under my nose. But also Neil pointed out specifically the difference between morals and ethics in regards to not pandering to certain subject matters. However, by the same token, I don't want to proactively go out and do what I'm doing now. I am reacting to Neil giving me these quotes from Dave Weiss. Now, sneaky little sod didn't tell me they were from Dave Weiss, because I may have been a bit more tempered in my response. My immediate initial gut reaction is, what a load of garbage. Who said that? But there we go. I can't help how I react when information's presented to me. But I'm not going to go out chasing these people proactively. And reacting to a debate that MC Toon has had with Dave Weiss seems like it's antagonising a community that already hates me. Just saying.
When you take a photo of the horizon, and even if you get it level, it will have a curve because the middle is farther away than the sides.
The basic premise of that statement is wrong. If you get the horizon level, the level that the horizon's useful for is establishment of level when utilising it practically with a sextant. So even if you can get it level, it's used to establish level in tools with practical applications. So I don't know why he's prefaced his question with, if you can get it level. What's he talking about?
Well, that's the claim that level is curves, is what I just heard. Who made that quote to say that level is curve?
That was David Weiss.
That's a ball claim, Nathan. That is a straight up claim that it's a ball.
It may be contextual. Maybe we're not appreciating that he's positioning a Toon argument back at him so he can take it apart. Because we're just getting the quote. I don't know for certain that Dave Weiss, gentleman on screen now saying no Bitcoin for you, hasn't recontextualized someone else's argument in order to attack it. So I don't know without the full context around that particular quote that he's not, like I say, parroting back
Right.
a position from his opponent.
Right. So the only way that this would be a fair thing is if he's made the statement not in response to someone else saying that, right? That would be if he was making it as a positive claim. That's the only context you would need, right?
Right.
Neil, do you have that on hand?
It's actually jeering at him, but I'm just pulling apart the chat because David Weiss is saying the stupidest things. I can only find stupid things being said by a moron.
Hey, there's
Well,
no
all you
need-
have to do is look.
Okay, let's cut out the moron stuff, right? Dave's still on our side, remember? Have some respect.
But Neil, all you have to do is look at his previous maybe 3 comments to get the context of if he's responding to a claim someone else has made.
They're talking about how straight lines can appear curved when they're compressed.
What?
Yeah, he made a ball claim then. He claimed the earth was a ball in that statement for some reason. And you all wonder why I was a baller for so long. 3 years of hearing stuff like that. You think I'm going to go to flat earth? Crazy.
I mean, if that's what got to unpack that now. You're saying if that was all that was on offer while we critique Dave Weiss and Jaron with MC Toon, is that right? Just those 3?
That's correct.
While we're critiquing it, you're suggesting that were you to be a baller and hear this discussion, this wouldn't convince you to convert to flat earth, is what you're saying, correct?
No, absolutely not. You just had a flat earther claim the earth was conforming to the geometry of the sphere, and that level is curving as it would on as it does in the description of level on a sphere. How could you? I agree. Then I'm sticking where I'm at. If I'm a ball.
I really think you should review this video. I do.
Why? If Dave Weiss wants to sharpen his debating skills, he knows where to go, doesn't he? If MC Toon wants to debate us, or me specifically, he knows where I am. The door's open daily. So why? When it comes to Cox, is Cox going to come by our way? No. Far from it. When we respond to a Cox video, that's someone that's indoctrinating the mainstream, and that has a much more wide-reaching appeal in terms of its undoing of that magic. Me critiquing the finite details of Dave Weiss, according to us, out of context currently, or debating skills against Toon, frankly, who cares?
I'll accept that.
It's worthy
I
of
mean,
this
it is.
discussion, though. I don't want to demean us having this discussion like you're saying, oh, who cares? No, we're discussing it now, aren't we? That's about what it's worth.
Still feels to me.
I feel the same
But
about
on the other
Witsit when
hand-
you guys get into Witsit, to be honest. I think you've got way too much passion for it all. No offense.
I don't. It's the only time I get to think about it, though. Like I got other crap going on the rest of the time, you know.
Yeah,
But
that's me. I'm always in the mood for a fight.
Yeah, yeah, you are, Neil. But I was thinking about this as far as debates go, because the whole thing is you have to have a point of contention to debate over it. If you don't have a point of contention, then there's no argument to be had, right? There's, as far as I can tell, and I might be wrong, Is there one left?
No, unfortunately not. I mean, I say unfortunately. I say unfortunately from the perspective that the real reason people don't want to come in here is because they lose. That's the real reason they don't want to come in here. They want to make up excuses about us not being structured enough or us being unfair. No, you'd be here if you were winning. You're not, so you're not. It's just that simple. We know it.
Hey Nathan.
Yes.
I don't know if you remember, we did average Glober on TikTok. I asked him yesterday in the live. I said, "Will you debate Nathan?" And no, and to my surprise, a few people piled on. He says he'll never debate Nathan. And of course, they went to the mute button argument. He says that he would if there was a moderator that was a neutral moderator, whatever the hell that means.
Yeah, whatever. If you listen to any of the shows, you get to present your claim. We take it apart. Normally, fundies start interrupting the moment they start being pulled apart in terms of their argumentation, and they moan because we'll shut them down if they do so. Well, okay, that's not a reasonable position. If you've got a good position that you can overcome our arguments with, or a positive claim that you feel you can justify, you'd be here justifying it if you felt the need. If you're in the comments going, "I'd debate Nathan in a heartbeat and I'd win," okay, well, come on then. Just, the door's open. I run a daily, open, public show. Anybody can join. Well, what was it, 3 years ago? Probably maybe even a bit less. They came in en masse. Why? Because they thought they could win. And when they found out how humiliating it is to double speak and have it edited out by me and published to thousands, they suddenly decided, oh, maybe I won't come back. I think Bob the Science Guy is going to come back here ever again. No, because when he did come, it was absolutely humiliating for him. That's why. Go and have a look at any of the trimmed out clips from any of these numpties. You'll find plenty on the channel. All of them indicate exactly the same thing. Deep humiliation when they come here because they lose. Oh, it's because of the mute button, they say. That's what they say to save face. Oh, you don't ever leave your echo chamber, really? Yesterday, because I had a gap because of unpublished live shows because of computer failures, I published an old debate. Not that old, probably 6 months, where I went on Earth Chronicles. What happened to me? I got muted by the host when I was overcoming one of their arguments that they didn't like or didn't want to listen to. Yeah? So what are you saying? You won't put up with what I put up with out on the debating circuit and have done for years because I've been to plenty of places. Before that, it was Charles, Flat Earth Math, on his platform with his mute button. So I have to put up with your mute buttons, do I, ballers? On Earth Chronicles and Charles Flat Earth Math, and they're basically everywhere else I've ever been ever. But you won't put up with the perceived mute button that you won't get here when we allow you to put your claims to us, which we absolutely assuredly will let you.
Hey, I got to read one more. Allow me, because I want an answer for this. The horizon is a circle around you with a flat Earth. Both images, when compressed left to right, will show a curve.
Kind of a complete 360 picture. What do you mean when you put two pictures of one that's all around you? What? I'm not a duck.
The horizon is a circle around you with a flat Earth.
I'm not a pigeon. I haven't got eyes on the side of my head. I don't see a full 360 horizon. I'm a hunter.
He's telling me the horizon is a circle.
I'm trying to bloody respond to you, Neil. You keep repeating the same thing through my response.
Oh,
You just carry on till you run out of puff.
Can I say something?
It depends if Neil will allow you. He might just repeat his same statement 3 times through you. Go ahead.
When they're talking about the compressed images, I remember Jaren doing that, demonstrating how if you take an image of like his shelf, right? And then he compressed that image, it would show a curve. So maybe that's what he was talking about there. So I kind of have some context for that. Yeah, but it's
okay.
You see, it's important. Context is important. Is what I'm trying to point out.
Sorry, you're talking about lens distortion, barrel distortion, if you will.
Yes.
Okay, so what?
Yes.
What does that prove in the context of the nature of our reality? What does barrel distortion?
No. It's just the context of what Neil is quoting is all I'm saying.
Okay. Well, the only way I can contextualize that is somebody on the globe side says, "Look, there's a curve in this picture," and you go, "Oh right, so your claim to prove Earth curve is it looks like it." I mean, if that's the kind of weak ass argument that you're having to overcome with Toon, and show that you can show demonstrations of barrel distortion by compressing pictures from left to right and squeezing them narrower, to show that what looked like a straight line in a picture from a lens-based machine looks like it's curved. Who cares? That's only going to overcome somebody saying it looks like it's curved in this picture. All right, well, that's not very good proof. If that's what they're having to overcome, then okay, right, well, that's scraping the bottom of the barrel in terms of evidence to have to overcome in the first place.
All right.
I didn't know you were talking, Nathan. I'm sorry. I'm driving, so
You better be.
sounds like it's silent. How
No,
about your side, you prick?
Yeah, it's a weak-ass argument to have to overcome, to have to go to that. You know, I mean, fair enough. If that's what's being presented and that's what you've overcome, then, you know, my attitude towards a position like that, if someone said it looks curved, I'd just laugh at them. That's your evidence. You're having a laugh. Give me some geometric certainty to this claim. Where's it measured as being curvy? Give me the curve measurement in physical reality. Give me that. Looks curved.
Do you remember when Bev came on? He was talking about axiom and stuff, and he was explaining that the horizon is never a circle. No matter where you are, you're looking at that horizon, it's straight. So why would they tell me that flat Earth, the horizon is a circle around flat Earth? I do not get that. Why would you say that to anybody?
I don't know. You'd have to peg down what their positive claim was in that regard.
I'll tell you, but you'll think it's stupid.
Feel free.
They're conforming to a model reality where they think they can draw out existence. And they're having the circle of observation, right? When we talk about the celestial sphere and applying measurements within that, they're just looking at it as if that is reality. And that's just not reality.
The horizon is never curving. Are you out
Hey
of your
guys,
freaking mind?
you guys want to check out a TikTok video of Globers? They're saying there's some guy brought up the you can't have gas in a vacuum or something. Can't have ignition of gas. So you can't I guess have combustion, I guess, in the gas thing. And this Glober, is supposedly debunking it.
Oh, man, that was very convoluted, Gene. What's he debunking? Our question is, how can you have gas pressure without a container? I heard vacuums, combustion, debunking. What? Try and string it all together coherently.
I gotta look at the title again, but yeah, it's Average Glober's TikTok. This is latest video, and there seems to be a guy in the mainstream eye, some tatted up guy from the UK that's a flat earther, and he's making waves. He's going on these podcasts, but he's tatted up head to toe. I don't know if you guys seen him before. I'll try to see a link.
Gene does have his finger on the pulse of the community, it seems.
I'm actually dropping the link right now in the Discord chat. You guys can see it.
Someone is going to have to grab it, give it to me.
Right. Right.
Or
well,
this
it's
could
not
kill the
30 now.
conversation entirely. I mean, that's another option. Wonderful.
Well, since nobody's talking about anything, I only noticed
Okay,
that
it's on there.
video.
It's on there. Go ahead and check it out. You can pick it up now.
All right, I'll put it up now. Copy, paste, filling dead air. It's in there.
Alrighty. Discord gang. Smash that like. Nathan, you're not a big like whore, are you?
My wife's making me a coffee in the background, so there's a lot of noise. Say that again.
You're not a big like whore on YouTube, right? You never smash that like button, guy. You're not one of those.
No, I'm not. No. Share.
You're
That's all.
you're a
That's
share the
important.
show type of guy.
Yeah, that's all that's important. How many likes it has. I mean, maybe that algorithmically helps, but I don't really care. I mean, just more people watching is all I want. Real
Hey Nathan,
people.
have you noticed the trend? Anybody guys notice the trend of videos on YouTube now where they get to what you're doing, like, hey, we're installing a speaker. All of a sudden, 3 minutes in, they goes, all right, guys, let's get into the show. And then like an intro plays. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? We were already in the show. We were already doing what we were doing. All of a sudden, it cuts to an intro, and then like it's like the whole video starts again. Like they cut out the good part, put it in they front load it. I hate when YouTubers doing this, and
I
it seems
do
like
that.
all of them are doing this now.
Yeah, I do it. It's done
Yeah,
out
you
of,
suck, Nathan.
it's done that shows whoever's doing that when you see that it shows they're paying attention to their analytics. It shows that they're paying attention to where people are interested in the video and how quickly they drop out. So rather than burying the head, yeah, you've got your title and yeah, you've got your thumbnail to attract somebody in, but you need to give them that information that they're expecting within the first 30 seconds or they'll lose interest. So the reason that the main bit is chopped up out of the middle of the video and slapped right on the front of it is so that the person who's come that's got that short attention span, and that's lots of people, let's be honest, hear what they're expecting within the first 30 seconds and might stop flicking the screen up to the next video because they've got what they want.
Yeah, but they always
playing.
On that point, let's say on connecting the subwoofer or whatever, they always cliffhang it. All right, this is how you do it, guys. And then they go into an intro like, "Oh, you sons of bitches."
Yeah, again, very sensible. You want people to watch the video. If you give it all and the context and everything, for me, it's one little. Normally, the disclaimer by the baller. Yes, of course, it's measured flat. Cut to the intro.
Did you load up the TikTok yet?
I did, but I was enjoying this chit chat, so.
You cannot cause combustion in a vacuum. Get a Perspex box, set up a lighter flint, an electric lighter flint. Yeah. Make it totally airtight. Vacuum it. Will you get a spark? No. Obviously not. No. Yeah.
Okay, but how's this relevant to us?
Average Glow was just about to chime in. He's reviewing the video or something.
Oh, it's this Globemann.
But the belief is that there's a combusting ball of fucking gas in the middle of a great big vacuum.
And there we have our first problem with what this guy is saying. He thinks that the sun is fire. Well,
He said burning ball of gas, didn't he? Have a listen again.
my flat earth.
But the belief is that there's a combusting ball of fucking gas in the middle of a great big vacuum.
And there we have our first problem with what this guy is saying. He thinks that the sun is fire. Well,
Combusting ball of gas. What's his problem? Is it because he's going to say it's fission or fusion or whatever? Is that his issue?
well, my flat earth friend, let me help you.
Well, let's just address it first of all. Number one, no, the sun is definitely not gases producing light in any way, shape or form. When they say it's fusion or fission or whichever one it was, it's irrelevant because it's pointless nonsense that violates the second law of thermodynamics. You can't have gases doing anything other than expanding into the availability of volume. They don't coalesce and make the sun, but that's the narrative in the heliocentric system. It's a second law of thermodynamics violation.
By saying, no, the sun is not at all fueled by oxygen, nor does anyone claim it is, other
No, but it is claimed to be gas, not expanding into a vacuum.
than maybe you. The sun is going to be fueled by something called nuclear fusion, which of course I'm no expert on, but it's essentially when you have two light nuclei formed to make a heavier nuclei, and then whatever mass was left over actually gets converted into energy. Again, I'm no expert. If you want a better explanation of nuclear...
But you're telling the world what the sun is. I'm no expert, but I've been told by bullshit artists that it's fusion in a sky vacuum and that they're gases. That's what we're told it is. So, second law of thermodynamics violation with a bullshit story of fusion. Okay. So, no expert, but you can parrot, you can repeat well.
nuclear fusion, there's this crazy awesome thing called Google.
Of course, because you're a Google parroting wanker. There's nothing other I can say about it. So, when you don't know anything and you're no expert, there's always Google. And that basically makes you qualified enough to tell the world what you've read. So you're a wiki parroter.
I'm not an encyclopedia, though, so...
No, but Google is. And you can read and repeat. Wow, you're a wonderful trained monkey.
I can't help you much further than that. I can just assure you that the sun is not fire and nobody claims it to be that.
That's also a positive claim, saying it isn't something. How do you know? You know it's not fire. I would object to that just as much as saying it's a burning ball of gas, fusion or otherwise, in a sky vacuum. I don't know what the sun is, and neither do you. But you can assure us what it isn't. No, you can't. You have absolutely no idea what the sun is, you stupid clown.
Yeah, and you're on a circular, a spherical rock covered on the outside with liquid that's spinning. When you go to the park, go on the roundabout, spin the roundabout really fast. What happens?
Oh, you fly off it.
Centrifugal force, yeah. So with centrifugal force, it throws things outward from the centre, doesn't it? Fact.
And yeah, he's right. If you spin something fast enough, then sure, you'll be accelerated outwards away from the center of the body, right?
So 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, you'd expect some effect to be in place.
Centrifugal acceleration will throw you off of it. But
so we'd all be thrown off a spinning water ball if we were travelling 1,000 miles an hour in velocity then.
The Earth doesn't spin...
What? Doesn't spin?
Nearly fast enough.
1,000 miles an hour in velocity. Are you stupid? Do you think 1,000 miles an hour is slow? What's the fastest you've ever been, you stupid idiot? Yeah? 150 miles an hour maybe in a car? You think 1,000 miles an hour is not fast? That's not fast enough to throw you off. Tell you what, Sunshine, I'll stick you on a roundabout and I'll get a kid's motorbike and I'll spin it up to something nowhere near 1,000 miles an hour in velocity. And we'll get you to hang on. And you can tell me how slow it's going when I put that motorbike on that kid's roundabout and have you hanging on to it, definitely not doing 1,000 miles an hour. We'll see how slow you think it is. You up for that, Globemann? You say 1,000 miles an hour in velocity of a claim to be spinning Earth in a sky vacuum isn't fast. So let's put that to the test. We'll have you holding on to the kid's roundabout and I'll have a motorbike wheel spinning it up. And we'll see how fast you think it is. When we're doing, I don't know, 100 mile an hour in velocity. We'll see how you cope with 1/10 of Earth's claimed rim velocity. Yeah? Slow? You stupid? You don't think 1,000 miles an hour is fast? You're an idiot.
For that to ever matter.
All right, well, it won't matter when you're holding on to that kid's roundabout and there's a motorbike wheel spinning you really quickly. I mean, really, really, really slowly. Because it won't be 1,000 miles an hour like Earth's claimed edge velocity. So it'll be really slow, won't it? You will have no problem.
I know. Flat earthers all around the globe are jumping out of their seat right now saying, but wait, it spins 1,000 miles per hour.
No, it doesn't spin 1,000 miles an hour. We'd all be thrown off. No, we're not saying it spins an hour. You are, you stupid clown. You think flat earthers are jumping out of their seat going, Earth spinning 1,000 miles an hour? Why, Simon Dan with you and your reference frames? No. You think it spins 1,000 miles an hour, but say it's very slow.
And well, yes, that's right.
No, it isn't. Absolutely absurd. We're definitely not moving 1,000 miles an hour at a value called the equator that's been derived from flat Earth elevation angle measurements to Polaris, that you infer is the outside edge of a sphere when you convert those flat Earth measurements into a spherical belief. Doesn't give you an edge velocity of 1,000 miles an hour. It's utterly absurd. You just saying it is doesn't make it so. Like you just saying what you repeated off Google also doesn't make it so.
You have to also take into account the radius of the Earth.
Do we? We have to beg the question of the radius, do we? Yeah, here we don't do that. Globemann. Yeah, we don't allow that. Now, some people will blame the mute button when they think it's unfair that we don't allow you to utilise a logical consistency. No, mate, definitely not. It's a fallacy to assume the radius. We don't allow that. Yeah, to the point where people like Charles Flat Earth Math have to deny even needing it or ever having to ever need it because they can't measure it or prove it. But for you, you're just right at the bottom of the barrel. I'll just beg that question because we've got to. No, you wouldn't be tolerated doing that here, Sunshine.
Because 1,000 miles per hour is a tangential velocity, when what we need here is actually an angular velocity.
Do we? So what, we can make it seem slower? I'm pretty sure we can qualify how fast things are in miles per hour without any issue whatsoever, other than it sounding really, really fast. But what we actually need is to give it in an angular rate. Really? You know, a university teacher named Matthew Learns came here and conceded in front of a live audience that that was a deceptive thing to do. That's a university teacher saying to convert 1,000 miles an hour edge velocity to an angular rotation value is deceptive. So what have you got to say for yourself about this absolute need to make it sound less fast than it would be? Because I'm not saying it is moving at that speed. That's your claim, Dumbo.
So let's do some basic math.
What, with the assumption that we're spinning? Are we going to do this math on the assumption that we're spinning?
I already agreed centrifugal force is enough to throw something off of
So we're already assuming that we're going to have centrifugal forces.
an object, but what kind of centrifugal force would we be feeling if we were at the equator on the Earth?
Equator is a value that's derived from a flat Earth elevation angle measurement to Polaris. So in terms of what the equator is, none. I wouldn't expect anything. The term equator in no way affers or infers that we have some sort of edge velocity. Taking an angle to Polaris and seeing where its limitations lie doesn't give me a speed.
So I've just gone to a calculator that basically is going to give us the centrifugal acceleration.
So it already tells you how much centrifugal acceleration you've got on a presupposed Earth that's turning. Doesn't seem like you've measured much here. Just seems like you did what you said earlier. Just went straight to Google. Therefore, what? Because they've got a calculator for how much edge velocity you've got at 1,000 miles an hour on a presupposed spherical Earth we're definitely not a part of. It makes it so because Google's got it in a calculator. Oh, wow, how dumb you are. What discernment you have, Globemann.
I promise I'll make this quick so it's not
Yeah, it is quick. You just typed it into Google. You didn't have to do anything. None of this maths is yours, you dumbo.
super boring. So I've gone ahead and I've taken the mass of the Earth. I couldn't change.
No, you haven't taken the mass of the Earth. Unless you've got Reverend John Michelle C.V. Boyce Cavendish assertions of mass attracting mass to give you Earth's weight. I mean, where the hell have you got that from? Mass of Earth? Did you put it on a scale, Globemann? Oh, did you get that from Google too?
Change the notation for some reason, so I did it in pounds, which is about 13 septillion.
Really?
Then I went ahead and
Where
I plugged in the
did you get that
radius.
value from? 13 septillion pounds? Well, that seems like a very
Nathan,
big scale you must have had to weigh it.
I just want to say Google is the new Amazon.
Of the Earth, which is about 3,958 miles.
Is it? Where did you get that measurement from? It seems like this calculator's got quite a few values that you'd need to actually justify by having measurements for them.
And I took the tangential velocity.
Oh, you took the already assumed tangential velocity that you're claiming to be demonstrating and proving by simply showing that it's already assumed in this calculation? Wow. What an amazing standard. Give the guy 8,962 likes.
Flat earthers use all the time, which is
For flat earthers use. We use this value for angular rotation. I'm thinking that this is your claim, Simandan. Oh, it's not Simandan with you and your reference frames are ruined, which I don't have. It's Globemann with most flat earthers use this value for rotational speeds. Why are you thick? You think I claim that Earth's moving and would use this value as a flat earther? Are you stupid? Obviously you are stupid. Because you're telling me it's my assumption of the rotational speeds. No, Dumbo, it's just what you wiki parroted.
1,000 miles per hour.
No, that sounds pretty quick to me. Anybody else on the panel think 1,000 miles an hour sounds slow?
Sounds pretty fast to me.
To get the angular velocity. So now that we have all that out of the way, basically it just comes out to 0.031 meters per second squared.
Wow, so what? When you give it in a really low value, it doesn't sound as bad as 1,000 miles an hour that would throw you off things. I tell you what, when I stick you on the kids' roundabout, Globemann, I'll just give you in an angular value. Yeah? I'll tell you how slow the roundabout will be when we stick a kid's motorbike wheel, not kid's motorbike wheel, an adult's motorbike wheel, something that'll rev to 1,000. I don't know what motorbikes rev to. 10,000. And we'll stick it in 6th gear and we'll give it you in just an angular rate. It'll sound really slow, Globemann, when I get you hanging on that kid's merry-go-round, spun up by a motorbike wheel. It'll be giving you in this way. So it seems like a really small number, 0.00000. Yeah? We'll give it in a value that makes it seem slow. How's that?
Squared. So that's the outwards acceleration away from the Earth. So now what is our inwards acceleration towards the center?
Sorry, what? So we've got an outward acceleration of 1,000 miles an hour, but if I give it in a different value, it sounds small. But what's our inward force? Sorry, what? Where's the... What? Excuse me? Come again?
Well, that's going to be called gravity.
Oh, really? What, the non-force of pseudo-Riemannian fourth space-time bending? In the conceptual medium developed by Einstein, the geometry of 4D space-time? That's not a force. I mean, you can think of it as a force, but it's not a force. So it's definitely not pulling us down to counteract any spin value that you assume because Wiki gave it you.
Gravitational acceleration, which is 9.8 meters per second squared.
What, in the downward direction? What about all the steam that goes up? Is that moving 9.8 meters per second in a downward velocity? What about helium balloons? Are they going down at 9.8 meters per second squared also? It seems like your notions of our downward bias giving us a force to hold us to a spinning water ball that's moving at 1,000 miles an hour on the equator actually is overcome by a helium balloon, let him go, that isn't going down 9.8 meters per second squared. So that overcomes your force to overcome the problems of 1,000 miles an hour moving Earth that sound slow if you give it in a different value.
So now let me just ask all you flat earthers out there. Matter of fact, everybody, you can all answer this together.
Oh, well, jolly good. We'll give it our best shot.
Which number is bigger, 9.8 or 0.031?
So the deceptive methodology that Matthew Learns made absolutely clear as a college professional teaching people was a deceptive way of presenting this. You're asking the audience, how does it sound when I present this deceptive manner of convincing somebody that something that's fast is actually very slow? You're asking me to qualify that. Well, according to a university teacher, it sounds incredibly deceptive. That's what it sounds. I mean, obviously, he'd also used that exact same deceptive method and had to have us point out what a deceptive shyster he was, and he had to concede that he was indeed a deceitful shyster by doing it, when he conceded just how deceitful what you and he have done is. But you're going to ask me? Oh, well, I'll tell you that it's deceit, mate. Yeah? It's just making something that seems fast and would be absurd seem slow. So you can counteract it with a non-force of 4D space-time bending when you say things all move to the ground at 9.8 meters per second squared when they don't.
I don't think I need to answer that question for you.
I did, though. And I pointed out what a deceptive shit you are. And I'm backed up by universities. Yeah? Somebody employed by a university to educate has made it clear what you've done is deceit. So I've done it where you haven't, Globemann.
But clearly, we have one acceleration that is larger, going towards the center of the Earth.
As helium balloons move up towards the sky and clouds are formed because the gases rise. Really, we obviously have a downward force, 9.8 meters per second. No! What about that helium balloon, you stupid idiot? Yeah, that overcomes your crappy overcome for a problem of 1,000 miles an hour Earth.
Meaning we're gonna stick to the Earth.
What, like the helium balloons do and the clouds do? What a stupid idiot. You not know what clouds are? You think they're sticking to Earth? You think unbonded gas molecules stick to Earth? They don't stick to anything, not even themselves. They're unbonded, you clown.
But hey, that's pretty much it. That's
Yeah, you're done, you're stupid. Neil, Refracted Curvature, 10th Man, Chocolate Sane, and a whole bunch of people in Discord, so welcome one and all.
Hello.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Discord gang.
Good morning.
Good morning. Any evidence of a physical geometric sphere edge? That's a horizon, formerly known as the curve of the Earth.
Nah, they threw that in the bin.
What about any evidence of axial rotation of the Earth-based variety?
Earth-based Coriolis?
You and your reference frames have been ruined, I'm afraid. There's no deviation to observe.
Is there any evidence of an axis?
No, you need an R value for that. Any evidence of the R value, Earth radius, used to beg the question?
What's that?
Yeah. Globe maps that came from a flat Earth elevation angles, the Polaris. I mean, how else would you get an R value for a ball that's spinning?
So you're saying you'll need a flat Earth to get that elevation angle measurement to Polaris to give you the R value extrapolation. But that's a flat Earth proof chocolate.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, right. I mean, I'll take it. Okay, if you're a member of the show, check out the Uncut and After show when it gets published, because we covered Globemann, fun, in his wiki parroting nature on TikTok. So yeah, you can check that out if you want to. But we're actually going to be covering this today in the live show. So this is Joe Scott with his 1.68 million subscribers. So check him out. We're going to share the... I was about to swear. We'll share this guy's link and go and let him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. Hopefully he'll leave something reasonably positive so you don't get your comment deleted. But just give him a tickle. Oh, I hate this mouse. I hate it. Does the wrong
Use
thing.
the keyboard. Use the keyboard.
Can
Can I say something before you do the video?
I know how to come out of this screen now. Just give me a minute. Talk amongst yourselves. I'm
All
sure
right.
the RAM config's
Yeah,
going to get changed this weekend or
Scott,
sometime
I
next week.
recommended him a long time ago. We never got to it though.
Well, this one that he did, D-Rose, pretty good because he how can I put it? He divulges, he confesses that they haven't done any scientific tests, that it all only exists in mathematics. I mean, it's pretty epic, I think. Pretty honest of him to do so. Even though he's in that paradigm, he admits there's no science backing it. It's just math.
Okay, I got it sorted. So you can probably see, although enough time's probably elapsed for it to go. No, there it is, still there. There's a link in the chat for Joe Scott. So let him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. Add him in and then we'll crack on with this video. Hey, Adam.
Afternoon, guys.
Hello, good to have you. Okay, so we're
It's all
covering Joe Scott, Adam. So feel free, all mics are open, so pipe up if you see fit.
In March of 1949, the British astronomer Fred Hoyle appeared on a BBC radio show talking about various theories of the universe.
First problem, how can you appear on a radio show? I know it's just a turn of phrase, but...
Hoyle was a believer in the steady state model of the universe, meaning the universe had no beginning or end, it always was, and always will be. But a new model had been gaining in popularity for a couple of decades, one where the universe did have a beginning, that it started from an infinitesimal point and expanded outward from there. And
first law of thermodynamics violation. So if Earth started from a singular point, it would mean that nature itself had created itself. Well, energy cannot be created or destroyed. It's the first law of thermodynamics. So immediately this idea of there being a Big Bang is a violation of natural law. Further to that, the idea that there is no beginning, well, while we can't be certain, it certainly would imply that there is a beginning when you look at how entropy works. That's the second law of thermodynamics. When you describe how things fall into decay, that would imply that there was a starting point. So, starting point, don't have an issue with. Nature creating that starting point, I've got an issue with that. It violates a law of nature.
And continues to expand to this day. And when talking to the interviewer...
Expands into what? What was there for it to expand into if there was nothing there? This has a lot of contradictory nonsense within it.
About this idea, he kind of flippantly referred to it as that Big Bang idea. And the name stuck. Yes, ironically, the Big Bang was named by somebody who doesn't believe in the Big Bang. And one of the reasons that Hoyle and many other people at the time didn't take this idea seriously was because one of the people who was behind this Big Bang idea was an astronomer and mathematician named Georges Lemaitre. More about him in a second. Astronomers knew the universe was expanding as far back as 1912 when
Did they? No, they inferred it. So while you say that they suggest or know that it's expanding, no. They can only infer these things from looking at the lights in the sky. But that inference, claimed to be backed up by the CMB, is just that. It's not proof of anything. You're just looking at stuff in the sky.
Ernesto Schleifer first measured the Doppler shift of a spiral galaxy that suggests...
The Doppler shift. Okay, so again, that you can infer that your redshift implies that they're moving away. but it's just an inference. It's not proof.
That it was moving away from us. Later scientists like Alexander Friedman and Edwin Hubble refined this idea, and they found
Idea. Yes, that's all it is. So now the language betrays them, doesn't it? So a minute ago, they knew. Now Hubble is giving more weight to the idea. Your language betrays you, Joe.
found further evidence that the universe was expanding.
So we need more evidence. If you already know, why would more evidence be required? It's already known, isn't it? But no, it's just an idea that we're establishing it with more evidence. No, you're trying to affirm an already outstanding belief by looking for confirmation bias in the stars. That's what's actually happening.
But it wasn't until 1931 that...
Yes. Hey, Arwin.
Hello.
Hello.
First instance. But yeah, this reminds me immediately of that diagram that QE posted a while ago, the drawing of the horse, right? Starting really amazing at the beginning, at the back end. And then just the more deeper you dive in, the worse and the more sketchy it gets. That's what this reminds me of. Remember that?
Actually, I don't. That's why I went silent.
Okay,
Well,
I'll
Matt became the
repost it, Master B.
Okay.
first person to kind of look at that and say, now hold on a second. If the universe is expanding, then that means...
If the universe is expanding, again, language betrays you. Why would it be presented as an if statement if only moments earlier it was declared to be the case?
means that it used to be smaller than it is today. And if you go back far enough to the very beginning, that means that it would have shrunk down to an infinitely small point, which means the universe had a beginning.
Oh, I see. So if, therefore. No. It doesn't work like that. You can't take your inference with a load of if statements to result in a logical consistency. No, Joe. Just no.
So all of this sounds...
He said they knew. Hold on. He said they knew since 1912. So where are all ifs coming from now and ideas?
What he's actually saying, if I break it down, is we knew in 1912, aka we decided this is how it was going to be in 1912. Then moving forward, we started to gather the evidence for how we decided it was going to be in 1912, adding to the evidence, supporting what we had already decided we would know. That's what he's actually saying.
Sounds reasonable enough. The problem is that...
Sounds reasonable enough.
Georges Lemaitre looked like this. He was a Belgian Roman Catholic priest, and yeah, this whole idea that the universe had a beginning, that it began with an explosion of matter and energy out of completely nothing, sounded suspiciously biblical.
Yeah, that's because it's come from a priest, as you point out, and we point out.
Let there be light and all that.
Yeah, your Big Bangs come from a priest. Doesn't make it Christian. It just means it's come from a priest.
Over time, as our telescopes have become more and more powerful, we've been able to see further and further back in time to...
Oh, really? So now you've decided that your telescopes are time machines. See, this, again, seems very unreasonable. Why is it that you've decided that when you look at lights twinkling in the sky, that means you're looking back at further and further distances in time? Why is that? Oh, it's because Einsteinian bending geodesics and Lemaitre's ideas of Big Bang and CMB and all of these inferences that have basically affirmed what you already knew, therefore needed to go and look for evidence for. I see. No, telescopes aren't time machines. Yeah, looking at the twinkling lights in the sky isn't you looking back in time. As much as that grand fantasy sounds so wonderful, Joe. It's not real.
Nathan,
Your telescopes are not time
machines. Master B.
Thank you. Yes, I did see this.
Want to go back in time.
Oh, why won't it let me do it? Oh, tell me OBS hasn't crashed.
Just as a point though, the reason Lemaitre come up with the Big Bang had nothing to do with him being a church member. It was because the first law and second law of thermodynamics was attacking the idea of an always existing universe, and the idea that energy that exists can't be created or destroyed, and that it's the amount of usable energy is running out, contradicted the worldview of the time.
Okay, for some reason I can't seem to present it, Arwin. I'll just drag it across so it's actually in the screen captured part.
I did see it for a second there
Yeah,
on
it
screen.
came up and something's gone wonky with my graphics card. Don't worry about it. I can.
It was
toggle along.
hilarious though, Arwen. I liked it. It was hilarious.
There you go.
It's from QE.
Three phases of the globe model. So you've got theory, so the arse end of the horse. Construction, that's the belly and guts. And then the end result. Isn't that beautiful? Wonderful.
Yep.
That's an old
That's
meme. That's great.
something QE would do too.
To the earliest galaxies, and Lamette has been proven more and more right.
More and more right. Okay, so you initially knew, then you went out looking for the evidence. It was described by somebody who didn't agree with the Big Bang, come from a priest, and the more time progresses, the more right he got. So it's not just he was right, he was a little bit right at the start. Now he's kind of in the middle bits of being right, and right at the end he was really, really right. I see.
But actually, the general acceptance of the Big Bang Theory is
General acceptance.
shockingly new. It wasn't really until the 80s that it was really and truly embraced by scientists.
By who now? Scientists? No, that would be people that establish cause and effect reasoning based on systematic experimentation. That's hypothesis based. So, no, these people that decided in the 80s that we were going to be comporting to this Jesuit priest's ideas about what the world was at the beginning when it violates the first law of thermodynamics. No.
You're right. Nathan, he means pseudoscientists.
Yes, he means pseudoscience. That's correct, Neil.
But still, the Big Bang is
Just made up shite.
messy.
Shite, garbage, made up.
And a lot
Can
of
I
theories have
comment?
been put forth.
You can. It's also a first law of
Yeah.
thermodynamics violation. Go ahead, Tenth.
Just because he said it a few seconds, but you don't have to go back for it. He has no problem with the Big Bang until someone who's in religious garb invented it or said it. And now he's saying, well, he was right. So the problem he has is what that garb represents. Now, of course, they got it all wrong because the Bible doesn't teach a Big Bang. But the whole point is because someone wears clerical clothes, then God is getting credit for starting the Big Bang, which is nonsense. God spoke everything into existence according to the scripture. But his fight is not against the Big Bang. It just can't be God who starts the Big Bang, which he's right. God never did the Big Bang. He just spoke it into existence. So there's this fight against a creator right at the beginning of this video.
Yeah. Okay. I get you. I wasn't actually picking up on that tip, but fair enough.
Forth to explain it, many of which I've covered on this channel. And there are still people who think that maybe there is a steady state explanation for the universe. One of those explanations is called the causal set theory of the universe. And it's pretty solid.
Oh, it's a bit like with Lemaitre, right? He was kind of a bit right at the beginning, and as time progressed, he got more and more right. But there's also an alternative making him entirely wrong. But this is kind of right, because we're at the beginning stages of the bullshit, right?
Pretty solid.
Pretty solid.
The solid
I think
state.
it's pretty gaseous.
You will
Really.
hear John.
Yep, the idea that it's solid, whatever, that there's a static universe is in opposition to the second law of thermodynamics, the ever-existent universe. So he's either got to go with the Big Bang that contradicts the first law or a static universe that contradicts the second law, because he can't work outside of nature because he's stuck believing that there is nothing else.
61 people watching. Please share the show. Smash that share button.
Mathematically, anyway. And it could explain a lot of other vectors.
Right, sorry. I wish we had a pause before he said that. So, mathematically pretty sound. So, conceptually sound. Right, here, Flat Earth debate, obviously we're the most ridiculed people on the internet, but we deal with physicality, physics. Maths is merely conceptual, it's describing things. It's just language. But it's pretty sound within the description. No, it'd be pretty sound if it described reality, but it'd still just be a description. Might be wrong. Now, certain things hold true always, like laws of nature. Other things don't, like gravity.
And questions about reality.
Yes.
Yeah, so this is the beginning of the epic confessions that must be aired. So this is the first time he says, well, mathematically that is. Now, just for the audience sake and for you, just as we finish this video today, you'll see how many times he refers to this whole thing as just existing in the maths.
So let's talk about it.
We will after this short interlude.
All right, so I'm going to start by issuing my standard disclaimer for videos that talk about big cosmological questions, especially ones that rely on advanced math.
Sorry, again, we've got a bit of a brain fart going on. Big cosmological questions. Based on what you've said so far, though, Joe, I'm kind of under the impression that these aren't questions because they've already got answers. And those answers were pretty good, then okay, fair to middling, and then great. I mean, obviously, that you then contradicted yourself to say there's other options for something that's already been decided and known to be true since 1912 or whatever it is you said. Okay, so why are they questions again? I'm very confused. You've just told us the answers that are right, and we know they are. Why do we still have questions at all?
Sorry.
Go on, Owen.
The big cosmological questions resting on math. But so there's math, and that is like the big question about the cosmos is math. That's basically what he just said in a sentence.
Yeah, so it's like saying the big questions about the oceans and the deepness of them. It's all about understanding Spanish. It's all about language. If you can understand Spanish,
right?
You can understand if you can understand the language, the maths, the descriptions. If you've got a good grip on that, then you know the answers to cosmology are there right in front of you, because math is reality.
Math to make sense. Joe Scott is not a mathematician or a scientist. He is merely a science communicator with a job.
Oh, really? You're a science communicator? Well, given that you've ascribed yourself this, you're going to get a proper earful from me, Joe, if you don't establish an independent and dependent variable based on naturally occurring phenomena, formulate it into a hypothesis, and then vary that which you assume caused the effect you're studying to cause a positive outcome of the effect, validated systematically, for it to be called science, for you to be communicating that notion to call yourself a science communicator. See, I've come across a science communicator before. His name was Mick West. We like to call him Mick Bullshitter West, who also ascribed the title of science community to himself. He didn't know what an experiment was. He didn't know what a hypothesis was. He hadn't got the vaguest idea what science is. Now, I'm going to assume, Joe, based on what we've had from you so far, that you also are a bullshitter who doesn't know what science actually is. But you're going to pepper your crap to your massive audience by making them think you're very smart by calling yourself a science communicator. Not actual science, but just smart enough to really disseminate this bullshit pseudoscience mathematics as science, as a communicator. No, mate. I've got £10 that says you don't know what a hypothesis is or how to construct one. You don't know anything about science.
Giant forehead who finds these topics interesting. Please consider this video as a jumping off point for you to look further into this topic through far more reputable sources than a guy who graduated from a state college with a radio, TV, film degree. As always, links are down below. So, like all of these big cosmological mystery topics, it all starts with the whole divide between quantum mechanics and general relativity thing. You guys are smart and already know this, so I'll keep it short, but quantum mechanics basically describes fundamental forces, the behavior of particles like atoms, electrons, almost everything in molecular.
He thinks the experimental validity offered up in quantum mechanics is just descriptions. So immediately you failed. So you don't know what the scientific validity offered to in quantum mechanics is then, clearly.
And submolecular realms, whereas general relativity underlies our understanding of space, time, and gravity.
So that's conceptual mathematics versus actual science done in the realm of physics, the physical. Things have been varied and manipulated. Causes of effects have been established. That's quantum mechanics. This is pseudo... That's the name of the geometry he's just described. Pseudo-Riemannian four-space geometry. It's pseudo. It's in the title! It's pseudo! Sorry, did you think you were a science communicator? No. Pseudo-science peddler. This isn't science, my friend. How are you contrasting this with actual validated quantum mechanics? This is pseudoscience. It's just pseudo-geometry. How dare you? How dare you stack this against quantum mechanics?
It treats gravity as a curvature.
Treats gravity? So we're treating things in the pseudo-geometry, are we? This isn't physics, my friend. It's an insult.
Space-time created by mass.
Oh, really? Mass? What's that? Maybe you could define it for us. Your quasi-pseudo-geometry is not comparable to quantum mechanics. It's an absolute outrage.
General relativity and quantum mechanics operate with very different rules, and physicists have been trying to bring these two theories together for decades.
No, one has got scientific validity that would offer theory at the end of it. The other doesn't. One, being quantum mechanics, is scientifically validated and there is theory. The other is theory in name only because it's a pseudo-geometry. Whoever that was.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that quantum mechanics doesn't actually treat or entertain gravity in any sort. I'm pretty sure that it disproved all forms of gravity.
Correct.
There are four fundamental forces of the universe, and those are gravity,
Gravity, quote, George Musa, Scientific American, the editor. What's that you say you graduated from a community college? Oh, right, that's fascinating. George Musa, Scientific American. Gravity is not a force, end quote. Sorry, Joe, you're a spastic. No, one of the fundamental forces is definitely not gravity. It's described in a pseudo-geometry, like we just covered. But you think it's a fundamental force? Maybe Brian Cox will sink in for you, Joe, because you're poisoning your audience with this garbage that you're wrong about. Let's give it you for Brian Cox.
It's an outdated model, right? It's something that they would talk about in the 90s.
Well, I'll just give him a quote from Brian Cox. There isn't really a force of gravity at all. End quote. Professor, not community college learning AV, Professor Brian Cox. Not a force. Do you understand, Joe? Yeah, I am going to demand a retraction of this garbage because you're telling your audience with your community college degree something that contradicts Scientific American and Professor Brian Cox. It's disgusting. I mean, how dare you, Joe? Stick to video cameras and sound desks, because you shouldn't be talking about fundamental forces that, quote, are not a force.
Well, even within particle physics, gravity is not included in the standard model. So I don't know what he's on about.
Me neither. But obviously, us pointing this out, we need to be very much censored, and Joe needs to be put in front of 1.6 million people with his community college and his garbage that he spews about non-forces in pseudo-geometry, when contrasting them with validated experimental science in the form of quantum mechanics. What a disgrace.
And Nathan, we said this before. The scientific community, the real scientific community, should be protesting, and they should be intolerant of this because people like him, who are very influential, they'll use the colloquial fraudulent conveyance of that term science, and they'll use it so that it be perpetuated again and again and again under the fallacies and these claims and everything like that. As little as a term saying, hey, how did you make the Wi-Fi router work? There's a science to it. That term is thrown around so many times that people think that science connected to anything that has to do with solving something or seeing something. It's just an abused word. And for people like this guy in this position to use it, I think even as a minuscule part of what you're making a point of this whole video still is so significantly detrimental to the intellect and the integrity of science. So I just want to say that.
Can I read something real quick? It'll take 2 seconds.
Feel free.
Not actually, but having the appearance of. Pretended. That's pseudo, one of the definitions. So that sounds to me like pseudoscience. It's not actual. It has the appearance, but it's pretending.
My favorite one is sham.
Yeah, it says sham too. And it also says intentionally deceives.
Yes, this is sham geometry. Pseudo-Riemannian force space is the bending of conceptual mediums known as space-time, otherwise known as bent geodesics in space-time, otherwise known as the current gravity. It is not a force. It is, however, the bending of a geodesic, that's space-time, in pseudo-Riemannian force space. That is Einstein's pseudo mathematics for gravity. It is, quote George Musa, not a force. Hope we've cleared this up for you, Joe.
Electromagnetism, the weak nuclear force, and the strong nuclear force. And gravity is only one of these forces that is not carried by a particle.
Gravity, quote George Musa, is not a force. So when you say it's the only force that, it's not a force at all. Maybe Brian Cox again. There isn't really a force of gravity at all, end quote. Is this sinking in, Joe? Because clearly you, with your 1.6 million subscribers, get the opportunity to poison people with complete bullshit that you haven't researched.
At least not one that we found yet.
So not a fundamental force. It's not a force at all.
Scientists have been searching for a theory of...
Scientists perform experiments by varying that which they assume causes an effect they've observed in nature, formulated into a scientific prediction known as a hypothesis by way of systematic experimentation. That's what scientists do, Joe. They don't look at lights in the sky. You're confusing pseudoscientists, people who look at lights in the sky, with people who actually benefit humanity.
Quantum gravity to solve for this.
But quantum gravity? A minute ago they were very different theories, and now you seem to have smashed them together. One being a pseudo-geometry, the other one with scientific validity. Why is it that these are two being smashed together by you now, Joe?
Problem, especially around singularities like black holes, because that's where general...
Black holes, this concept that's come out of quasi-pseudo-4 space-time? No, my friend. You know, this idea Einstein's developed with your bent geodesics in space-time creating black holes and wormholes, yeah, that's all pseudo-geometry, all of it. Now, seeing something in the sky and claiming it's what is described in the pseudo-geometry isn't proving we have these things called black holes.
Relativity pretty much breaks down. And
yeah, relativity does break down. It's debunked.
Another singularity that tears general relativity a new one is the Big Bang. So, yeah.
No, the Big Bang doesn't tear anything a new one. It's a violation of the first law of thermodynamics.
To figure out quantum gravity is to figure...
No, there is no quantum gravity. These two quote-unquote theories, one is, one isn't, are very much not in any way intertwined with one another. Can someone take up the... Someone's at my door. Sorry, might as well just tell you what's going on.
Why don't we put sham in front of everything? Instead of saying pseudo, we'll say sham. Pretending, make believe, bogus.
Why would you search for a theory? That just sounds odd to me now, you know? Like it should be building a theory based on what's already known, you know?
But that's real science. They're doing pseudoscience.
Yeah, that is real
You know
science.
what, Neil?
If you first
Neil,
you
made a good
see...
point.
Go on, D-Rose.
No, I was going to say Neil made a good point because I had two adults that actually, when I said the word pseudo about something, it wasn't science. They was like, "What's that?" No, I'm being serious. There are, and I've say, if you look at the ratio of two encountering me, there's probably thousands of hundreds of thousands of people that may not know what the definition of pseudo is. So when we say this word pseudo, maybe we need to use more of a simplistic term, like Neil just said.
Means fake.
Scam.
Sham.
Fake.
Not real.
Fake.
Pretending.
Yep.
That's what pseudo means. Fake. Sham.
Fugazi.
Fugazi, that's a great one.
I knew you would like that one, Neil.
Well, as he's talking about it, as he's talking about science and theories, let's break down where theory actually comes into this. Because in terms of his gravity ideas of having theory, they definitely don't, but you'll understand why when I go through for the third time on this show what science actually is. Step 1, observe natural phenomena. That is something occurring in nature, not influenced by you, a man, that you want to know the cause of. Step 1, observe natural phenomena. Step 2, formulate hypotheses. So the cause will be assumed. Your supposition of cause is known as your independent variable. The effect you are studying, observed at step 1, is the dependent variable, and your suppositional statement is then formed. If my independent variable, supposition of cause, then the dependent variable that I'm trying to figure out the cause of. In other words, you vary it and it causes it. When you do that, vary it to see if it causes it, that's an experiment. If you vary it and it causes it, it being your natural phenomena that you're observing, then you have validated the cause of the effect. Then you can make a theory, normally based on one or more experiments for a specific subject matter. The theory comes after your scientific validity. That's what a theory actually is. When they use the word theory, they mean we've got a kind of solid idea right now, and when we firm it up by looking at stuff and saying it is the same as what we've already decided is true, that'll be strong evidence for it. And then when we've made more of those observations to back our bias about what we decided was true several hundred years ago, we'll call it proof. That's not science. That's pseudoscience. Hope we're all clear. That's not theory. That's an idea. Colloquial theory, if you like. Colloquially, I've got an idea about what that line in the sky is. I've not varied anything. I've not manipulated anything. I've not formulated a hypothesis. I've not done any experiments. But I've got a bloody good idea, so I'll call it a theory.
Figure out nothing less than the beginning of the universe. And over the years, physicists have attempted this in a few ways. One of which is string theory, which is the idea that reality...
Not a theory. Just more made-up bullshit.
Reality consists of infinitesimal vibrating strings.
Yeah, there's no scientific validity for this bullshit. It's just made-up colloquial theory. But he's stealing valor from the terms used in the scientific method to give string theory some sort of validity in the mind's eye of the person he's disseminating this to. Now, based on what 10th Man said, I suspect he might actually disclaim how big a bullshit nonsense this is.
That are smaller than atoms, electrons, quarks, anything you can imagine, really. And according to string theory, when the strings vibrate, twist, and fold, they produce effects in several dimensions. And
we all appreciate already, maybe, on the panel, that when he says strings, he's talking about fully incorporated multiple dimensions described along a single dimension as a string. So if you take your third dimension that you exist in and imagine beyond it the fourth dimensional pseudo-Riemannian fourth space-time dimension, and then fold that in, you can eventually end up with multiple dimensions that we experience of length, breadth, and depth, and not time as a dimension, into this description, where each string represents a multiple dimensional layer wrapped up so that you've got multiple converging universes in this idea. It's total garbage.
then we interpret that as everything from particle physics to gravity.
No, we don't.
Then you have quantum loop gravity. This is a theory that's concerned with the quantum properties of space-time.
Space-time hasn't got any properties. It's a pseudo-geometry. So we're going to look at the quantum, that's physically validated, scientifically, experimentally proven, within the quasi-pseudo-geometry developed by Einstein for his gravity in fourth-dimensional geodesic spending. Now, one is conceptual and pseudo, that's the Einstein gravity. The other is scientifically, experimentally validated. That's the quantum bit. So again, we're just going to smash these two things together.
In other words, in this theory, space-time is
not a theory.
Quantized, or built out of discrete chunks.
So, in other words, the word quantum just means discrete chunks. So now gravity is discrete chunks. I see. So quite literally just smashing the two things together verbally and linguistically. I see. How very eloquent.
Like, imagine zooming into space-time.
You can't. Sorry, show me fourth dimensional pseudo-Riemannian space-time, please, Joe. Can you show me that? Because what's on screen here, yeah, that ain't space-time. You see, that what we actually do have here is a 2D representation on a 2D screen. Where's the third dimension, first and foremost? And when you show me the third dimension, then show me the space-time dimension so I can understand what you're talking about when you go through this next example. Because on screen is definitely not a fourth dimensional representation in any way, shape, or form. You're not showing me pseudo-4 space in this.
According to quantum loop...
Blue Marble, hold on. Well, maybe Blue Marble Science can come in. He's talking about it in chat. Come on in and tell us all about it.
And Nathan, give him credit. He did say, let's imagine. So he's admitting, let's imagine, because that's like, let's imagine that we can just jump off a cliff and fly over to Australia right now. At least he's saying just imagine. He's saying imagine.
It wouldn't be a smooth motion. It would stutter from one space-time pixel to another.
Oh, really? So now we've got bent geodesic space-time pixels. Where are they? what I see is a clock. Is this the 4D space-time? Is that the fourth dimension, the clock bit? So we've got a bit of length and a bit of depth. No height inferred.
What?
Don't see any axes for that. But we do have a clock. So presumably, is this a bent geodesic, Joe? Is this what you expect me to swallow as a diagram of 4D space-time? I see. Very crude. I mean, not even a good visual representation that I can pull apart as being 3D and 2D. It's just literally got a clock slapped on a square or a diamond.
Time wouldn't move continuously. It would work in quick little ticks of a discrete clock.
So you don't have discrete time. So in every way, shape and form, we experience time, if you want to describe it and reify it, in a linear fashion. But now, no, we jump from one section of time to the next with no in-between in a very binary manner. What a load of bollocks.
And this new theory kind of expands on this idea.
Theories don't expand on ideas. They are based on scientific validity.
And yeah, it's called causal set theory. In this theory, kind of like quantum loop gravity, space-time consists of discrete elements, but these are called events that are
But all they're doing is including quantized discrete elements into their gravitational pseudo-bullshit. Wow, it's very crude.
related to each other through causal relationships, meaning basically...
Wow, when you say causal relationships, it almost sounds like science. See, if this was theory, it would be based on a cause being established for an effect you observed in nature through experimentation to then give you the theory. But you just throw in the word causal, like it has no validity outside of this description for the bullshit theory that you're disseminating now. Causality is established within science. If you add that, you'd have proof of the things you were saying.
One event causes the next to happen, and then the next, and the next, and so on.
So, yeah, that's causal. That's scientific. That's within the scientific methodology that's not being employed here.
Like if you can imagine a collection of dots on a piece of paper, and then each dot represents an event in space-time.
I see. So each of these dots represents length, breadth, depth, and space-time. And there are multiple dots, so therefore there are multiple length, breadth, depth, and space-time dots. No. That is, what's the word? Bollocks. They're just dots. They're not 4D pseudo-Riemannian space-time dots. They're just dots. So what the bloody hell are you babbling about? This is total nonsense, Joe.
The lines that connect
the dots.
Each dot's a pseudo-Riemannian 4 space-time dot, according to Joe.
Right, but he invoked causality. So are they the effects that he's trying to claim, or are they the cause that he's trying? I don't.
Each quantized dot is a chunk of space-time reality with length, breadth, depth, and space-time, and geodesic spending, and all the rest of it in each dot. Each quantized chunk then represents each space-time dimension, with all 4D space-times represented on each dot, as a quantized causal chunk, one following the next. Didn't you keep up, John? I mean, it was very, very, very crude.
I don't think he knows what causality means or cause.
No, because that would be science.
Figure out what.
If I put that bet down, I'd be getting a £10 note from somebody right now. Because the fact that he doesn't understand that cause is established within science demonstrates admirably that he doesn't know what science really is. Yes, John. Chocolate.
I'm still trying to figure out what camera you use to zoom in on space-time. Anybody got that camera?
Just show me space-time first. We'll figure out how to zoom in on it after you show it me.
It's the P1500. Hey, I got a question, Nathan. Are we still allowed to say Nathan Oakley sent me to this thing? Because I know you didn't mention it.
Yeah, indeedy. So Divergent Droid is just literally, although it's someone else, he's spamming for chocolate and 10th man at the moment, but hopefully in a moment, Divergent Droid will drop a link to Joe. And I tried to drop a link myself, but it caused problems because my mouse is switchy at the moment. But hopefully he'll drop a link and you can let him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. Let him know what we've disseminated here in the most positive light you can so your comment doesn't get really deleted. The idea being that were Joe to respond to us pointing out how nonsensical his claims of pseudo-Riemannian 4 space-time dots and their causal links in his dissemination of this complete bullshit, yeah, hopefully he'll make a response to us and put a link to my video in, so I receive some algorithmic love from him where the algorithmic overlords of YouTube do not offer it to me. But were he to put a link to my video, it might actually have some positive effect. 90 people watching. Please share the show. It'd be great to get to 100. Oh, come on, mouse. Come on.
Connect them represent the causal relationships between those two dots. And if that event causes another event, then another line will form, and so on. And this sort of lattice work of connections between the events is known as a causal structure. Now, of course, if you're talking about the tiniest discrete chunks of space-time, you have to...
What discrete chunks of space-time? Discrete chunks of pseudo space-time. No such thing exists, my friend.
Measure them in the time.
Did he just say that the dots on his sheet of paper are caused by space-time?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought he said.
Yes, measurements that we know of, and that's Planck length and Planck time. So with causal set theory, Planck length and Planck time represent the smallest possible distances and times between space-time events. But
you can't have distances between things that are most assuredly linear. Yeah, I don't jump between one section of my timeline when I reify it into a geodesic that I can travel along. That must be linear. Imagine, to put this into context, if you've got a hand that's a second hand on a watch, yeah? So imagine you're looking down at your watch, it's got a second hand. It doesn't matter if each increment ticks. In other words, it's pointing at the 12, and then 1 second later, it ticks and goes to the 1. The hand has to pass through every single position between 12 o'clock and the 1 minute mark, representing 1 second on the hands and markings on a clock. It can't not go from A, that's the 12 o'clock mark, to B, that's the 1 minute mark, without passing through every single position in between the two. It cannot do that. What this, currently being described by Joe Scott, is describing is there being a binary or digital transition from one with no in between to the next. Now, in reality, that isn't possible. We have a linear existence. We don't move in a binary fashion from one position to the next in a quantized state because you need to incorporate quantization into your bullshit theories that are colloquial only.
Anyway, you get the idea.
No, we don't get the idea. We're ripping it apart, Joe.
Causal set theory, space-time is granular.
Granular, yeah, like individual grains. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, it's bollocks.
But what does that mean?
It means nothing. It's total nonsense based on dissemination of quantization for a pseudo-geometry space-time when describing lots of them as dots.
What that means is that singularities can't happen because the chunks of space-time can't get infinitely close together. If there are no singularities, that means there was no Big Bang. The universe has always existed, and time has no beginning. Steady state, baby. Now there's...
Other than it violates the second law of thermodynamics. Shout out to you, John.
An important thing to remember about this theory, and that is that...
Not a theory. It would have scientific validity, experimentation, cause and effect reasoning, and a hypothesis, and a naturally observed phenomena. You don't have any of those things.
That, we have no proof.
So you definitely don't have any scientific theory, then?
We haven't found evidence of these tiniest causal units, which are called causettes, by the way.
So you don't have a naturally occurring phenomena either. Very definitely not scientific. Go ahead, Chocolate.
Was that the disclaimer right there we got? All this nonsense he was just talking about, we have no proof?
Yes.
Thanks, buddy.
But it's a pretty good, solid grounding.
That confessional debating again. He's up to par with the new tactic.
Yep. Like
he's giving us all the codes. He said, "Let's imagine," and then he just said, "It hasn't been proven." So I mean, end of story.
Like string theory, you know, we've never found the strings, but the math checks out.
Does it? It's pseudo-geometry, four-dimensional pseudo-Riemannian space-time bending wrapped round into tubes to give you multiple dimensions as strings. But you think that checks out because the descriptions check out? So if I describe unicorns in Spanish, if the Spanish checks out, that makes the unicorns real, right? Because it only matters whether or not the language used to describe this is checking out or not. Because that's all maths is, the language. But if the language is cool, then so is the thing the language is describing. So if the Spanish is cool, unicorns are cool. because I've described them accurately in Spanish.
Same
Can
with
you
causal
play
set.
that? Hang on. Can you play the last 5 seconds again, please?
We haven't found evidence of these tiniest causal units, which are called cosets, by the way. It's kind of like string theory. You know, we've never found the strings, but the math checks out.
Stop. We
Yeah,
never.
because of
You can't
causal
see.
units. Hmm.
You can't see the geometric horizon, but the math checks out.
Same with causal set theory. It's a mathematical construct. And there's 2 things I can tell you about the math and causal set theory. 1, it works. 2,
Works, that's a word that implies physics, doesn't it? I hate that word when they use it to contextualize something that's been described and functional in mathematics. That's the description, the language. Being concise or being accurate in the language doesn't mean it's going to do work. Because work is something that burly men do. That's not something that mathematical equations can do. They can't do anything in physics.
it's way over my head. So let me explain it with a bunch of words that I found but don't understand. Okay, so causal set theory at its core is based on a mathematical concept called partial order relation. This is used to describe a set of events that have a cause and effect relationship with each other.
So it's used to describe cause and effect relationships. Scientific method establishes the cause of an effect if you validate a hypothesis after observing a natural phenomena. But you're saying in this contrived description in maths, it's describing cause and effect relationships. So subverting all need for empirical science then. I mean, pretty useful for you as a bullshitter.
Causal set theory
Nathan,
builds on...
You must forgive him, though, because he did just say he's going to try to describe this using words he doesn't even know.
Okay.
Yeah, he doesn't
that's
understand.
forgivable. When the show concludes, I'm going to do my brain surgery piece. And I don't know a great deal about brain surgery, but I will parrot off how to do it with a few words I've read. Nothing wrong with that.
Yep, yep, that checks out.
On top of partial order relation by defining a set of axioms, which are rules for how it all works.
Works, there's that word again. You mean how it's described, how it's linguistically correct within the mathematics. That's the language. That's what you mean. So once those have been established, what makes it a reality? No, these are just conventions and descriptions. You already disclaimed that at the beginning, didn't you?
They basically define the essential properties of the causal...
You don't get it. I mean, math is hard labor, man. It's hard labor.
Structure, which I talked about earlier. So one of these axioms is a requirement that the partial order relation be acyclic. This means there can't be any loops between the causal relationships between events. Another axiom requires that the partial order...
Sorry, one of the axioms is no circular reasoning? Is that what you're saying?
Relation has to be locally finite, which ensures that the causal structure is not too dense or sparse.
You're ascribing how things must be in physical reality by laying down rules in maths. Yeah, axioms. Okay. So what for the principles of the language? Okay. That doesn't affect physical reality, though.
There's obviously way more to it, but yeah, it's math based on partial order relation. But
order, again, no. Ordering things in the pseudo-mathematics isn't in any way affecting my reality.
If you want to talk about the elements of the causal set itself, the cosets, we can refer to a paper by Professor Emeritus at Syracuse University, Raphael Sorkin. He describes cosets as point events that carry information, saying, quote, for some pairs, x, y, of elements, not for all, we have the information that x comes before y, or...
Information? I see. Well, it's kind of like the causal influencer in quantum mechanics.
In other cases, that x comes after y. Physically, you should...
Physically? No, mathematically? Yeah, when you describe things as x and y, you think that's physics? No. This is mathematics.
Think of this ordering as a microscopic counterpoint of the macroscopic relation of before and after in time. For some events, we know that they take place after certain other events.
That's fascinating. Yeah, we have a description of it. It's called the second law of thermodynamics. Describes the arrow of time.
He goes on to explain that the word causal comes in because we say that an event is...
Because you're bullshitting about scientific validity you don't have. Causality and cause is established with science. That's its primary purpose. To establish cause?
Later than another event if the latter could exert a causal influence on the former.
You can establish that by varying and manipulating that which you assume causes the event, or, as we would describe it, phenomena. That's how science works. You vary that which you assume causes the effect and see if it does or not.
Another way of describing it was laid out by Professor Samadi Surya in the journal Living Reviews in Relativity, saying, quote, causal set theory is deeply rooted in the Lorentzian character of spacetime, where
Really? So it's based in a pseudo-geometry? I see.
primary role is played by the causal structure poset.
Causal? There's that word again. No, you see, you're trying to work outside the purview of the scientific validity that you're trying to smash this together with quantum mechanics, but within the descriptions of the mathematics, ascribing causal structure. No, there's nothing causal in this mathematics.
Importantly, the assumption of a fundamental discreteness in CST.
Assumptions? Again, there's that word. You would assume a cause if you're doing science, and you'd vary it to validate it.
Does not violate local Lorentz invariance in the
It doesn't vary and violate other mathematic bullshit. I see.
continuum approximation.
Get set to tap.
Hang on a second. Yeah. Now, what all that means, to my understanding anyway, is that causal set theory works with Lorentzian geometry. This is...
Sounds a lot like mathematics. Works with geometry? What, Earth measurements? Oh, definitely not. This has nothing to do with Earth measurements. That's what geometry is.
what uses light cones to describe the geometry of light traveling through space-time.
All right, no. Space-time is a pseudo-geometry. We don't have any space-time for light to travel through. It's absurd.
You could say light cones are to Lorentz geometry what a circle is to Euclidean geometry.
Geometry. Earth measurement, you mean? No, you see, in Euclidean geometry, you can practically apply those things to geometry.
This means that cosets can be mapped onto Lorentzian light cones.
Can they really? Meanwhile, geometry has everything to do with Earth measurement.
And what's cool about that is using this mapping, we can study the
Mapping? Sounds like he's talking about Earth measurement to me.
implications of space-time's discreteness.
Space-time, you don't map space-time. You can't bend a geodesic and then map it. Because it's not real, it's pseudo. It's a description in Einstein's maths. But you think this is something to do with mapping? Definitely not.
And how particles behave at high energies or the properties of light.
No, we can establish those sorts of things through quantum mechanics, and they've been put to practical effect. We've got quite a substantial amount of technology off the back of that scientific validity, but it was offered by quantum mechanics.
Black holes. So there's a reason why this whole approach is popular to some physicists.
Popular? Meanwhile, quantum mechanics has benefited humanity. That's what you find when you scientifically validate things. They offer useful outcomes moving forward.
So there was a paper written on CST called If Time Had No Beginning, and in it the authors talk about how in order to explain physics before the Big Bang, we...
No, physics before the Big Bang. No. Conjecture given to you by a priest. No, not physics before conjecture invented by a priest. See, you're smashing these words together to make it seem like what's being disseminated has any bearing on reality. It doesn't.
We kind of have to turn to quantum gravity, which...
Quantum being scientifically validated again, gravity being the conceptual bending of a pseudo-Riemannian force-space geometry.
We still haven't quite cracked.
You're never going to smash together the physics of things that have given us practical technology after scientific validation versus the useless and absolutely no practical application whatsoever of Einstein-bent 4D space-time. Those two things will never, ever, ever be useful together. One has use, the other does not.
Did he just say that he was going to describe the physical before the physical existed?
Yep. Before the Big Bang,
the
physics before the Big Bang. Yeah, the physical before the physical. Yes, that's right.
But they argue that you...
You know what's cool about what you're doing, Nathan, what you've always been doing? This reminds me of a court case, and you are either the DA or the defense, and you're objecting to everything that this slick person tries to say while he's cross-examining on examining the witness and saying these words to try to influence the public, aka the jury. And you're crunching it right there, catching them. Objection, circumstantial, objection, this and that. Excellent job. I just wanted to say that.
Thank you very much.
He's definitely not the defense. He's the prosecutor.
It was
There you go.
It's all the work he did on the Amber Heard trial that's got you up to speed.
It is. So, we've got 100 people watching though. Thank you very much for all of you. Smash the share button. If you've just joined us, a very warm welcome to you. Please share the show if you've not done so already. Hey, Quantum Eraser, good to have you.
Using a causal set approach fixes that. It doesn't have to explain the singularity because there is no singularity. This...
What? There is no? Oh, okay. Well, we'll just discount that then.
This, of course, raises the question of how can there be passage of time if there's no beginning to it? Well, they suggest that time can be explained in CST through the process of space-time growth.
Through the process of pseudo-Riemannian space-time growth. I see. Now, you see, we have a law of nature that describes the passage of time and decay, entropy. That's the second law of thermodynamics. This is surplus to requirements. Go ahead, whoever that is. No?
Or, as the paper's co-author Bruno Binto told Live Science in 2021, quote, a huge part of the causal set philosophy is that the passage of time is
philosophy? There was me thinking this was physics.
Something physical, that it should
So the philosophy of the physical.
not be attributed to some emergent sort of illusion or to something that happens inside our brains that makes us think that the time passes. This passing is, in itself, a manifestation of the physical theory.
So the passage of time, which is a convention we have developed to describe just that, is actually a manifestation of the physical theory. I see. See, this sounds like a lot of bullshit words that incorporate scientific sounding terminologies to make a pseudo description sound real.
So, in a causal set theory, a causal set will grow one atom at a time and get bigger and bigger.
What a load of old bollocks.
Okay, but what about all those observations I talked about at the beginning of this video that point to there having been a Big Bang and a...
So observations don't give you that. They're just observations. Observe and declare? What are all these observations that told us that there was a beginning of time with the Big Bang violating the first law of You think you got that from looking at stuff, do you? No.
Well, didn't he?
Go on.
Didn't he just say that one atom will cause more atom? Like, that's just a straight up contradiction of the first law.
Yep.
Like, one atom is going to bring multiple atoms into existence? No, that's no.
It will grow one atom at a time.
It seems he's putting in the official disclaimer now, because now he's going back. Remember all that stuff I talked about at the beginning of the video, when in the past 10 minutes he's been talking nonsense and saying things like, I don't know what I'm talking about, so I'm just going to say these words. We have no proof. We ain't cracked that yet. And use your imagination. That's all I've gotten from this guy.
Does he not know that two atoms got to do the nasty to make other atoms? I'm not saying.
Go ahead, Adam.
No, that was not me.
Universal
it's gotta grow.
expansion.
What the claim was, wasn't it? It's going to grow one atom at a time. I don't know, but that whole jumbled mess of a paragraph began with the disclaimer, which says it all to me in this philosophy. So we're no longer, the disclaimer just means what I'm about to say has got nothing to do with the title. We're now out of the realms of physics and solely into philosophy.
Well, their explanation is to say that basically from time to time in this infinite expanse of space-time, random fluctuations in energy could sort of merge into an explosion of energy and matter, kind of like a rogue wave in the ocean. Meaning, if you could see for infinity in this vast expanse over infinite space and time, you just see universes.
Say again?
Is Nathan muted?
Yeah,
again?
that we lost sound there. I don't know.
Oh, it's me. I was accidentally on mute. My buttons aren't working as they should. That's going to happen from time to time.
Bubbling up in this endless ocean of quantum space-time foam. But because of the speed of light, none of them...
Speed of what now? You're going to need to validate Einstein's geometry to develop a speed of light. So, given that it's a pseudo-geometry, your assertions of the speed of light are going to fall to the wayside pretty quickly.
Would be able to reach any others, and none of us would ever know that any of these other universes were there. Kind of like a steady-state version of the multiverse. Now...
Kind of like a
What?
second law of thermodynamics version of the universe that you claim expands. I see.
Nathan, could you play that again in its whole? Like, what did he just say?
If you could see for infinity in this vast expanse over infinite space and time, you just see universes bubbling up in this endless ocean of quantum space-time foam. But because of the speed of light, none of them would be able to reach any others, and none of us would
Infinite
ever
ocean
know.
of quantum space-time foam.
That's what I was thinking.
Okay,
Quantum
buddy.
space-time
But
foam.
he also said that we're actually not able to perceive it. So it's basically like an inference based on a calculation to measure or to calculate that which cannot be measured. That's what he just described,
That's
I think.
perfectly reasonable.
Sham.
You can't see the cesium gas in Narnia. Doesn't mean it's not there.
But that's why before you said, imagine we can zoom in on this thing that he just said we can't see.
Chocolate, it sounds like a fugazi to me.
Yes, sir.
I've just
We
read,
gotta make up a song for
because
space
I've
phone.
not heard of
Space
steady
phone.
state theory. But the definition explaining science kind of sums it all up. What kind of switcheroo-y mind trick they're trying to play here. This is the definition, the steady state theory. And if this is a theological resolution, I'll eat my hat. One of the elegant features of the steady state theory is that because the universe is infinitely old, the question of its origin doesn't arrive. I beg you. I mean, that's a justification. Yeah.
Infinitely old? Really?
The elegant feature of the steady state is that because the universe is infinitely old, the question of its origin doesn't arise.
Yeah, that checks out.
So we were always there. They went for the third option.
I was
All of this
waiting for the space phone. I got the space phone. That's all I wanted to hear from
Sounds
somebody
bonkers.
else.
But I mean, every theory about the beginning of the universe sounds bonkers. Like, this isn't the first theory that I've heard talk about the idea of quantum space-time foam bubbling up universes.
None of them are theories.
I mean, you could go back to my video on the ekpyrotic universe theory, where
Also not a theory, not scientifically validated.
the Big Bang is explained as a breakaway piece of quantum membrane that breaks off and smacks into another quantum membrane like a wet towel.
Sounds like bollocks.
That's how they explain it, like it's a wet towel hitting another universe in the face. Seriously. Yeah, and pretty much every explanation for the beginning of the universe, the mantra still seems to be, give us one miracle and we'll take it from there. So I don't know, maybe it's not so weird that the most accepted theory so far was created by a Roman Catholic priest.
Yeah, that's not the case. It's not just give us a miracle. So what you establish is that your causality is affected by information. So therefore, when you're trying to establish the beginning of the arrow of time, in the case of this example, it would be origins that lead you to the ontological primitives. So you've only got really two questions that you can have that would give you a potential answer to the beginning of time. One is the supposition, as you've offered in many of these quote-unquote theories, that nature created itself. That's a straight-up violation of the first law of thermodynamics. You can't have that. You can't have nature creating itself when nature can't create itself. It violates a law of nature. So then what are you left with? There must have been an outside influencer validated by quantum mechanics because it's the information that comes first. So therefore, there must have been something to have information. Well, what do you need to have information? A knower. So before it all began, there must have been information, and that can only have existed if there is a knower. Therefore,
Sounds like God to me.
if you want to conclude with that, you're welcome to, Neil. Therefore, there is a God. Therefore, the only way that the creation could have started was by an outside influencer, a creator. Now, that word may not offend some. The next one will. God. Because it's the only alternative. You can't have nature creating itself. It violates a law of nature.
But right now, like I said, this is all math. It all still needs to be proven experimentally, and
What, like quantum mechanics? It's not all math. You mentioned quantum many times. That's got scientific validity. So you've not researched any of this, have you, Joe? Because if you had, you wouldn't say this is all just math. Quantum mechanics isn't mathematics. It's physics.
Wait, he
Didn't
said
cite
math.
quantum mechanics. He cited quantum foam. So he was doing the hybrid child of quantum mechanics and Einsteinian, wasn't he? He's trying to put it together to create quantum foam, which is Einsteinian ether. That's what he postulated there.
It all sounds very alchemical. if you ask
He
me.
just gave, if you listen, he just gave the summary. He said, all of this is just math. None of it's been proven experimentally. Well,
So you
thanks,
come.
buddy.
So wait, you come up with a math equation, and then you could prove something scientifically?
No.
That's what he said.
Go back like 10 seconds, Nathan.
I don't know. Maybe it's not so weird that the most accepted theory so far was created by a Roman Catholic priest. But right now, like I said, this is all math. It all still needs to be proven experimentally, and to my knowledge anyway, there are no experiments in the works to prove this just yet. So, we'll see.
That's a hell of a disclaimer after how long was this video? And at the end, it's all math. There's no proof for any of this, so I just spoke for nothing.
The question
Thanks.
is,
Thanks, Joe.
given his
comes at the
understanding
end.
of this and his
That's how you
disclaimer at
do
the
it.
end, given his understanding and disclaimer, why did he say that it was scientists postulating this garbage then? If there's no scientific validity, why have any of the contributing players had the word scientist described to their title? I don't get it, Joe. If you know this is maths, why did you say that they were scientists?
Apparently, they just like ascribing things to people that don't. I mean, he even said it, right? In the beginning, that the term Big Bang was ascribed to somebody who doesn't even believe it.
Nathan,
Like-
wouldn't it be more correct when these so-called scientists are theoretical scientists, where they do not do experiments for cause and effect? All they have is math. It's a
They're
world of math.
mathematicians.
It's not
They're math.
reality.
That means they're mathematicians.
It all depends on what.
One of my favorite.
Oh.
Sorry, Arwen. Go ahead.
All right. It all look. He said scientists, but it depends on whether he meant scientists or scientists. You see.
Well,
Pseudoscientists.
there's this theoretical physicist named Michio Kaku. Says one of my favorite lines. Says, in science, we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork. End quote.
How can
Sounds
a
like the whole video.
How can a professor in a claim to be science not know that experiment is involved in the scientific? He said observation, but he never said experiment one time.
It's the equivalent
but-
of confession, isn't it? It's,
Yeah, but
Forgive
I
me,
think he
Father,
knows
for I
that,
have
though.
sinned. Yeah.
Sorry,
no,
No,
sorry.
he should have finished. He should have finished his thought. Nobody in my field understands the scientific method. You should have finished that thought.
Agreed.
So links are going down below for anybody who wants to dive further into this or maybe actually understands this way better than I did.
Alternatively, the 104 people watching can go to his channel, that's Joe Scott, and let him know via the link going by in chat, hopefully, that at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me to respond to your nonsense. Keep it polite. You'll probably just get your comment deleted if you're not. But hopefully he'll respond and return the favour and pop a link to our video in his response, sharing the algorithmic love we do not receive from YouTube.
But you guys tell me, what does that
Nathan,
mean?
Yes.
Speaking of that, when I mentioned that before, I did that, and I kid you not, less than 10 seconds, I got one of those highlighted comments. You're a YouTuber. Who does that? Is it the YouTuber owner? Is it because I did Nathan Oakley sent me here while reviewing this fascinating video with a smiley face. And less than 10 seconds, I literally got a highlighted comment. Who determines it's a highlighted comment or puts, I don't know. It wasn't just a like, thumbs up like, it was a highlighted. So with that being said, I'm just saying
You
it
can
works
pin
to
it.
do that because
It wasn't pinned.
somebody's
Hey, your
Well,
official
hello?
YouTube channel.
Hello? Yeah, you can pin a comment. So if somebody leaves you a comment, you can pin it. But I don't know what you mean by highlighted. If it's pinned to the top, that's done by the owner of the
Yes.
channel.
Okay, so he did that. That's what he did to mine.
Who?
So he responds. So it's good to do what you're saying
Who?
do. Do the Nathan Oakley sent me.
I think he's talking about the guy who made the video.
Talking about this guy on screen now.
I don't know. Whoever did the channel pinned my comment when I said Nathan Oakley sent me while reviewing this fascinating comment with a smiley face. Before I even got back to Discord from doing that, I I saw that it was pinned and highlighted.
But with which channel, which YouTube channel are you talking about?
This Joe Scott, Joe
Thank you.
Scott's video. This video.
Thank you.
This video.
Perfect. That's brilliant. So at the
Okay.
very least,
Okay.
at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me has been pinned by Joe Scott. Good. Hopefully you'll make a response and pin a link to my video where I receive no
Cool.
algorithmic love for understanding this nonsense that you disclaim you don't understand. Well, we do.
Mean to you to be in a universe with no beginning or end? You know, does it make you feel part of something infinite? Does it not matter because you got to get up and go to work tomorrow anyway?
It's not about how you feel if you're doing science. It's about what you can actually use to the benefit of humanity at the end of the experimental process. But I mean, this is all this garbage is worth. How does this make you feel? Who cares?
Talk about it in the comments. By the way, there is one upside to a steady state universe, and that's the fact that in an infinite, never-ending universe, you'd have more time to craft delicious, healthy meals with today's sponsor, HelloFresh. Granted, your lifespan would still be the same.
There's a fair bit after this, so I'm just going to spin past this.
No, you're done. That's it. It's over.
Oh, okay.
So
Now, hang on.
there's the upside to a second law of thermodynamics violation universe, right?
Tell me how it makes you feel, John. That's really all that matters.
By this last statement, what he was playing the middle guy throughout most of this video that he did. He's saying what he's reading, and then he has to say, sounds bonkers, doesn't it? But, and then he goes into it. And he says, well, there's no test, no science behind it. It's all math. So he's in the middle and saying, this is what they're giving us as answers, and then throwing a little history behind it for color. And then at the end, he says, well, maybe you're kind of the guy who, it doesn't matter. So check out the sponsor. Maybe just eat all you want, because when you die, you die. I mean, if it doesn't
But
matter.
in the middle of that, he was just like, yeah, I'm about to describe this thing using some words I don't really understand, but here we go.
Right. But see, that's the reason I wanted this to be the video today, because he's actually saying, I can't even believe what I'm reading, but I got to report on it. And he's reporting on it, but he's messing everything up while he's doing it, because he's in his paradigm, which is false.
But this is not the first time we've heard that type of thing, right? I know this sounds crazy, or I know this sounds a little weird, or I know, there's always that little, yeah, this sounds fucking insane, but yeah, this is what we believe, guys. Team Globe.
Don't say NID. No, you're right. But Hillbilly came in because he thought it was happy hour, and we saw it was the full menu at the full price. He decided he'll come back at 3.
Yeah, I told him, I said, listen, when I come to Gem, I don't sit in the chat. I join the show. Come on. And he left.
Well,
Hey,
when I
y'all,
go to Gem, I pump weights. I don't know what you do at your gym.
Hey y'all, I wrote a jingle for my favorite topic, space foam. Y'all want to hear it? It goes, space foam. You can shave with it. Space foam. Make clay with it. Space foam. You can wash your face with it. Space foam. And you can lay in it. That's the new jingle for space foam. So think about that every time you hear the term
That's
space foam.
excellent. You and what
Thank
did
you.
that get together?
Yeah, I was about to say, you might want to think about selling that to Gillette.
I missed the it can create the universe part.
Yeah, for the astronauts to use.
Right, it's a space technology. Use it in space. And that would be technically true, because just walking around, you're in space, right?
Wait, Adam, don't they have those special Velcro things in space? I remember hearing about it once before.
Velcro was invented in space, according to the history.
No, these were special straps.
Space lettuce.
Oh gosh.
Well,
Gotta
now
love it.
if space begins at sea level, all lettuce is space lettuce.
Yes. My next BLT is going to be wonderful.
Got a little space pig on there, some space lettuce, a space tomato. Yeah.
Oh, we're having a space grill. Excellent.
Yep.
Nathan,
Yes, can I help?
we're lost, man. What are you gonna do?
I need the height of that star, quick, sharp. Where's my tape measure?
Wait a second. Maybe somebody on board already knows the height.
Did you see we put your 3 phases of the globe model up?
No, I did not.
I went and got it from Skype and stuck it up for us to critique during the live show. I've stuck it up now for the after show audience. 3 phases of the globe model. Got theory, construction, and then end result.
I stole that off Discord. Somebody posted that out. It's hilarious.
Yeah, that's an old meme, but that's one of the best ones.
Hey, I want to apologize for the ball busters. I didn't get with you. It was a highly fluid situation for the past couple days, man. I'm sorry I didn't say anything to you that ball busters was going to be today.
Oh, we have.
You are
there is a
taking part in the
Ballbusters today.
competition then.
Okay. Okay.
I didn't hear you, Nathan. You were getting rumpus by Adam.
No, I was muttering to myself. It's just I had arranged to go for a curry with the guy that's fixing my computer.
No problem,
Okay.
QE.
And then I'll still do the show. I'll just have to let him down. I mean, you know, at the end of the day, I'm a YouTube videographer, so that's my job. So if it's been rescheduled, that's unfortunate. But unfortunately, a friendly curry with my computer guy is going to have to be rescheduled for another time because it can be. But I assume the only
Yes.
reason it's on a Friday is because it can be on no other day, correct?
Yes, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it tomorrow. Cool. Okay.
I've just told
Yeah.
him. I'm definitely
I-
doing a
I
show tonight.
apologize.
Sorry. I've just told him.
I
so.
just want to officially apologize because I've been a little scattered the past couple of days, but we can move on.
We can. I've just let him know. So if you're listening, Craig, it's entirely Quantum Eraser's fault. But I'm letting you
Yes, blame. Yes, it's my fault.
Well, Good
Okay.
luck in the competition anyway, then.
down. Again?
Good luck in the. I assume it's for an archery competition, isn't it? We moved it. So good luck, QE.
Well, thank you.
Oh, it's for something so important. Oh, if only
Very
I'd have known.
Come on now.
I'm kind of pleased because it's my mother-in-law's birthday, so I've got out of trouble.
No, I'm fine. If it's tonight, it's tonight.
Nope.
But it means that this will be a relatively short after show.
Cool. Adam, you send me some slides. Where's Brian?
Well, I've got my slideshow ready because I can screen share, can't I, in Discord now? So if you're,
I don't know if I can project that.
we did on Tuesday, with the video, because I played that fireworks video.
Yeah. We could try it.
Yeah,
Send me
well,
the
I can
slides.
send them you, and you can be my slide waller if you want.
Yeah, do
Mine is
that.
correct.
Send me the
So that-
slides. Send me the slides. Let's make it easier.
Do you want the
mine are-
PowerPoint presentation, or do you just want them as individual?
Individual slides.
Just separate it out. Okay. Yeah, I'll do that later on.
Tell Brian to do the same thing if he's doing it.
Minor correction, not because I don't want to mislead people. I look back, it wasn't pinned. I guess the term pin means you have the little heart on it from the actual person, like when the actual person has a heart. It wasn't pinned, it just said highlighted comment in gray on top of everything and said highlighted. Now, typically, when I have somebody give a thumbs up, like or something on whatever I say, I don't always get that highlighted. I get that very rare. So I didn't know who determines it or makes it a highlighted comment. but it wasn't pinned like I've gotten pinned by Taboo, pinned by Banjo, and pinned by Nathan. It wasn't like that. So I don't know what that means. I don't know if it, who saw it and highlighted it. That's what I was saying. But nonetheless,
So
it's still good to say Nathan Oakley.
So what you're saying you don't know. So is that it?
Well, I would like to know what highlighted means.
What's the word? What's the word?
It's usually it's highlighted up top of the
It's a cooch. What is it, Neil? You
So-
call people that bust your balls a cooch. That's what Q is, a cooch.
All right. Did anyone watch McBugger Eaters and freaking Jared? Did anyone watch that?
No, we did discuss it in the pre-show a little bit though.
You did. Did anyone watch the whole thing?
I take it you did.
I did not. I didn't make it more than
How
10
could you
minutes.
How could it be discussed? Hang on. How could it be discussed in the pre-show if nobody watched it?
Yeah.
Are you saying there's a video like verbatim, booger eaters?
No.
Yeah, that's his name.
June and Jaren.
Oh! I thought it was a video where you just watch different clips of people digging in the. Okay, never mind. All right, hey.
Gross.
I don't know what you're going to get out of a video where you have two people that admit and proclaim proudly they don't know anything talking about things.
Nathan, did you get a chance to watch that?
That's not really my thing.
Okay. I just wondered.
Yeah, I watched the whole thing. It was painful.
And then fill us in. Any particular bits that you found
Before you
painful?
fill in, everybody enjoyed that premiere yesterday though, with Nathan decapitating Josh and Dave. That was a good classic to bring back. Whoever thought about that, great job. The whole everybody loved it on the thread. Everybody loved it.
Well,
Yeah,
You ran that
150 viewers live.
Oh shit! So you ran that Nancy. So we saw Nancy again.
Yeah.
just before the gentleman tells us about the video, to D-Rose about the booger eater videos, it's not science.
Have you seen that video? Have you seen Mind Shock?
Oh,
Say
it is a science. Trust me.
What is it? Is it fallacy use? He's done it. Yours appears to be very high. I've not watched it as well, but it's the same video with somebody reviewing it. I'll try and dig it out and stick it in chat.
What are you
That's
talking
been playing. The same video has been played by a guy called Mind Shock, who's reviewing it recently as well, which I find interesting.
What video are you talking about?
Talking about the Nancy debate on Earth Chronicles. Well,
Oh,
we did also, yes, Adam, we did highlight that when it came out and discuss it on one of the shows.
Yo, Earth Chronicles was hilarious. I always saw bits and pieces of it, but yesterday I was on the floor.
yeah. Well, we're just gonna chocolate. We're just gonna disagree to disagree.
Yo, that was
Right,
such a
look,
train wreck.
guys, when you all finish strong arming each other, we can move on to the guy talking about the Jaren debate. Finish strong arming me.
That was a joke.
We are giving you credit, Nathan, for how exemplary you just crushed those guys. And a lot of people didn't see that Chronicles thing or forgot about it. And by seeing it again, it kind of like I saw different things that I didn't see before when I first saw it. How you were literally the professor, and they were just being belligerent students in your classroom, asking you questions when you asked them a question. They literally learned from you.
I wouldn't give them that. I don't necessarily
No, I
ascribe that
wouldn't
to
say
them.
they learned. I don't know if they learned, but they were very inquisitive. They were like, "Well, Nathan, explain to me this. Nathan, explain to me that." It's like they never explained their claim. Instead, they just kept asking you. Well, then explain
That's
to
the
me why this and
tactic.
that.
Yeah, that's the tactic.
Okay.
Don't ever actually establish your claim. Just keep asking non sequitur questions.
Okay.
That's what works out.
We've segued away from the guy saying that he'd watched a different debate that's much more up to date than that particular one. I only broadcast it yesterday because of the absence of one of the live shows. So there was an empty day. So I had to find some material to fill that gap. Well, I happen to have that on the second channel, not published yet. So I thought I'll stick that out. I know that'll be popular. And it was. Bloody hell, 150 people watching a premiering stream. Excellent.
Really?
But the guy who was
Yeah.
telling us that you'd seen the debate with MC Toon, Jaron, and Dave Weiss. Ed.
I don't know. I don't know if David Weiss was there.
I didn't see it, but it wasn't. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if Dave Weiss was there neither, but I didn't see that one.
I believe Dave Weiss was in the comments.
Oh, he was in the comments. Is that what you were referring to in the pre-show, Neil?
Hey, just out of curiosity, has anybody watched the debate that Nathan had on the original channel versus the one that he recorded? Is there, because it seemed like Nathan got muted a lot. How much of that information actually got through to the other guy's audience?
Well, the one that played on the premiere was the one where we got to see Nathan behind the scenes exposing them to his viewing audience, unbeknownst to Josh and Dave, saying, "See, they're muting me now." Blah blah blah. It was that one, which was the best one, because you got to see Nathan even answer.
I agree. It was classic. It was really Nathan. You did a really good job on that, man.
Yeah, obviously, unbeknownst to him, when he sticks me on mute, it displays on my screen, "The host muted you," in bold type.
Let's give Patrick some credit too. Come on.
I just think that's quite useful currently when people say, "Oh, Nathan's got a mute button." What, the one that I suffer when I go out of our echo chamber that you claim I never leave, to be muted? Oh, so it's okay for me to suffer that, but not you. I see. Oh, I deal with the mute button. Did you not see me being muted by Earth Chronicles? Yeah, I just dealt with it. What's that, you bunch of pansies? You can't cope with somebody controlling the show you're on? Oh dear, how sad. Me, I just cope with it when people mute me, which is frequently. But you can't cope with that? I see. Oh, that's a shame.
Are we going to hear from the guy who actually saw the Jaron debate?
Yes, third time's a charm.
Emma Peel had me cracking up because she said, "Does anybody besides me notice how close the eyes are of Josh? How close they are in the middle of his head?"
Hey, D-Rose. D-Rose.
Yeah.
D-Rose.
Huh?
Wake up.
Yeah.
Say it again and listen to tense words again.
Listen to what?
Are we going to hear the guy speaking about the debate he saw with Jaron and McToon?
No, Tenth, can't we have somebody who hasn't seen it keep commenting?
Well, as an unbiased
let me bring up a random comment.
non-observer,
Who was it from
I've seen
Discord?
it.
Let's just establish. Was it you, Rayleigh Criterion?
Yes, it was me.
You fill us in.
And they kept talking about things like squishing photographs and things like that and saying, "Oh, that's proof there's curve," not knowing that, digital photography is not the same as raw photography. It's just little things like that. They're getting all the details wrong. And of course, McToon, as we like to call him, because he says he identifies flat earthers because they call him McToon, whereas his group of Globers call him MC Toon. So he's got like this smugness about him, like, "Oh, I can't possibly be wrong."
A retard smugness. That's what we love, Nathan. This is gonna have to be a review. It's a step back into 2015. Both
Huey,
boogeries.
I said that this morning, but I was ignored.
We weren't ignored.
Wait a minute.
Bloody outrage. You said ignored. We had a 10-minute discussion about it.
Not discussion, review. I said review. Instead, you wanted to listen to somebody talk about space-time and geodesics in space-time, and then at the end say it's all make-believe bullshit.
Yeah, I see that as much more worthy. However, if in a pre-show or an after-show, then maybe, like in the same way Globemann, typically, if you'd brought that on to a live show, I'd go, no, I don't want to do this. But in the pre-show, yeah, I'll have a little rant at Globemann. I'll have a little listen to an internal discussion between an anti-flat Earth and flat Earth proponent. Yeah, fine. But in terms of what's worthy of the live show, I just don't think it is. And I did explain that to you. It wasn't ignored, Neil.
Okay, he didn't get the
Hang
memo,
on there.
Huey. 1 second. Let me just say one thing, and then I'm going to go to work. Huey, Nathan didn't get the memo of who you're going after. So maybe you should send the memo to Nathan.
Rayleigh criteria. So say that part about the Earth curve. They were using what to prove it?
Yeah, they're taking digital photographs and then compressing the photographs in the horizontal to make it look like there's, you see the observed curve there as we compress the photograph? But they don't understand digital photography. You can't do that.
One image in video and still, what do you think they might say to that? Because Earth curve should be seen at 1.22 miles.
Yeah, there should be
It was so
millions
much
of
more.
photographs of curvature.
It was so much more than that. Even the part that I listened to, that must have been way, way beyond the first part of this. Absolutely.
Yeah, that was later on in the broadcast.
Yeah. Hey, Ken, we need to put this in our curriculum.
Well, you can do it. I don't. That's how long is the debate? Because there's so many others that are. How long
Who
was the
cares
debate?
how long it is? We don't train to fucking time.
I don't know about you, but I got
we trained to standard.
Pacific Standard or Mountain. What time are you in?
Hey,
yeah.
are we allowed to cuss on this one? This is after show. We
Well,
should.
I haven't even finished, D-Rose.
Oh, sorry. I just want to make sure. Good, Ted.
Yeah, I still like your space foam stuff, though. That was good. So they have to go to pictures compressed to show Earth curve.
Oh, we're back on this again.
But no, it's very important because for people listening, it shouldn't be obvious we live on a globe based on the math for the globe they gave us. This is the extent they have to go to. They can't show us Earth curvature unless they compress pixels.
Was there any positive things that you could say about it, Rayleigh criteria?
Why is anybody debating pictures anyway?
About the positive thing was that it was only an hour and a half.
No. Jaron must have won.
Did he?
There must have been some points Jaron won, surely.
Yeah, but you know how Jaron is with his points. Sometimes he just sort of glosses over the facts a little bit, you know.
Was it the picture? Was it the picture with the what is it, that level? Was that the picture they brought up?
I'm not certain where he got the picture. I think it was from McToon's website, in which they had
so it is the picture with the level
horizon, and they compress down the picture.
Yeah, it's the picture with the lever where he just
because the
leaves out the
horizon's
table.
Earth curve now.
Oh my God! So it's a
Could you
picture
guys
with
just
the
let him
level.
speak?
Guys, can you hear
Jesus
the Bookfin
Christ.
trying to get a word in? It's his third attempt.
It's the picture with the level where he leaves out the table, and the table also gets really distorted. I guess they forgot to mention barrel distortion. And I don't know if did they mention anything about barrel distortion in his show.
Not that I can remember.
Ouch.
But okay. So we've got
Is
that 1
what it's
point.
descended to?
Okay. So on Mattoon's website, just to summarise, he's got a picture that shows the horizon squashed down to a narrow picture showing that it bends. Jaron's overcome it by showing that he can do the same thing with a table. Okay. Perfectly reasonable.
No. The McToon left out the table, which distorts crazily as well. So meaning the whole table curves as well, which is supposed to be flat table.
Yeah, I got
Are
it.
we really going back to 2016?
I got it.
Yeah.
Before we critique the fact that we're going back in time to old arguments, fine. What else was there?
There was. You need to. It needs to be on the turnstile there, 10th.
But is that what the ballers are presenting now?
Yeah, it's so
squished photos through a
oh,
lead.
I
just
told
put
y'all
it on the
yesterday.
turnstile, talking about something that no one's seen. The audience hasn't seen it yet. Just put it in the turnstile. Make it for Monday. You need to do
Well,
it.
Nathan, it's up to you, but I'm not going to review it. I'm just going to put it up if you want to do it.
Have you got it now?
Hey, like I said,
Let's have a look.
like me and
Just get it up now.
like we said yesterday.
Oh, God.
Sorry.
Okay, we'll
No, I'm
have a
saying
look.
like we said yesterday.
Okay,
like we
my
said
bad.
yesterday.
Oh my God.
Okay. So we will review this now as we are discussing it now. If I can get through the statement that we are going to do this without another interruption. We'll see. Okay. So, for the sake of... Oh, it's actually Jaren. Oh, well, it's a pleasure to actually share a semi-friendly for a change. So yeah, let Jaren know, as it's been done on his channel, which is Ace. At Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. Oh, of course, the live stream's over. Bollocks. Can't share the link with anybody. Note to self, when this comes out for the members or when it gets published as a premiering stream, please let Jeranism know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. Anyway.
Nathan, you're going to have to skip the introduction and nonsense like that. It's just a waste of time. I don't know the time hack where it actually starts.
What I was going to say, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I was going to say, oh my God.
Yeah, do it to him, D-Rose. Do it to him. That's right. Oh God.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, Nathan, but what I was saying was, like we said yesterday, the deceit. I mean, it shouldn't be surprising that they're either pulling old tactics out or creating new tactics out of desperation. But the deceit has just gone to the next level of what they're doing. They're pulling old bag of tricks and they're making up new tricks to try to keep deceiving the masses. So I'm not surprised about the bending thing you did.
This is about evaluating the Neolithic incompetence of both idiots. That's what it's about, period.
Basic. I don't even know who messaged who first a couple months ago. And just kind of been going back and forth and kind of talked about maybe doing a show, maybe seeing how it goes. And if we end up yelling and screaming like children, then probably won't do another one. But if we can get through this one, maybe we can do it again. It's something that personally I've wanted something like this, I guess, even since back with the, and I'm not saying it'll be McToon because it might not be. MC Toon, sorry. I'm going to make that mistake over and over again. But I wanted this even since back when, Red's rhetoric is one. There's not talk through. And I will know by the end of this show, well, I think
MC Toon, you can call me Mike, or I think four. So I think a good number of them.
That's true. I remember that.
Familiar.
Best show ever. Had the best ratings. No, I'm just kidding. It's a lie.
Anyway, I'm currently live on my channel with 575 people. So walked away. Where'd you go?
Okay. So let me. All right. Let's bring this over here so you can see it real quick. You can see that now, maybe. Yes, you can. Right? It's coin flip. We are going to. I'll let you call it. Ready?
Oh no! Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. I got to get it on screen so
Oh,
people can see it. All right, go ahead.
Nathan,
Go ahead.
Call it.
Head second.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, they're going to go 5-minute introductions. It's a waste of time. You have to get past the introductions.
Okay, I'm 7 minutes into the video. This is shite. As a viewer, this is what we're doing now is shite. It's an hour and a half long, and I'm 7 minutes in, and you're saying, oh, I got to go skip past the intros. Do you want me to go to 20 minutes in? Is that enough?
Right, yeah. It'd probably be better to do it like on Monday.
It won't make any difference what day we do it.
Yeah, well.
Hang on,
of course, Monday, this will magically turn into me being able to telepathically know what place to go in the video.
No. We'll get you time hacks, for goodness sakes. You want me to go over every single detail?
Yeah, I need to know that you can actually do something to make it worthwhile, but we're doing it now.
Yeah, but you're going to waste your time for 15 minutes not doing anything, listening to a couple numpties talk back and forth together like idiots about nothing.
Play you nice.
Well, D-Rose said they're up to tricks, so these are serial debaters.
That helped.
God.
That was pretty good, I thought.
Do what you want.
Deception. Then you guys are the worst at actually uncovering anything. You're the least skeptical people I've ever known in my life. You're not skeptical of anything as long as it comes from science. There's no skepticism.
Okay, we can
I
start
liked
there.
your pun, 10th man. I liked your pun.
We can start there.
Oh, yes.
What comes from science?
Right. Jaron's critique of MC Toon is to say, unless it comes from science. Well, unfortunately for Jaron, that would imply that what he's going to use has scientific validity. In which case, if that was contextually true, we know it isn't from Jaron, and why, then we would have to agree. If it's come from science, in quotes, then it has empiricism attached to it. Science proves things, Jaron. So, by our vernacular, what we would say is, unless it's come from a pseudoscience priest, a la Neil deGrasse Tyson or Brian Cox or any other number of astrophysicists, then you won't accept it. But when you say you'll only accept it if it comes from science, will you be a fool not to? Because it would have empiricism attached if it's come from science.
So it's hilarious to me that the people that are supposed to be skeptical, for instance, when we had the 24-hour video of the sun from Antarctica, and you guys brought it to us as evidence. Here it is. Here's the evidence. Well, we had to point out to you that it was looped, that it was altered. None of you guys found that. We found it. So if it wasn't for flat earthers, you guys would just be accepting anything that floats your boat. Anything.
You don't think he's got a good point?
Yeah, that's a good point.
I like the loop.
Pre-confirms.
I like that he said it was looped. But he probably didn't mean it in the same way.
Missing the point. Yes, Jaron's dropped in the overarching point, which is subtle and clever, but what he's doing is pointing out to McToon, you guys will swallow anything. You have no discernment. You're not looking at this footage and seeing where there may be fault in it. You're just throwing it up as evidence without having looked at it in any critical manner. That's Jaron's point, and I agree.
Yeah, it's a good point. +1.
Or, gives you what you've been looking for. So I don't think that really globe earthers are truly looking for the truth. They think they already have it. They've already said before that, people that are intelligent don't go looking for answers to questions or to questions or to answers that they already think they know. Right. So it's not as if MC Toon watches one of my videos or somebody else's and is actually trying to learn. What he's doing is watching it for joke quality, looking for things that he can poke fun at. There's no actual investigation going on at all. If any, it's to go and reconfirm something that he already believes. So, we don't believe that spectroscopy works. Okay, well then he goes and grabs a paper and then brings it back, which is not impressive to anyone, at least to me. And I used to think it was impressive. I used to think that people that went to school and got it in college education were impressive. And I guess, look at them as impressive as they stuck with it. They did the hard work when many of us just bailed. We didn't see the light at the end of the tunnel. So we just got out. It wasn't a matter of weren't smart enough. I think if you went through and looked at people that dropped out of college, it doesn't necessarily mean they're not smart enough. It just meant that they weren't willing to regurgitate, to do the extra work, to do work that seemed mundane, to do work that seemed unimportant. And some people were yes men. Some people were absolutely okay with doing anything that the teacher asked them. And this is the world that we live in, where you get promoted, you get straight A's, you get to become a professor, you get to become a...
Again.
I suppose that's a good way of telling yourself you were right to drop out. There are a lot of people that work hard and are very intelligent, and that's how they manage to get through without it being a problem. What is this? Is this apologetics for his education whilst having a slight dig at other people that have achieved qualifications and undermining it? I'm not sure what this is. I'm not sure what we're doing here, full stop. What are we trying to find? Something that Jaron says that we can laugh at, or...
I think he's preparing to throw the baby out with the bathwater, as Kiwi said.
I just heard him cite spectroscopy now. You know what I mean? That's a good thing. What's the purpose? What we're looking for here is this.
If I may answer, he's trying to let you know that those with PhDs, those with accolades, those with badges can be the most non-critical thinking, regurgitating, parroting, even nefarious, scheming, lying individuals who impress and influence the people because of their accolades and their titles. That's all he's saying. He's not knocking the ones that are either, blindly going into it and trying to get an education, try to make money and provide for their family, or think that they're providing a service to the public. But he's letting you know that we always prejudge these people as being, but they sometimes, we've seen the videos, they're the biggest crooked, corrupt, or idiots out there. So that's what he's saying. That's how I get from it.
Yeah, but it's fallacious reasoning because John is highly educated, Adam is highly educated, and they're looking into it. And Jaron is trying to pivot by saying that I thought educated people would be at least my way fundamentally. They would check, they wouldn't just believe everything. So I don't know what he's trying to say there.
Let him continue.
A dean. These are the people that move on, because you do whatever you're told and believe whatever you're told to believe. So one of the things we always get is, what are your credentials, Sharon? What are your credentials? Show us your credentials. Well, thank God I don't have credentials. If I had credentials, if I went to college, I would believe what you guys do, because the point of college is to indoctrinate those people.
Right,
Now,
so there's the point of objection, isn't it?
It's a nice stereotype fallacy.
Yeah,
no, it's not necessarily a stereotyping
went to
fallacy.
university. It just makes no sense.
He's described it to himself, hasn't he, Adam? So he said, had I have gone through that process, would just believe what the masses believe. So it's not necessarily a stereotyping fallacy. He is describing it to himself. But you are right, Adam. That is what he's doing. You were 100% correct.
it's an easy thing to see that if you were elite, if you were upper echelon, you had power, you had money, you would never sit around a table and say, let's think of how we teach children to be smarter than us, to come and take our money, to take our power. That's ludicrous. And that's what you have to believe. What makes much more sense is they would sit around and say, how do we dumb these people down?
Depends on which school you go to. I've been to several different types of school. One was very, very expensive, and they absolutely taught you how to succeed and excel. Now, in a state school, that might be true, but,
Hold on. I want my children to be more successful for me, and I'm going to give them what I have when I move from this world. What he just said, it makes absolutely no sense. That is not how people work.
Refractive. I'm telling you from a point of where if you read the oath of the Educational Board of the United States in 1902 by Frederick T. Gates, the great-grandfather of Bill Gates, and John D. Rockefeller, they're not talking about their children, their heirs, their successors. They're talking about the masses. They say on there, we would rather have them be the industry laborers, while we're not going to allow them to be the scientists, the scholars, the doctors, the lawyers. It's in their oath. That is their philosophical oath.
But they can be, because people do it all the time. So it may be
of course.
Rockefeller's oath or whatever they want to believe. But factually, that's just not true.
How do we make sure that our money is never jeopardized, that our power is never compromised? And the way you do that is through an education program that makes tax-paying slaves. It makes people complacent. It makes people go along with whatever the mainstream is. We're at a point in the world now where people are afraid to speak out against anything that isn't mainstream. They don't want their YouTubes canceled. They don't want their social medias canceled. So I know it's kind of a weird intro, but my goal here is today is I want to start the conversation on some topics that I think should be handled, meaning you have a glober and you've got a flat earther coming together. If we can actually make some headway, if we can actually say, isn't this true? And we both can agree and we can move forward, then we're getting somewhere. And anybody who's been watching this debate for the last 8 years, whatever it's been, knows that there isn't any of that. There isn't ever a moving forward. There's never a concession.
Oh, really? You haven't checked out my videos? So you're telling me when I've got university people like Matthew Learns admitting that their deceptive nature of convoluting 1,000-mile claim rim velocity with an angular rate, he conceded how deceptive he was. We get plenty of concessions. Right?
I think he's doing the stereotype thing he was doing earlier, and that he can never get a concession.
Oh, well, I see. We get frequent concessions here, Jaron. We force our opponents into conceding by giving them an argument they can't overcome. And then when they try and distract with, not a timer that's stopping them from interrupting, just constant interruptions that we have to deal with here, we still get them to concede. It takes a while sometimes, but we drag them by their short hairs backwards through bushes, and eventually we get them to concede. Yeah?
And on top of that, we make sure they understand that they are conceding and then conclude the conversation there, not to move forward and then be asked 1,000 questions that are non sequitur and then just keeps the conversation going like he's complaining about right now.
Right. I'll give you an example. The rumpus. I'm sure Jaron, having been here for the last 8 years, is aware of who this is. Quote, the geometric horizon, open brackets, that's Earth curve, close brackets, only exists in the maths. End quote. That's a concession. In response to me, not even me having to drag it out of them, AB Science, a globe believer, we are not going to see the geometric horizon. End quote. That's Earth curve. These are concessions based on the arguments we put forth here. We get frequent concessions from globe believers.
It's as if both sides are just yelling at a wall. And it's
no, we get our opponents to concede to the point where they want to blame a mute button for not coming here. Yeah, like not being able to measure physical geometry, for example.
Pretty ridiculous, and I don't want to do it anymore. All right. 5 minutes for you, my friend.
All right, this is just the intro.
Yeah, just a little intro.
I have been interested.
I'll just point out that I go to quite a great effort to make sure that my audience receives a decent stream. Now, that would be to say, first thing I would do is make sure that my guests can be heard. Yeah? So what I will do post-production is increase the volume on MC Tune so my audience can hear them at roughly the same level as Jaron. I mean, it's just a little thing that I do to retain a decent level of production so that my audience can hear my opponent conceding when they do that here.
Interested in this topic for over 5 years. When I first heard of it, I'm like, that's a bit strange. But it was one of your debates was the first. Yours and Red's was the first, I think, debate that I ever experienced. And when I got into this, I said, well, I don't want to be right. Reds is a great guy, but I didn't want to be the vulgar guy. I didn't want to be rude. And so when you said you didn't, when you had interactions with Reds, they wanted a certain direction. I see that happened. And
go ahead, John.
Well, he said he didn't want to be rude. Would it be rude to let one person speak for 25 minutes uninterrupted and then not let the other person get 2 sentences out of their mouth? Would that be rude?
Why would you postulate such a hypothetical scenario, John?
That's exactly what happened when I went on his show, when he was in charge of what they claim was a debate. I mean, it was disgusting.
No, that can't possibly be the case. My understanding was that was a neutral platform that you entered.
As an eyewitness to that show, he was ad homing, making fun, and being rude to John. And so was Ruhiv. And they broke the initial agreements of the debate that John had set up clearly. And I even told McToon in chat, I don't think what you're setting up is what John agreed to a week before the debate. And sure enough, it came to fulfillment that they are the ones who changed the rules of the debate. John gave them everything, and they still couldn't win.
So
they had to be rude.
we established that he's double speaking now. Good.
So when I came into this, I thought, I'm not going to be that. So I'm glad that we've been able to talk.
He's just contextualized this in isolation with Jaron, actually. So,
and however we had. Hopefully this goes well. Concession, you know, I want correctness, right? I want accuracy. So conceding something that's not correct isn't something that I would be interested in. I want to get to the correct understanding of something. And so if I need to concede to something if I was wrong, absolutely. My wife says often, "You always think you have to be right." And I know better than to say this back, but yes, she's not here.
Really? What's his name?
Yes, I do think I always need to be.
Sorry?
He said his wife did that. I said, what's his name?
Be right. And if I find out that I'm wrong, I'm going to instantly change my mind so I'm right. So if I'm wrong about something, definitely I want to know about it and I want to fix that. So that's what I really hope to do. So I see your point, and I see how you went into this. I myself, when I first started, took some of these things to heart and said, yeah, I did not personally test some of these things. Since then, I have. So I can say and I can show what I've done. I'm currently still borrowing this P1000 from Joe Hill. This is his P1000. So I had a meetup last night. I invited him to come. He couldn't make it. I would have maybe returned it to him because I've had him.
Okay. Good. And then we were supposed to do the.
Whenever Jaron talks, I have to adjust the volume right back down again.
Topic. Right. So this is basically just a back and forth. And I think, if I remember right, what I sent you on the topic, we'll start with. I'll just start with hypocrisy or with claims that we're being deceitful when I don't think that that's at all the case. So, for example, I was watching, and I can bring up the video, but you might recall you were covering Caleb and Derek's presentation at the summit. And at one point, they say the 66,600 mile per hour. I'm sorry, I need to set the clock back at. What is this? 5 minutes also? I think so. They were saying 66,600 miles per hour, and then you said, "Oh, when any flat earther says this, they are just taking some random number. It could be that it was traveling between different speeds. You said if you went to the store going 66 points, you were going 70 miles per hour, but at some point you went 66.6 miles per hour. So you equated those two things, which is a joke, because obviously, if you take the 93 million mile orbit of the Earth and you plug that into any circle calculator, you're going to get 584 million for the orbit. You take the 584 and you divide by 365.25, and then divide that by 24, and you get 66,600.
So, just out of interest, I'm a bit confused. Why is Jaron postulating and critiquing the inner workings of the assumption of orbital values? I don't really understand. Anybody fill me in what's going on here?
Well, I don't
I'm not
think
trying
he
to be Jaron's.
understands.
D-Rose was first. Go ahead, D-Rose.
I'm not trying to be Jaron's advocate. Seems like I am, but I'm just trying to give it a viewpoint as a devil's advocate, literally. He's trying to catch McToon for asserting that or postulating that those numbers that we always claim that is the globe math, whether it be rotation, whatever, is not what they say, and it varies. And there was never a cited time, speed. So what Jaron right here is doing is he's breaking it down to say, yes, it is. This is where I got it from. And even if you do the math according to what y'all said, this is how y'all came up with this number. I'm just giving the benefit of the doubt. That's what he's doing.
No, I got that. I got that, D-Rose.
Yeah.
My critique is, let me just put it to you now, for the sake of this discussion, D-Rose. If I was to suggest to you the amount of litres of Xenegion gas that is consumed by the gas lamp in Narnia, and then I offer you up the maths for the consumption of that gas in Narnia, would it be reasonable as an opposing view to that position of how much gas is burnt by the gas lamp in Narnia for you to critique my maths on how much gas that lamp will burn in Narnia? Would that be a fair way to tackle that problem, would you say, D-Rose?
Kudos, I got you. I got you. I got you.
I would say you're pre-assuming that the Earth is spinning. Where'd you get that from? You want to prove that to me?
You mean to say that Jaron's question works inside the begging the question fallacy of an orbital motion?
That's exactly what I was going to say. A begging the question: if or since the Earth rotates, or if yep.
I see. Why would I don't understand why we would be doing this collectively as flat earthers? Is that not for him to postulate? But no, we're going to work within orbital motion and critique the maths. Or, by my example and comparison, work within Narnia to figure out whether maths of Narnia is wrong. I see.
So that's not being deceptive. That's you being deceptive and pretending that that doesn't exist. We didn't make that up. We're not just saying 60. Oh, it just happens to be. No, that
Doesn't
is the
exist,
average
Jalen.
speed of the Earth around the sun. Simply take.
Is it, Jaron? That's the average speed of the Earth around the sun? It just boggles my mind why a flat earther would be saying that. It really does. You've just told an audience that we're moving around the sun, Jaron. You appreciate this, and arguing for the maths for that, and how right your maths is or wrong his maths is for Earth moving around the sun. Okay, excellent work.
Taking the 584, and I don't know what it comes out to if you do a circuit calculator with that, but I can do it right now if we want, just to see what it comes out to. So I'm doing circle calculator. And
Why? We're not in an orbital motion. Kepler's third law of interplanetary motion doesn't apply. Why would it?
And I would be shocked if it wasn't exactly 66.6. I mean 66,600. Now I don't know what the numbers that come after that are. Circle calculator. So we're doing a radius of let's just do a diameter of no, let's do radius of 93 million. 123, and we'll go calculate.
Why? Why are we doing any of this?
And we get a circumference of 584,336,233.5677. So I'm just going to copy that, put it into my calculator, put that.
Okay, while this is going on, I'll point out why we're critiquing it, right? But people might think, oh no, he's got to obviously argue within the assumption of a sphere Earth and then pull it apart from within. No, he does not have to do that. Yeah? This is a lose-lose situation for a flat earther to argue within the context of the globe. So at the end of this discussion, if Jaron's proven right that the maths is incorrect for Earth moving around the sun, and Toon concedes, yes, the maths is wrong for Earth moving around the sun, does that achieve anything beyond both of you assuming that Earth moves around the sun in an orbital motion that's been assumed? What's going on? I thought Jaron was a flat earther. Why is he arguing this?
Paste. Whoops. Can you do Control V there? Okay.
Because
Now I'm gonna
because
divide
we
that.
have to, like we did for them, we separated the anti-flat earthers from the heliocentrists. We have to separate Jaron and not call him a flat earther. He's just an anti-glober.
Number, which is, I can put this where you guys can see. Can you see that? So we're right there, 584 for, we're going to divide that by, oops, where's my calculator at? Here. Divide that by 365.2, I don't know if it's 0.25, 0.24, whatever, we'll just put 0.25 for now. And we get that, and we're going to divide that by 24, and we're going to get 66,659. So nobody is being deceptive, no matter what they tell you. It's an actual number, 66,659. So when we say 66,600, it's not that we're making up 666 numbers or that we're just arbitrarily throwing them in. That is the accepted known speed of the sun, of the Earth around the sun. So
okay, so while Jaron has established with his audience that that's the accepted speed of the Earth around the sun, I'm going to point out something a lot more useful to you as an audience member of my channel as a flat earther. Orbits is a begging the question fallacy.
just what I find with Globers is that they always want to claim everybody else is lying, everybody else is being deceptive, and they're just never off. They're just everything they're right about. It's like, no, you're wrong on a lot of things. I had one question about something that was on your site here. Speaking of, well, you can comment on that if you want, but I think that a problem I see, McToon, is that your audience trusts you a lot, believes you a lot. Meaning that when you say something, I hope you realize that it carries with it the fact that those people who watch you don't really do much research, whether you realize that or not. We may not realize that as creators because we do research, we're looking into things, then we present it, and it's almost like in our mind, we think that these people have gone through the same process, and they haven't. And I know that it's true of flat earth believers. I know that that's true. I know that it's not safe for me just to go on my show and say anything, because if I do, those people might believe me. And maybe that's because I've created a track record that they should, or whatever reason they believe me. So I actually look at that and I think about that before I say things. Whereas I'm not sure that Globers do. I don't think that they care, that they're, that even like now when I say that, you'll just say like, well, no, but it is just an average. I mean, you are just grabbing that. Okay, you can, but to make the claim that people are being deceptive as if they're sitting around, what should we call the speed? Let's call it 66,600. No. If the math came out to 66,400, then we wouldn't say 666. It's just not what the math comes out to when you do the average. Go ahead.
All right. The timer wasn't going.
Yeah, I saw.
Why are we doing the math?
He called him Mick.
Why are we doing
It's
this
so
math?
boring.
Number one, it is boring. But why are we doing this math? Why are we doing the globe Earth math? Shouldn't you be debunking the globe Earth math as opposed to critiquing the 666 value? I just don't understand what this achieves.
Saw that.
It's
still not
time
going.
went fine.
Well, you know what, Nathan? Do you think maybe he's trying to try to dismiss that 666, proton, neutron, electron, or that mark of the beast number coincidentally being the same exact number as the 660? You know what I'm
hell
saying?
are you talking about?
No.
See, there you go.
Let me try and answer him. Let me
Huey.
try and answer him.
See you go, Huey.
Hello.
See? Okay.
What Jaron's doing is he's having to round up apologetics for idiot flat earthers that talk shit about conspiracies and numbers and numerology and 666 and Mark of the Beast and all the things you just listed. When these conspiratard twats talk about this nonsense, you have to have Jaron justifying it, because these tossers talk about orbital motion and the number of sixes in the values like it's worth our time. And then you have apologetics for it by Jaron. Yeah? Would we have that here? No, we would not.
Nope.
Would we be apologising for some wanker in our group that's talking about 666 and the Mark of the Beast? No, we wouldn't, because we don't do that here. So we don't have to make apologetics to McToon about somebody critiquing the 666 value in an orbital motion. We point out that orbits begs the question. Where have you got this validation for this?
Jaron does actually talk about that sort of thing. And he's been
Thank you. That's what I'm saying.
very pronouncedly anti-Christian on top of. So I don't understand, why would he even complain about this? Because he doesn't seem to believe any of that. So this is extra weird. Why is he getting into this?
He's making apologetics for someone else's presentation where they focused on the 666 value. And he's saying, oh, no, it's not unreasonable for them to focus on this. What, this conspiratard shite that doesn't prove Earth's not spinning or in a presupposed orbital motion? You had 5 minutes to overcome orbits. I can do it in 3 seconds. It begs the question. That's it. That's the end of the discussion. It's a fallacious position to assume that we fall around the sun in an orbital motion. That's it. That's the end of that argument point. What did we focus on? Some tossers with a conspiratard view that have talked about 666 values. That's what we get here.
Your number came out 66,659, not.
I just readjust the volume for Toon so we can actually hear him.
Not 66,600. And if you round it, it's 667, rounded to 3 digits. So it's still not actually.
Wow. Well, what did they say?
Who was that? Was that Jaron?
That was me saying, wow.
No, was that Jaron speaking on the video?
No, that was Toon.
If you are going to bring up orbital motion, it might be useful to bring up the model that it's based on and how the measurements of a flat plane were used to build that model.
Indeed.
That would probably.
That's a good point, John. Yeah, that's a good point, which I wouldn't have got there unless you had been here, right? If I'd been on my own facing tune. So props to you. Right, where did this... Go on, someone's determined to interrupt this.
What? No.
No one interrupted anything, man.
I can hear it. It'll be on the recording.
I think they said, I don't remember what they said.
Right, okay, Jaron, you got a timer that you're not running anymore. McToon has spoken for 25 seconds and you're interrupting him, right? Which means two things. Number one, is the clock only there for your protection to stop interruption from Toon when you're talking? Because so far you've interrupted him twice. I was correct. It was you interrupting him because it's absolutely stupid volume when we can hear Toon. So for all your interruptions, I'm going to have to stop the video, lower the volume because you haven't been asked to do your job as a videographer and actually produce this video so you can hear your guest because you're interrupting him. He's not had 5 minutes, Jaron. You have. But you're immediately interrupting him. Okay, that doesn't happen here, Jaron. We let our guests actually get to the point that they're here to make. But I'll adjust the volume back down for Jaron's interruptions, and then we'll resume McToon, see if he gets interrupted for a full 5 minutes like Jaron just got.
They said, but they didn't say 66,600. They said 66,006 something.
Yeah, I don't remember. Exactly
Maybe 616 is what I kind of...
This is going to be an absolute nightmare with Jaron 10x the volume of McToon and constantly interrupting him. Either I turn Jaron down so I don't blow my eardrums of my audience off, or we don't get to hear Toon. Well, I mean,
Turn Jaron down. Okay?
I can't. If I turn Jaron down, I can't hear Toon at all.
I remember. I don't know.
But I've had several hundred debates on here, and pretty often they bring that number up. And typically when I hear it, they just round it to 66600, which of course isn't 666. It's 1,000 times more than it, but it's not the average. It's not the fastest. It's not the slowest. It's one of the numbers within the range that was selected because it has a certain meaning to somebody. But as if, and this is the real problem then, that number was somehow selected as if it means something, as if the people that somehow caused all of these things together to output that number.
Could that not be the case? Let's say, for
that could definitely not be the case.
Why is that?
Because it's just a number within a range.
But literally, the timer was meaningless.
How fast did I drive to work? Did I
wonder? Oh, you know.
I just can't bear to do this because the sound is so god awful. You know, I can't sit here for the entirety of McToon's presentation turning Jaron's interruptions down, which have been constant.
Yeah, you're not going to make it.
I get it.
I'm going to have to do it. I'll take care of it.
Yeah, sorry, advert. We need timestamps. Yeah, you're right. I thought we could cobble our way through it, but ultimately, there's never going to be a point where I can just let Toon play without blasting the eardrums of my audience out when Jaron interrupts him constantly. So, like I say, the timer's just there to protect Jaron when he's talking.
Sounds good for us.
But can I? What the hell did he just say? I don't even understand what I'm listening to. They're talking about the numbers supposedly of the orbit of the Earth around the sun, and Jaron is saying that their claim is 66,600. He did the math, came up with 659. He says, "Well, there you go. Your math is wrong. It's just a number randomly picked by somebody's feelings." Is that what the hell he just said?
No, it sounded like McToon said that he was going by what Nathan was criticizing was this stupid conspiratorial number that was brought up by people who supposedly made up the whole orbital sun, and this number coincidentally with the 6666. That's what he was implying, that he doesn't associate himself with that, and every time he hears it, this is what he gathers, that it's just some number that they bring up to put it as a whole conspiracy that the people that made up this whole
Always.
heliocentric orbiting brought up this number
Even though
to tie it
even
in.
though that's their claim, it just sounds like
Exactly.
he's running away from the claim they make.
Exactly.
Okay,
Okay.
that's cute.
Should we spin on a little bit? Hopefully there'll be a bit further on where it's a bit less chaotic in the audio.
Pixels
Why not?
of the gap between the two tracks, and then they get a ratio from that, right? 962 pixels tall, 224 or 224 pixels between the tracks, giving 4.29. And that 4.29, then they plug in, and there's no screen or no screen for it, but they take 0.52, the angular size of the moon, and divide by 4.29 to get this. This then outputs the degrees between the tracks. So that's this A equals 0.1212. So we do the math.
Degrees? How are you going to get these angles unless the Earth's flat? On screen now.
Yes. This is the Reg Rhetoric Astronomy Live from 2015, 2016, way back then, about how they can tell the distance of the ISS. Folks, this is where we're at.
Well, that's elevation angle measurements, is it not?
It's not where we're at, QE. It's where they're at.
They'll need a flat Earth for this.
Math yourself, you'll find I confirmed that myself. 0.1212 is the angular size between these two tracks. That's what that number is. Then they got the distance between them. This is the Google Maps that shows the distance between their two locations, 1.11 kilometers. And then you can create a triangle with that. Now, this isn't the height yet. This.
Sound familiar? Has that base of that triangle got a curve to it?
Anybody got maple syrup for all this waffling?
Yeah, he tries to dismiss it based on the small distance between two numpties. You still got a triangle. You're not getting any elevation angle. That's the least of their problems. But go on.
This is the distance to the ISS of the midpoint of their base there.
Their base there. Bit of a stutter there too. I wonder why that was.
So they cut the triangle in half. 0.1212 turns into 0.0606. They know their baseline is 1.11 kilometers. They cut that in half to get 0.5.
So that's 1.15 kilometers flat to be a triangle. So you're saying that all Earth curve, it doesn't exist in this at all then? This is definitely requiring a flat plane to measure this angle, to give you the difference in the triangle. So this is a flat Earth proof. This measurement requires Earth to be flat, Toon. I wonder if Jaron will point that out. We'll see.
That's the point. Yep, you got it. This is an evaluation and assessment after 8 years and being leaders of the flat Earth. This is the evaluation that we're gonna listen to.
Yeah, we're about to evaluate Jaron, just for the audience's benefit, just to clarify again what Quantum Erasers poured more stress into, and I'm going to do it again. Jaron has just been presented by McToon with something that proves unequivocally that Earth is being measured flat. That is a fact, disseminated to Jaron by McToon. Let's see if Jaron catches the fact that Toon has just proved Earth is being measured flat. We'll see.
5 kilometers. And there's all the numbers that gives use trigonometry here is what you need to use that gets the distance to the ISS from their location of 524.73 kilometers. Now that's the distance from the ISS.
And that's with no no spherical mathematics included as far as adding the curve between the two people or anything like that.
Correct. There's no curve between the two people involved. So this is just the picture, right? So
it's spherical mathematics included as far as adding the curve between the two people or anything like that.
Correct. There's no curve between the two people involved. So this is just the picture, right? So
there is no curve involved between the two people. Okay.
Just a short distance.
Yeah, the distance they did is 1.1 kilometers. So the chord distance versus the distance, the arc distance is going to be.
No, sorry, there was no chord in your triangle. There was no arc in your triangle either, Toon. It sounds like you're saying that when measuring a triangle, they're measuring an arc or a chord. That's definitely not the case, Toon. It was a triangle. It used trig. What are you talking about? Where's this arc? There is no arc. You just confirmed to Jaron, no arc. There is no arc between these 2 points on a triangle. That's correct, Toon. That's a flat Earth, though. That requires Earth be flat. The baseline's flat for your triangle.
Very nominal. It won't change the output much, but certainly anybody that was interested.
He said nominal.
Sorry, nominal, it's a triangle. There's no
And
curve in a triangle. There's not nominal.
He did say.
There's not nominal curvature in a triangle. There's no curvature in a triangle. It's a triangle. And in order to do this, Earth is required to be measured flat.
Do a different, right? This Google Maps uses the Haversine formula. So this is definitely the curve. And so somebody could do a chord distance if they wanted to.
Haversine
Sorry, sorry, someone could do a... Sorry, he said someone could do a chord distance, and then he brought up a picture of a triangle. Again, I wonder if Jaron will catch this. No, there is no chord in your diagram, Toon. It sounds like you're telling your audience that you like to be right, and you like to tell your wife how right you are. But you've just told people there's a chord in this triangle. There is not, Toon. Now, obviously, given your disclaimer about how you like to be so correct, I'll expect you to make this correction unless Jaron forces you to make it in the next 25 seconds. We'll see.
So,
pardon me, Nathan, real quick. I wanted to ask a question regarding the 500 plus kilometers and him and McToon admitting that there was no curvature or spherical baseline geometry in it. That would be the baseline of the triangle or the angle that he's talking about. That's 500 plus kilometers, right? From point one person to the other.
No, he's talking about the height of the ISS in that regard. He's talking
height.
about a couple of
Okay.
kilometres
Right,
in regards to the height along the ground, their distance along the ground. But regardless of the distance, it's not quantitative in terms of the chord he's describing. Right? He's talking about an angle that's measured to the moon. Okay, so that's two straight lines then. But there's a chord involved. Sorry, which one of these lines would stop it being an angle if it were a chord? Because it wouldn't be an angle anymore. There is no chord. Toon is a liar.
Okay.
It's going to be buried 4 digits deep.
Can you bring back the image of both them crossing the moon for me? I just wanted to see, did it look like a angular size difference there? Quite a big one from the one on the right versus left?
The angular size of... Yes.
So Jaron's missed this entirely. Toon has just proved that Earth is measured flat. Focus from Jaron, angular size difference in respect to the moon that's having an angle measured off a flat Earth. I don't really understand why this would be the focus, but it is.
So this was 2 different cameras.
At 2 different locations along a flat baseline to give you a triangle and angles for both of them. Both of them required and necessitated Earth to be flat for them to be taking angle measurements, and Earth was proved to be flat by these measurements. What's that, Jaron? Do these angular sizes look different?
Okay.
Yeah.
So if one of them is almost half the size of the craft itself, how could you compare pixels?
Who gives a shit? He just measured an angle off of Earth proven to be flat with the measurement, Jaron.
And compare distances. I don't understand why the moon...
Distances along a flat Earth, Jaron? Who the hell keeps interrupting me from Discord? Go on, whoever it is that cannot help themselves.
No one did, Nathan.
I'm watching the lines.
Why
they're not significantly different in size. It's that one has a different frame rate, and I think that they're closer together. So maybe the ones on the left look smaller because of their proximity to each other.
Possibly.
So, but yeah, you can we could look at this. I don't think that they're drastically different in size, but it's a good point.
Good point, because it doesn't focus on this triangle not having a chord, and it wouldn't being an angle if it was, and the fact that Earth would be measured flat to get an angle from it along the flat baseline they're both sharing to get angles to the moon. That requires Earth to be measured flat. What's that, your ham-handed chord line? No, Toon. No, do you not know what a triangle is? Do you know what an angle is, Toon? You understand that they're standing on the baseline they're getting the angle from? That would be a flat Earth proof offered by Toon. What an amazing missed opportunity.
No, and I'm just
missing the fact that Toon's proved Earth's measured flat, Jaren. That's what you're just doing, Sunshine.
Didn't he bring up before about concessions and how he doesn't get them?
Yeah, it's because he doesn't know how to.
The problem is that when he hears them, he doesn't know that that's what he's hearing.
Yeah, he doesn't realise when he's hearing them. He's just heard a concession that Earth's been measured flat. You got your concession, Jaren. It was heard loud and clear by us. What's that? The people who go to universities, they're just wasting their time because they haven't got the mental faculties of you who hasn't. You just had your concession you moaned about people not getting, Jaren. You just didn't highlight it to your audience. Yeah? All these people giving you money? Yeah? You robbed them. Every last one of them. Because Toon... Oh, there's sod's law, no super chats on the chat to show. Anyway. Toon has just proven Earth's measured flat, Jaren. Totally missed opportunity. A concession.
Trying to think if
I thought
it's
he didn't get that.
It does. They just get, just blow by in the breeze.
Simple, but that's something I'd be willing to do. Is it help us to have a larger baseline? I know we need the ISS to cross the moon for both people.
Yeah, and as you get farther away, then you're going to get a smaller stripe across the moon, because it'll be closer to the edges of the moon.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
But yeah, it can increase precision a bit.
So what he's just asked about is the baseline. Jaren has just asked. And Toon has just said that if you increase the length of the baseline, it increases the precision. So given that the baseline is flat and must be so for it to be an angle, you're saying the longer you move along a flat plane, the more accurate this measurement becomes, Toon.
And you're not taking the distance to the moon you just are taking the fact that it's a certain angular size.
Yeah, it's 0.52 degrees. Now, and you can measure it yourself. And Reds makes a point in the video that Astronomy Live shows in a different video how to measure the angular size of the moon. So there's techniques to do that. You can look it up if somebody didn't trust this number, they can confirm it themselves as well.
Okay.
And like I said, Astronomy Live did that, but didn't want to get into it for this particular.
It's using a triangle, Toon. It's got a flat baseline, Toon. It's more accurate the longer and flatter that triangle baseline is, according to you. So if this was a really long, flat baseline with absolutely no curvature whatsoever, it couldn't be an angle if it was, then it would be more accurate. So the further and flatter it is, the more accurate it is. Great flat Earth proof, Toon.
All right, I'm writing that one down. We'll check into that and see if I can replicate that.
All right. Let me. There's just a couple more. I don't want to get too far into this before.
Well, we already have our clock.
I don't see the timer, so
it ended. But I'll give you another minute. Go ahead.
I'm almost done. All right. So the distance from there, and it's from the midpoint between them, is 524 kilometers. So then you need to get the height of it. So this is off of the telescope that Astronomy Live was using. It was at an angle of 53 degrees. So
proving Earth's flat with a horizontal baseline in order to give you that angle. It's another flat Earth proof. Let's see if Jaren catches this one.
He turned off the tracker, the mount, as soon as the ISS passed. So it stopped moving the telescope.
Mm-hmm.
so that he was able to measure this 53 degrees.
An angle off a flat baseline, proving Earth is flat.
So then this is the actual like altitude calculation, right? And he's using a flat baseline here. Now he does also do it with a curved baseline.
It wouldn't be an angle tune. Why would he do it with both when one is an angle and one isn't? See, that sounds like a lie. You can't get an angle from a curve tune. So by saying he did it with a curve angle, there's no such beast tune. You're a lying shit. Let's just hear that again. Let's just hear that again.
Altitude calculation, right? And he's using a flat baseline here.
So he's proving Earth is flat by measuring Earth flat. We all clear?
He's also trying to measure the altitude of a celestial object, which you're not going to get that. It's absurdity.
Now he does also do it with a curved baseline.
There's no such beast. Maybe Toon, what I would expect you to do now is show me a curved baseline. We've been asking for this for over 2 years. So given that we've been asking for curved baselines and the elevation angle thereof for 2 years, why is it that you're presenting this to Jeran? Is Jeran just an easier target to present curved baselines? I'm going to need to see that. Toon. Now I'm going to trim this out, put it out as a challenge. You've told Jeran and his audience that you can measure curved baselines. I'm going to need to see that, Toon.
And so you can do it with both of them, and it's going to make a difference.
You can do it with both of them. Okay, well, we're definitely assured that we can do it with a flat baseline. That's what an angle is. So we'll just ignore that one. I'm more concerned with the other one you say we can do it with. That would be angle from a curve. You're going to need to show us that, Toon. We're going to need to see an angle coming from a curved baseline. Yeah, I'm going to expect this from you.
Nathan, if I could say real quick, I know it's beating a dead horse, but like you said, the reason why I brought it to Jeran, because Toon is aware that there's only two conclusions to come with Jeran for why he didn't catch this and why he brought it to him. Jeran is a compromised, incoherent flat earther. Therefore, he's not really a flat earther in the realm of where you guys are, because like Blind Spot said, if you had never been here with FED and just been out there and watched this and had no idea that it's been established, substantiated, and irrefutably proven that such is a flat line measurement.
Yeah, that's right.
You would fall.
Let me just reiterate that. Yes, that's correct. Just so you know, Jeran, the reason Toon agreed to do this with you is because you're an easy target. Ignorant. He knew he could assert to you, as he has just done, that you can get an angle from a curved line, because he's reiterated it twice. To you. Now, you could be damn sure he'd be held to account here if he did that, because he can't do that. This will be trimmed out where you failed to highlight it, and we won't assume. Maybe you do in the next couple of minutes.
3-4 digits deep in the calculation, but you certainly can compare the two to see if it makes a difference that matters.
A difference in having a curve form an angle? It won't.
And
even though before that he got the concession. He was the one that was complaining about concessions before. So when McToon told him he measured a flat baseline, why did he not point out that concession? Because where would you get a flat baseline from a globe?
Absolutely.
I think it's because he might not be smart enough to recognize the concession.
No, that's why he was picked by Toon to do this, so that he could make his assertion that a curved baseline's definitely possible known to a wider audience. Not the audience that's contested that frequently, yeah? I believe I've asked Toon about how he got an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline for his sextant challenge, I think, I can't remember the exact number, I think it's 87 times, Jeren. Were you aware that Nathan Oakley had asked McToon about this very point he's put to you 87 times? Maybe you were unaware of that, Jeren, but that's why he's in front of you. Yeah? Because you're ignorant. And he can put this to you. Easily. And you won't know any better. You certainly won't point out that it proves a flat Earth, or ask him to prove elevation angle measurements can be taken from a curved line, when curved lines don't give you angles. That requires straight lines. But he's there saying it, in spite of me asking him 87 times how he'll get an elevation angle measurement for a curved baseline for his sextant challenge. Maybe you were unaware of that, Jeren. Not maybe, definitely.
It does not, but I don't have those numbers in here. Anyway, so we have the distance to it, we have the angle to it, and so...
Off a flat Earth. You don't have an angle from your curvy baseline, my friend. You have an angle, that's two straight lines meeting at a vertex. So you've got an angle, that means you have a flat Earth.
This is just, again, trigonometry, SOHCAHTOA.
Just trigonometry that requires a flat baseline. That's a flat Earth that you're measuring.
It gives you the altitude when you take...
That'd be an elevation angle measurement.
524 kilometers times the sine of 53 degrees.
Degrees that you can only get off a flat Earth.
Solve for the opposite side there.
Of a triangle that's got a flat baseline. So you are solving for the height. That's interesting. So you're applying trig to the height. How does this work as it reaches the horizon? Is it going to touch the horizon, reach 0 in altitude? Because I would assert to Toon, given that I understand what he's talking about, that if you use this methodology, the height would change as it approaches the horizon. So it's void. It's bunk.
And that gives...
Unless, of course, he's suggesting that the ISS repeatedly crashes into the horizon for this height measurement to be affirmable as valid. It isn't.
419 kilometers high.
What it does do is prove a flat Earth, though, because the measurement principle is that you've got a flat baseline to do it, to get the angle. You can get the angle to the ISS, but you'll need a flat Earth to do it.
So this did not use anything from trusted from somebody. This was confirmed personally. The size of the moon in angular size was the only thing related to the size of the moon used, and of course,
that's lovely for the moon. But you measured Earth flat to do it, didn't you, Toon? Yeah. When I trim this out, in demand of you providing a curved baseline for an angle, you will point out that you repeatedly did this yourself and proved how flat Earth was when you measured this flat baseline on screen now. Wonderful, Toon.
That can be done yourself as well.
You can also prove a flat Earth by measuring angles. How useful for proving a flat Earth.
So there you go.
There you go. I would have concurred that you've conceded Earth's measured flat. Let's see if Jeren does that.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, for me, as far as seeing both the sun transit and moon transit, something is crossing it. You know, and whether or not it would calculate out to what they said, I would expect that pretty much.
Who gives a shit, Jeren? He's just proven Earth's measured flat multiple times. Call yourself a flat earther?
I will just bring up this real quick. So in one of your videos, or I'm sorry, one of the links on your page here.
Sorry, he's just made a presentation to you, Jeren. Are you about to hand wave his flat Earth proof and move on to something non sequitur?
You have, oh shit, is this thing not gonna work? I'll just have to do it like this. Move it over there. You won't be able to see you for a second. So
are you gonna share something?
Yeah, just real quick, but I can't figure out where the screen is.
I'll stop my share.
Yeah, please. Just so I wanted to show you this. This is from your site, right? You said, thanks, Jeren. Good old Bryant Myers. Guest made this image, which is like really dumb. I found.
Sorry, this is a non sequitur fallacy. This is the second time I've had to defend Toon because of this, Jeren. First was your constant interruptions when you have got a bloody timer to prevent that happening, with me having to constantly adjust your overbearing volume. And now you've committed a non sequitur fallacy. He's just done a presentation for you about measuring Earth flat. You think you should non sequitur away from his flat Earth proof?
I only saw it. Thanks, Jeren. It's like, this is what people think is funny. But I don't find the humor in it. Because it's me really actually going out and doing something that...
So rather than focus on the flat Earth proof he's just presented you, you're going to waffle on about something you've taken personally from his website?
People always say, you don't do, oh, why do you hide these videos? Why do you? I've never done any of that. You know, I got 2 strikes on both my channels from Bart.
So while we listen to Jaron moaning about his copyright strikes and what he doesn't do, MC Toon has proven Earth is measured flat. His entire presentation depended on Earth being flat to achieve everything he just detailed. When's that going to get focused on?
Cybrel, and I had a choice to make: either leave all my videos up and take a chance at looting.
Nobody gives a shit, Jaron. He's just proven Earth's measured flat. What's fucking wrong with you?
Losing the channel that I spent 7 years building. Or
nobody gives a shit, Jaron. Nobody cares. Yeah? What we do care about on a debate about Earth being flat or globe-shaped is that when the opponent proves it's measured flat, you at least acknowledge the demonstration of how Earth's measured flat.
Or take down all my videos, wait the 2 or whatever it ended up being, 90 days, and then start loading videos again, and at least keep the channel and keep the sub count. So that's what I chose to do. But
you want an answer, Jaron? You want to know why you never get the concessions? This is why. Because you're self-absorbed. All you're interested in is your channel. What about proving Earth's flat with his last demonstration? Isn't that what this channel's about? Isn't that what this debate is about? What's the title on this debate? Find it. A structured discussion regarding Earth shape. No, this is about your channel and how it's monetized, Jaron. Because it regards Earth shape, it's measured flat. Not that that's a shape, it's an aspect. Nevertheless, that's not what you're going to talk about. You're going to segue away from Earth being measured flat, aren't you, Jaron? And onto how hard done by you are. I mean, what an outrage.
But then all I get from now is people saying, oh, he deleted his ISS footage. That's dumb. Why would I ever post it? Why would I post it and then delete it? Why not just never tell you that I did it? But again, people are, they like project or something, I guess, because...
You're smart. I'm just going to hand it to Toon. You're a clever guy. This was the right choice for you, Toon. Yeah? You present Earth's flat, doesn't even get an acknowledgement. I'd have you over my knee spanking your ass, mate. Over your flat Earth proof that you just gave my audience. Now, indirectly, thank you, Jaron. Because I have taken the value out of your opponent. He didn't come and do it in front of me personally. He hasn't got the balls. He wants to moan about mute buttons that I would endure out on the circuit. Right? He can't bear that. He needs a little special place without mute buttons. Right, like with you, Jaron. Where you won't even acknowledge his flat Earth proof that he's given you multiple times. You'll just moan about copyright strikes. Yeah, smart move, Toon. Yeah, a lot smarter than coming here. Because you'd be annihilated and humiliated as we rubbed in your face the fact you haven't got a bent baseline and the fact that what's been confirmed by all of your direct measurements that you've affirmed this with prove Earth's measured flat. You'd have that rubbed right in your face like I'm rubbing it in it now, Toon. I don't need you here, do I? Got people like Jaron that you are prepared to stand in front of and declare that you can have curved baselines for angles, right, Toon? Yeah, that's going to get you annihilated indirectly. By me. Not that you got the balls to do it in person, right? Blame the mute button that I endure out on the circuit, because you're a coward. But Jaron's all right, ain't he? Easy target.
Clearly there was no ill intent. It was on my channel for years. Until it got
Could you
taken
scroll that again? You weren't on.
Oh, sorry.
It wasn't on screen. There it is.
Yeah, so there's this one.
Oh, bloody hell. I thought Toon was talking.
And I don't know who made this little fake thing. That's not mine. But one thing I thought was funny is that up here you put, Jaron recorded a video of the ISS passing in front.
Did he literally completely hand wave and non sequitur his entire presentation?
Yes, he red herring fallacied away from it. Yes.
Fallacious, Jaron. It's not good that you're putting me, the debating expert, in a position to have to defend Toon for your fallacious reasoning. I mean, it's one thing you calling me a scammer, but having to present yourself like you're some sort of authority on debate and how it should be done, only to completely red herring and non sequitur away from an entire presentation that you had a timer for.
Front of the moon, confirming that it is orbiting the Earth. So is that really?
You really want to beg that question of orbits, don't you, Jaron? I mean, it's not like he just proved Earth's measured flat or anything. You want to get back onto begging the question of orbits with him, don't you? Very important we're all talking about orbits here. Let's not talk about the measurement of Earth being flat. I mean, he hinted at the baseline and the distance, but didn't say, you've proven Earth's flat, son. No, we're going to get onto Jaron's copyright strikes and begging the question of orbits again.
Confirmation?
Even though he did say he measured off a flat horizontal baseline.
Yeah, he basically gave it to
let's skip
Jaron.
that.
Yeah, that's why he picked this channel to do this on. Because even when he absolutely hands a flat Earth proof to Jaron on a plate, he won't even get acknowledged.
Well, you'd maybe need another couple things to confirm that it's orbiting the Earth, but
right. So I mean, this is the problem. Is
You know what, Nathan?
When you're going to post this,
You know what?
and people are going to read this, and they're going to say, "Oh, Jaron, you confirmed it." Well, no, there's videos of planes crossing. Here's a video of a plane crossing them. Now, did this confirm that the plane is in orbit of the Earth, or did it confirm that a plane flew in front of the moon? So all that I've confirmed is that some.
So it's either orbits or orbits. Here on Flat Earth Debate, we point out how that begs the question. We point out Kepler's third law of interplanetary motion and how it's applied to the assumption that Earth's falling around the sun. How that begs the question. How that's fallacious reasoning. A bit like red herrings and non sequitur fallacies. Fallacies. It's a fallacy to assume orbits. But what? It's orbits or orbits?
Something that they call the ISS that seems to be shaped like it is crossing the moon at the time that they say. Now, I've told people, because people always say, oh, well, how do you know everybody else is doing it? How do you know everybody else is seeing the same thing? I say you don't need to go further than just yourself doing it, because as long as you don't tell other people.
Doing what? Looking at the ISS? The guy on your the guy talking to you, the guy opposite you, has measured Earth flat with the ISS.
That you are doing it, and you go to transitfinder.com and you put in, wherever you want to go. It can not even be near your house. Go wherever you want. And you go out to that place at that time and you watch it cross. Then you can, by de facto, assume that anybody else near you, the people after you, the people before you, could all have done the same thing. So,
no. As a proponent of a flat Earth and somebody who opposes the idea that we're on a sphere, Jaron, I point out that orbits begs the question. That overcomes the assumption of the orbit in the first place. Not you can go out and do it too. What? Look at the ISS, proving what? Oh, unless we've got an assumption of orbits that you haven't overcome.
Something seems to be crossing the moon in some when they say.
In an assumed orbital motion. Are you ever going to address this?
Again, is it happening over water and all these other things? I don't know.
Who gives a shit? It's in an assumed orbital motion. That's the bit you need to overcome, son.
We can't verify that. Could just be. But I'm skeptical of these things, because I do think it's
skeptical of what? That the orbit of the moon or orbit of the ISS? You need to deal with the orbital assumption.
It's a deception. So I look at everything. I don't just accept. That wouldn't be the way to uncover deception. Would be to go, oh, there it is. It's exactly as they predicted, and therefore it must be true. Well, no. If it's a deception, then you would expect that. You should expect it to be what they want you to confirm with it. Not
when we beg the question of orbits. At a fundamental level, you don't understand how this argument works, Jaron.
I don't know. If you put out, I don't know how to explain it.
This has nothing to do with conspiracy or people deceiving or wanting to deceive or any of the things you've just listed or confirming that the ISS traverses the moon. None of that has any relevance to the assumption of Earth falling around the moon. It's not validated. It's not proven. It's a begging the question fallacy.
I always talk about it being Christmas cookies for Santa.
Nathan?
Yes.
This all sounds, if I may, I was first. This all sounds like a 2015 debate.
It is.
It really sounds like
we got
nothing
that,
ever
Thank
happened
you.
in all between.
Go ahead, D-Rose.
Hey, and I want to allude to what Aaron is going at. Now, Aaron mentioned how Jaron attacks other topics as far as, the anti-God, anti-Bible thing. He's more assertive and more of a dominant force when it comes to those topics. But when it comes to the flat earth, he's soft. He's what you call soft. He's the type that He's challenging someone that just insulted his family and his children by calling them all kinds of implicit, pejorative names and everything, and direct bad names. And he comes back and says, now, there's no need to use profanity. We can do this in a civil manner. He doesn't know how to chop the head off and bite down on the topic. He's soft. The only thing he did, the only implicit and indicative comment that he made about it being measured flat was that when he said to Tune, and you're saying this was measured not on the spherical surface, right? It's not on the globe surface. All gentle. He walks on eggshells. He sucks. He sucks. That's all.
This
Well,
is
he
what
sucks as a
Glober's
flat earth
fault
defender.
is that when you put out cookies for Santa, the kid sees the cookies go out, the kid goes to bed, he wakes up the next morning, and the cookies have been eaten. And therefore, in his mind, he says, well, that means that Santa's real. And this is what Globers do, is they're given the answers to these questions. They're given like numbers to plug into formulas. And then they're like, oh, when I plug these numbers in, look at it, it comes out to exactly what we expect.
Expect being the orbit, the assumption thereof. Not addressing the actual assumption head on. He's just addressing people's attitude towards the numbers being plugged in. But the numbers being plugged in are numbers of an assumed orbital motion.
He's trying to describe and affirming the consequence. Just it's like he doesn't know that that's what he's doing. Weird.
Yep.
It's not evidence of anything. It's cookies for Santa.
But it's more than that, though. It's not just. This isn't simplistic like cookies, right? These are things that somebody that is not NASA took data from NASA, said, well, if NASA is correct, then
when they assume orbital motion. Yeah, is this going to slip Jaren by a second time? Let's have a look.
Then we must see the ISS on this date in this location.
In an orbital motion that I assume. When's this going to get pointed out?
Right, the Transit Finder isn't a NASA website. They're just taking the data that NASA publishes about it, right?
Correct. Yes.
So, and then
which affirms your consequent. Great.
Yeah. So we're affirming the consequent of orbital motion now.
When you say, well, here's where it's going to be, then somebody goes and says, well, I'm going to go grab the orbital mechanics application, and I'm going to.
There it is, Jaren. Yeah? That's why he's in front of you and too scared to be in front of me. Because he's just disclaimed the assumption of orbital mechanics. So this relies on that which Toon just disclaimed. Me, I'd have pointed it out 10 minutes ago. So you're begging the question of orbits then? Like he's just disclaimed.
I'm going to say, well, where will the ISS be according
to orbits that I assume
to that data? And
no, to assumed orbital motion, Toon.
According to orbital mechanics.
Yeah, there you go. According to orbital mechanics assumptions. So long as we assume we've got orbital mechanics, the numbers that Jaren moans about us plugging in, yeah, who gives a shit? We're assuming orbital mechanics, aren't we? Like Toon's just disclaimed. Jaren hasn't even looked up.
It will be here. All right, well, let's go confirm it. Well, there's your science.
Science? Look at that smug look on his face while he dupes Jaren. You're getting raped, Jaren, by Toon, and he knows it. Smug bastard knows that he's getting one over on you while he tells you, because you don't know what science is, that orbital mechanics is science, and then he gets his little Jupiter's delight. Look at that Jupiter's delight. Because orbital mechanics is science. But you not knowing what science is, you're going to poke your head up now and go, oh, right, so the science says it. So you'll attack his pseudoscience rather than the assumptions of orbital mechanics in a begging the question fallacy. Jaren will now focus on this word science that he doesn't know the meaning of. You watch. I'll turn the volume down as I know Jaren's about to pipe up.
I'm waiting for him to tell him that. What do you mean science? Science doesn't prove anything, like he told us. He called us scammers for it. So I can't wait for him to tell him that.
Yeah. You test your hypothesis if it matches observation.
I'm going to have to rewind it.
Orbital mechanics, it will be here. All right, well, let's go confirm it. Well, there's your science.
So you don't have any.
You have a hypothesis. You test your hypothesis. If it matches observation, then it's confirmed. And if it doesn't match observations, then it's disconfirmed.
So, Jaron, what are you going to do now, Sunshine, given that you've called us science scammers and you're being fucked by McToon? He's raping you right now. Yeah? Because you don't have the slightest idea what the fuck he just said to you, do you? You don't know if it's right or wrong. You haven't got the slightest idea. We do. I could rip that to shreds. You haven't got a clue what science is, Jaron. That's why you called us scammers. For our declarations that science proves things. Yeah, when you know what science is, you'll be able to sink your teeth into what McToon has just told you. We're not recognising that begging the question of orbits is, according to him now, science. Right? That's what's just happened. And he gave a little Jupiter's Delight smile while he did it. Because he knows he's screwing you.
That's my thought,
right,
Nathan. That seems very much like, you see, how, respectfully to Jaron, how does he deal with that comment? He's just been totally mugged off with a non-definition of science.
Well,
because science doesn't prove anything, what he has to now do is swallow that pill, doesn't he? Because he can't rebut it himself without having to go back on everything that he's previously said with regards to the purpose of science, its validity, its benefit. But he's curtailing to the authority of pseudoscience now.
Hold on. I can't actually see this footage in this moment when it's being recorded now, but there's another option. It could be that he just doesn't care about the science subject. It's just kind of like, yeah, I'm just waiting to move on. It could just be that he just doesn't care, that he does know it and he just doesn't care.
Well, let's see what happens.
You, Jaron simp.
No, it's not a simp at all. It's worse. It means he doesn't give a shit. He doesn't care whether the opponent has a...
Oh, God.
It's not like he can't care, can he? How do you come back to that comment? How do you deal with it? That somebody's just mugged you off. He's just presented a hypothesis, described that if your results match, your observations then match after you've done your hypothesis. Yeah, no experiment. If your observations match, then you prove your hypothesis. How does he respond to that? Yeah, what armory has Jaron got? Because he's disabled himself to be able to deal with that. Is my point, Arwin. Not whether he cares about it. His motivation's irrelevant. If he wants to or doesn't, he's got to contradict himself, hasn't he, to be able to deal with this comment? Is my point.
All depends on where he's going to maneuver the conversation. If he's just literally going to do nothing with it at the end, yeah, that's just ridiculous. But he might be.
Why don't we just get there and then, and stop delaying it?
Why are you enjoying it that much?
He just wants to get to the get.
Is there a bit to get to?
Yeah, the next statement coming out of his mouth.
Oh, let's just pause for a moment. Because we've waited a while, haven't we? We've waited a while for this build-up, so let's
build it up more.
Yeah, man, we had to wait through this shit. We need time to clean off our boots, okay?
Right.
No, but I mean, in particular, this is a very important point because he went all out on us and called us scammers and did all this nonsense talking about science. Simply because we say science is a method that establishes cause of an effect. Simple. Now, he's got a Glober, somebody opposite his side, that is talking to him about the very same thing. So now it's very curious as to where he's going to go with it. Let's go
later, but and should be thrown away, really, right? Not just made placeholders for and then move along.
So when something's disconfirmed, there's a whole lot of different ways that you can respond to it, right?
Sure.
And things are valid and things are invalid in kind of how you might do it. But you definitely, you're going to circle back and you're saying, well, my hypothesis was wrong. The things that we thought were going to be the case were not the case. So what's wrong about it? Well, let's take some of the data that we collected before and feed that back into our understanding and improve on it.
I said it before and I'll say it again. This is why he's in front of you, Jaron, so he can use these words. He's just described a hypothesis construction. Yeah.
But how? How
Yeah,
did he
Jaren is
do it,
being a
Nathan?
pseudoscience
Adam
enabler.
first. Adam then Adam then Owen.
How did he describe it? Listen to what he describes, how his science works. He sets things up to disprove them, just randomly. It's not proving anything. He's working with his null. That's his baby. This doesn't prove this. Hurrah! I'm a scientist. Yeah, he's not. I know you've got to include your null, but listen to McTune's description, what he's telling Jaren, how they do things. And then if you come back with a positive result, it means you can add a bit more bullshit to your story and make something else up, and then go and get some more observations that you'll confirm as a hypothesis. Is what I'm hearing. Oh, and why can't you deal with it? Why? Because you have disavowed science. So you now getting rolled over, yeah, and covered in pseudoscience, and you've just got to swallow it, haven't you?
Yep, you brought yourself in this corner, but I mean, he seems like a straight out pseudoscience enabler at this point. I mean, there's no reason to just let McToon keep waffling on with this nonsense and just even go like, yeah. Like,
I mean, on a
what the fuck
personal
is
level,
that?
as much as I don't like to necessarily disseminate this or to send this to a personal level, why is it that as a flat earther making complimentary comments and complimentary videos to Jaren's cause, that when I say science proves things, I get told I'm a scammer, yet when he's in front of a man that's just said that the assumption, begging the question fallacy of orbital motions, is science with a hypothesis, why wasn't the immediate response, science doesn't prove things? Why is that? Is it just me that gets that response from you, Jaren? When you're actually up against an opponent that believes in the globe, you'll pander to him and talk about begging the question orbits and your problems with copyright strikes, rather than A, proving that the Earth is flat with his concession, and what? Telling him that science doesn't prove anything. That's your stance that you took when you claimed I was a scammer. So why haven't you said that to him? Just say to him, given he's talking about science and hypothesis, that science doesn't prove anything. Right? If you actually believed that, Jaren, like you claimed when you said I was a scammer, just say science doesn't prove anything. That's the attitude, right, Jaren? Or is that only the attitude when you're telling your audience that I'm a scammer? When Toon says it, swallow it whole.
Our understanding. All right, you can form a new hypothesis and go back around.
So how would you ever falsify the globe? If anytime something is put forward that it's just kind of, we can cover it up, we can put some math in there, we can put some placeholders, we can call things dark energy, dark matter, we can assign...
While Jaren scatterguns him,
wow.
How do you falsify the globe? No, he's talking about science, Jaren. The problem is you don't understand what that means. So the globe is a concrete noun, a fantasy concrete noun, but nevertheless, as a description of something that your opponent in this instance thinks he's stood on, it's not a phenomena. It cannot be put through the scientific method because nothing's happening. Globe, okay, so a spherical shape, that's nothing occurring though, is it? So it's not open to the inquiry method of science. You can't investigate cause and effect reasoning with a hypothesis, which is what your opponent has put to you while he duped you with his little duping delight smile when he called his pseudoscience assumption of orbits a hypothesis. But you don't know what a hypothesis is, Jaren. Again, you're getting rolled over for it because you don't know what it is. Now, a hypothesis is an establishment of a cause for an effect you're studying. There is no effect for globe, as you have asked him, demonstrating admirably that you don't understand the principles of science. That is the establishment of cause for an effect. Globe's not an effect, Jaren. If you knew what science was, you'd understand. You need something to be happening to study an occurrence, to get the cause of it. There is no globe. There is no effect, even if there was.
And Nathan, to allude to what you're saying, and to give a benefit of the doubt to Jaren, let's say he did intellectually evolve and said, oh no, science does prove things. Like you said, well, being that you've come to that conclusion after you've been ripped through the shreds by Nathan FED by saying science doesn't prove anything, and to further say that you don't understand it, he's exercised again. He's exposed himself that he doesn't understand it, because even if he was to say by kind of like I guess
I'm just going to stop you,
well,
heroes. I'm not Neil. I don't care. Do I want
No,
homage
no.
for him in understanding the scientific method
No,
after
no,
I
no, no,
critique
no,
his
no.
poor job?
I'm-
No, I don't care. I don't want Jaren to acknowledge me as some disseminator of good science. It'd be nice if he didn't call me a scammer for understanding science, but that's just Jaren. As for him turning around and actually understanding this stuff, I don't care. Beyond him being the means for me to disseminate to my audience who have hopefully a higher level of discernment than his, what science actually is. Beyond that, I don't care. If Jaren understands it afterwards, I couldn't give a shit. I'm not his
I
teacher.
digress.
My audience can have that benefit, not him. If he happens to take that benefit away, good for him. I don't care. Don't want acknowledgement. Couldn't give a shit.
Assign things weights to neutron stars. A teaspoon of neutron star weighs 21 billion pounds. Like,
But that's not
It's total non sequitur, Jaren.
the globe. So how,
well, it
how
is.
can you
It's all part of the same thing.
falsify the globe, right?
Well, yeah, but I mean, if
So-
all that stuff is just made up, how do you think they figured out the weight of a neutron star? It's what needs to work in their mathematics for their story to work.
Let's just answer Jaren's question. How did they work out the weight of a neutron star? That's a very good question. Well, you'd need scaling values and orbital motions to be assumed, Jaren, but unfortunately that's already now declared as being science in this discussion, isn't it? So once you apply Kepler's third law of interplanetary motion, you can get the size and scale of the lights in the sky in an orbital motion. So how would you get the weight of something? Well, you'd use gravity equations within the begging the question fallacy of orbits. Unfortunately, though, orbits is now science, isn't it? I mean, you didn't turn around and just tell him that science doesn't prove anything. We're just moving forward with science being orbits, right? But to answer your question, it would involve orbital motion, Jaren, for you to get the size and scale of a presupposed orbital world that you don't live in and is being assumed by way of begging the question fallacy you didn't point out. Great debate, by the way.
It's physics. They didn't.
No, there's no
they didn't
physics of neutron stars.
No, there's assumptions of orbital values ascribing weights to things, though, Jaren. Yeah, I mean, it'd be useful if you'd have overcome this argument rather than just, non sequituring your way through everything he says.
McToon, come on. What is the physics of neutron?
What is physics, Jaren? When you're talking about the physical and natural world, that's science. Science is physics. So again, you're using words, physics, yeah, exclusively in this arena. That's natural science. That's physics. But you're using these words when he's described hypothesis construction. Also physics. But you don't know that, do you, Jaren? You think physics is just a word. It means the physical. And in this context, the physical and natural world, the one we inhabit. And by way of investigation method, that's science. For physics.
What do you mean? Who's gone out and tested a neutron star?
You don't have to go out and test.
Oh, so it's physics.
God, get 2 words out of tune. Jaren's loud mic interruptions.
This is just made up stuff in the sky?
No.
We got that the first time, Jaren. Yeah, your crap point that it's just made up. It doesn't really hold much water, but maybe repeat it through him.
Well, it's not.
Well, then what is it?
People develop an understanding of how things work, of how the physics.
Yeah, that's orbital motion, the one he assumed and now declared as science, Jaren.
Of particles work and high energy particles.
It's such a belief.
That's 15 seconds of tune before Jaren interrupts. Good timer, good timer. Obviously, very orderly debate this.
Yes, I know people go to school and learn what a neutron star is, but nobody knows what a neutron star is. It's just what needs to be.
Tune's humiliating you, by the way, Jaren. That's why he's got this smile slapped all over his Chevy Chase. Yeah, that grin is because you're interrupting him. The fear in your voice at the beginning of this debate was palpable, Jaren. Absolutely palpable. And Tune knew it. He heard that fear in your voice. And now he's smiling at you as you interrupt him for about the 18th time with another non sequitur that you feel the need to repeat, as you don't understand what science is.
For their mathematics.
He's already won. You've already accepted orbital motion begging the question fallacy as science, by the way. He's already won. That's why he's grinning at you.
Sure.
Yep. Yeah, it's a hypothesis, and they do.
Called it. First words out of his mouth with a big, massive grin. It's a hypothesis. Yeah, he's raping you, Jaren. Yeah, that's what he's doing. That's why he's smiling while he does it. Yeah, here, he'd be hauled over the coals like we're doing on your behalf now, Jaren. Actually doing a good job of ripping apart what he says. Yeah, after the fact. Yeah, what we got from you is your quivery voice about how you're going to be doing this debate. That's what we got from you.
Things to test it.
Like what?
And
how can they test the weight?
If there's
how do you test these things, Jaren? Hypotheses. Tests. Yeah, there's another word for a hypothesis test, Jaren. If you weren't so ignorant of science, you'd know what that was. I'll ask my panel. What's another word for a hypothesis test, gentlemen?
Experiment.
An experiment. That's right, Jaren. You hear that? Hypothesis test. He said it 5 times. Hypothesis, hypothesis, hypothesis. He said it over and over again. Now, how do we test it? Oh, that's part of the scientific method also, the one that you decried us as scammers for declaring to our audiences, Jaren. The one you're now getting raped for. And I'm really enjoying watching it. So's Toon as he grins at you. Yeah, he's the one doing it. Because he knows you're ignorant of science. And he knows we're not, that's why he's not here. He's with you. So he can roll you over like he is.
new information, then they'll adjust it if it doesn't match.
Oh, really? See, I at that point would have pointed out to McToon that no, you have an independent variable which you will vary and manipulate to see if it causes the effect you're studying. If it doesn't, you validate your null, and you have to start from stage 1 again. That's what you do in an actual scientific-based experiment. Of course, he can tell you anything, can't he, Jared, because you're ignorant. So he can tell you anything he likes here. Surprising that I haven't heard once you tell him that science doesn't prove anything while he babbles this shite to you. Interesting, eh?
How do they do? Well, all right, neutron star. I'm not an astrophysicist. That's not my speciality. But
well, you'll need orbital motion to give you size and scale, won't you?
If you want to talk about how do you falsify the globe, I can do that.
Falsify? Well, as in prove incorrect. Well, you'd vary and manipulate something that's varied to cause an effect. The globe isn't something that falls within the purview of science, in spite of your use of the word hypothesis, Toon. This is what you should be doing, by the way, Jaren, as a flat earther that knows your stuff.
Okay.
Right. So,
okay, just agreeing with him. Au contraire, Jaren. So, as opposed to what I did and told you should be doing, you simply agreed with him. All right, but very poor show, Jaren. Very, very poor show. In fact, I'm going to declare that Jaren's a scammer. The fact that he's agreeing with this globetard and telling people how Earth is in an orbital motion, he's a scammer. He's just here to scam you into belief that you're on a globe by letting you believe that he's a flat earther. He's not. He's scamming you into thinking you're a flat earther, aren't you, Jaren? You're a scammer. You're not proving Earth's flat. In fact, when you had the golden opportunity to point out a concession, you didn't, making you a scammer. You're a flat Earth scammer, Jaren. You're just there to take the money off flat earthers while you tell them about orbital motions. Scammer.
Yep.
How do you like it, Jaren? Is it fun listening to me with absolute justification? You don't hear any fear in my voice while I call you a scammer, because you're demonstrating ignorance here. You're being rolled over by a globetard. It's pathetic. Learn what science is, Jaren, you pathetic scumbag, scammer, pretending to be a flat earther. You're watching Jaren now. Unsubscribe. Don't give him money. He's just scamming you. Why on earth you'd think he's giving you any flat earth information? All he's done is beg the question of orbits.
Oh, Professor Parks is in the chat. If you want to talk about neutron stars, he might be a better person to ask about how they test a hypothesis for neutrons.
So you're going to tolerate this? Your guest just told you that a claim he's made is better to defer to somebody in the audience. No, you see, what I would do here is absolutely roll him over. No, you see, you claimed it, Toon, so I'm going to hold you accountable for it. Not let you defer it to someone in the audience that isn't here.
Neutron stars. But you asked, how can we falsify the globe?
Right. You can't. It's not a scientific prediction-based question because there's no phenomena to observe.
There's definitely ways that we can falsify the globe.
Really? Could you put it through that hypothesis test?
Right. If
dependent variable globe. Sorry, is that varying in any way? How is globe varying? Because that's what you'd need if your hypothesis is what you're aiming for, and that's what he told you, Jaren. Of course, you don't know any of this, do you? You just tell people who do know that they're scammers.
If yeah,
he's stuttering is because he's got an our lie about what actual science is when falsifying a concrete noun.
distances between lines of longitude south of the equator.
Longitude lines? I wonder what they are. Anybody care to tell me what a longitude line is? This is used on a flat
What,
Earth
in relation
grid.
to a globe, or
in practical application, not in begging the question fallacy. We don't allow that here, Adam. In practical application,
will be part of the Cartesian grid system that we use for celestial navigation.
Ding, 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 ding. He's just offered you another flat Earth proof, Jaren. Maybe ask why you don't ever get any concessions.
Increase instead of decrease. That would falsify the globe.
Falsify the globe? No, that's because it's measured on a flat Earth Cartesian grid system, like your triangles were. It's the second one in a row that Jaren's not caught. Scammer. If you're a flat earther and giving this person money, you should feel ashamed of yourself. He's just scamming you out of your money by telling you he's a flat earther and then not actually pointing out the flat earth proofs that his opponent's giving you, and instead talking about orbits. Don't give Jaren money. He is a scammer. This is now proven. How does it taste, Jaren? Nice? Fun? Me robbing you of your money instead of you doing it to me? With your bigger audience and your more clout? Nice?
Right, but that wouldn't make any sense.
Sorry, Jaren's going to pipe up with his loud-ass microphone with his shitty production values, where he's 10 times louder than the guest. So I'll just adjust that for Jaren.
That's not longitude and latitude. That's not how they work, right?
What is longitude and latitude other than proving a flat Earth, Jaren? Do you know? Because we just pointed out how it proves a flat Earth. Go on, whoever was interrupting.
That was me. Nathan, I didn't mean to rile you up. I know you're riled up. But that's the point that I was getting to on my thing. I know I was long-winded about it, but I was trying to get to. Even if you give all the benefit of doubts of whatever he's learned, whatever, by his demonstration on this video, being passive, being soft and everything, he makes me think that he's, like you said, a scam, or he's a planted counterintelligence, like something to further cause diversion and confusion and cloud up the flat Earth argument.
No, I'm not going to do that, Dino. Sorry. No. Don't tarnish what I'm doing. No, I'm not going to speculate about him being a government-paid shill. No. Or an agent in place. No. What I'll say is, he's saying he's a flat earther. He is assuming Earth's orbits and arguing about them. When Earth is measured flat by demonstration of his opponent, he does not highlight it. So what I am saying is, by factual demonstration, Jeranism is scamming you into believing he's a flat earther. Those are demonstrated facts. Not like Jaren saying Nathan doesn't know what science is, therefore he's a scammer. Not that baseless assertion shit. Facts. Jaren is scamming you into believing he can prove Earth is flat, scamming you into believing that when he gets concessions, he's going to actually highlight them as proving Earth's measured flat. He hasn't done any of that. So, fact, he is, by virtue of this as a demonstration, scamming flat earthers out of money. Why are you giving him money if you're watching him and funding him to prove Earth's flat when all he's doing is begging the question of orbits and not proving Earth's flat with anything he's presented, when it's in abundance?
Right? So that would never be the
Are you-
case.
hold on. I'm giving you a
And he's just giving him everything. As I said, he's like, yeah. Oh, let me help you do your ball presuppositional nonsense. He's not defending flat Earth at all.
ways.
But that's what you
Sorry.
just gave me as a pretend thing that would never happen, because the globe describes what the longitude and latitude is. So how would they get bigger after the?
The globe describes what the longitude and latitude is? Scammer. No, Jaren, it's a Cartesian system. Flat Earth in nature when practically applied. That's a fact. It's a flat Earth proof. You've just said that this is useful for proving a globe. Am I not wrong in calling him a scammer? Let's listen to that again.
Hold on. I'm giving you a list of ways.
But that's what you just gave me as a pretend thing that would never happen, because the globe describes what the longitude and latitude is. So how would they get?
The globe describes what the longitude and latitude is. He's scamming you. He's not a flat earther. He's just told you the globe describes the longitude and latitude flat Earth Cartesian grid system. He's just scammed you. He's not a flat earther.
Has he just sorry? Has he just given longitude and latitude to the globe?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. He just didn't do his homework.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, this sounds like somebody that just didn't do his homework ever.
No. I will return the favour with demonstrations, Arwin. He is a scammer. He's just lied to his audience about globe-ascribed longitude and latitude. In the grid that they are applied to, in practical use, it's flat. It's Cartesian. It's not globe-shaped. Jeran's just told his audience otherwise. That's what he said the globe is proving. That makes him a flat Earth scammer. Facts.
Surely you go, but how do you get longitude? They're derived as flat Earth elevation angles to Polaris. You've got the fantastic ammunition there, haven't you?
No, he's just collecting the money off flat earthers instead whilst telling them that it proves a globe. Scammer.
Jaron. Hey, Jaron. You hear that sound, son? That is the sound of inevitability. You are a demonstrated fraud.
So, Jaron, why are you telling your audience that this flat Earth Cartesian system that proves Earth is measured and navigated flat is ascribable to a globe? I can only assume that you are only here to screw flat Earthers out of money, you fucking cunt. Just unsubscribe from him. If you've in any way given him money, feel guilty because you've given it to people who want to peddle globes and peddle orbital motions and peddle Cartesian flat Earth grid systems being used for the globe. It's just scum, basically. I mean, what an outrage. I mean, it's, like I say, this isn't like Jaron calling me a scammer for his baseless assertion that I don't understand what science is, only to be demonstrated and laughed at by Toon for his total lack of knowledge of science, when demonstrated that, what, begging the question of orbits is science and hypothesis construction, Jaron? Because that's what you've been told and accepted. No telling Toon that it's not proving anything. No, you're just here to rape people of their money if they're flat earthers, aren't you, Jaron? Sad, really. I feel bad for all the people that give you money. They've been deceived by a scammer.
Get bigger after the equator. That doesn't then no longer is a globe. Therefore, what do you mean? I mean, I want real examples.
And therefore, there no longer is a globe when you've said that the grid system is specifically for a globe, but therefore there isn't one. Was that your flat Earth proof, Jaron? Was that the standard? Therefore, there isn't at the end of a statement that's ascribing latitude and longitude to the globe specifically, but it isn't. Why is anybody giving him money? Give it all to me. Yeah? If you hear this clip, give me the money you would have given Jaron. Yeah? Take your money away from his Patreon and give it to me. Someone who's actually going to prove the flat Earth for you. Someone that's going to point out these scammers for you, save you from, being conned by Jaron. You give me the money that you're giving Jaron. Just unsubscribe his Patreon and join mine. It'll offer you value. Unlike Jaron, who'll just con you back into being on a globe.
Falsify it.
Yeah,
How
but
many
Look how pleased Toon
does
is.
Jaron have?
For my audience, see how Toon's really pleased? And I, the flat earther, am furious because he's winning. Jaron's giving him a platform to win, as you all give Jaron money for this. Toon's pleased with the outcome. Very pleased. Look at that smile. He's delighted that he's conned your audience, Jaron, into beliefs that assumptions of orbits are scientifically validated with the hypothesis. That's what he's got out of you. Well, what have you got? That's just not true.
The globe has been designed with those longitude.
Maybe talk about proving a flat Earth for a bit, Jaron. Is it just only the globe that you like to talk about when you're scamming flat Earthers out of their money?
Latitude. And by the way, those maps had longitude and latitude in the 1500s, 1600s. It's funny that you all these people talk about, we went out and we did these surveys and we surveyed this land, we surveyed the triangles, and but we knew longitude,
longitude.
He didn't even get to make the point. He was so close to saying proves a flat Earth. He's definitely conning people. He allowed Toon to interrupt the conclusion that prove a flat Earth. The triangles and the Cartesian grid system that existed before the flat Earth. Jaron, you just needed to actually summarise that you're proving a flat Earth with those things. Why didn't you?
It is something that...
I know it's just Toon's turn. I'll turn the volume up. Jaron doesn't need to make the conclusion that those triangles prove Earth's measured flat.
You don't even need to do anything to say, well, on a sphere, we can do the spherical trigonometry.
Sorry, spherical trigonometry, as in curved lines for triangles. There's no such animal.
I want to bet you that Jaron's going to let that one go too.
Just ask
spherical
yourself why
geometry for it.
Jaron has some why
You
Jaron
don't
has so many
need
subscribers and viewers. This is why he has so many subscribers and viewers, because of his passive
Stop
incompetence.
doing this. Why do you have to tarnish what we're doing? I can demonstrate that Jaron has just failed to conclude a flat earth proof offered to him on a plate multiple times by his opponent. He did not conclude with the words, because earth is flat. He didn't say that. Therefore, scammer. He could have done, he didn't. The guest was given the opportunity to smugly cut off a flat earth proof. Jaron did nothing.
Right.
But take the money
It
from the
feels like
super
a big
chats.
game.
Yeah, I don't need
So-
I'm nearly finished. You don't need to tarnish that, D-Rose, with conspiratorial speculation about his motivation. I can prove he's doing what he's doing when I show it. I can demonstrate his scamming nature when he doesn't conclude with that which any reasonable flat earther would if with this size of audience. The triangles and the flat earth grid system, as Jaron declared, were done before the globe existed. Therefore, these systems are measured and measuring Earth as a flat plane. Those words didn't cross his lips, but he still counted the cash from the super chats, didn't he?
It feels like a rigged game to me, like a boxing match where the boss comes like, yeah, I know you got a winning streak, but this time you got to take a fall, and there's money on this, and you better not win, right? I mean, it almost feels like that. Like, why are you doing this, Jaron? Do you really hate Flat Earth that much that you're going to give McToon all of that for
Yes,
free?
I think it is the case. I think he hates flat earthers. He doesn't want to give his audience that are giving him money the proof that they're so in need of and so desire and are presumably giving them the super chats for. He didn't want to say, because Earth's measured flat, as per your examples. He just didn't say it. Like I say, he just counted the money at the end. Money I so sorely need, but have lost out because Jaron's told a massive audience that I'm a scammer because I understand what science is.
need to actually go anywhere to say, well, a sphere will have this. It's just
The way
it's
a
how
sphere
geometry works.
Right. Okay.
Right. You hear that, ladies and gentlemen? It's just how a sphere works. Response from Jaron? Right. Are you a flat earther? Have you recently been scammed by Jeranism into believing he actually has some flat earth information to give you? Need I present you anything more than this example?
We can do the spherical trigonometry.
We can do, that's Jaron and Toon together, can do the spherical trig. No, you can't, I already responded to this, but I'm a flat earther, one that needs money, I'm really poor.
Spherical geometry for it. You don't need to actually go anywhere to say, well, a sphere will have this. It's just
the way a
how
sphere
geometry works.
It's just the way a sphere works. Like I say, if you've recently been conned by Jeranism and given him money, know this. Your money would have been much better spent with me.
Right, okay. So I was saying,
the way a sphere works, right? With the way a sphere works, can you get an angle off the surface?
No, that's one of our housekeeping questions, Adam. We ask that daily. Obviously, disseminating useful information that any layman watching this show could have attacked Toon with. But heaven forbid that a well-known flat earth scammer, YouTuber, would put that to him. But no, you couldn't get the elevation angle measurements from a curved earth. Adam, we ask that daily. But we're good flat earthers, one that do deserve support. Definitely don't deserve to be called scammers for knowing what science is. But meanwhile, not proving that you can't get an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline, as has been proven by Toon, that wouldn't be in the scope of Jaron. He's a flat earth scammer. He's just collecting the money. He's there to affirm that that's how a sphere works, as he's just done.
My point. But we're told like this story that they went out and did all these crazy measurements, and they did these the great what do they call it, the what's the one you always refer to,
There's elevation angle measurements to Polaris would be one of the great measurements. It requires a flat earth. It gives you part of the Cartesian grid system that you didn't point out needed a flat earth when Toon interrupted you. The only point he's interrupted you to date, because up until then it was just you interrupting him. But at the point that you could have disseminated a flat earth truth to your audience, you allowed Toon to interrupt you and bark on about how globe-shaped it is, and you've agreed. Wonderful.
The transcontinental
Yeah, that
formation
one.
of the American
Yes.
arc of the parallel?
Yes. right? I mean, we were told this story like as if it's. What were they even doing? They already knew longitude, latitude. If they wanted to know the distances between two places, they already knew it.
So are you going to point out to your audience that that required a flat Earth, Jaron? I mean, that would be a really useful point to point out that that proves a flat Earth.
They already had that. They already had that
Did Jared
information.
just forget
They already
that
had
he
it.
actually is a flat earther? Did he just forget?
I think so. He just carried on counting the money after continuing to tell people about flat Earth proofs, but not actually pointing out or highlighting in any way, shape, or form that the measurements he's just described were measured from a flat Earth. I mean, we're keen to highlight that to people.
They don't
No, they
use
didn't.
anything that we use on flat Earth debate. Get it through your heads.
Yeah, well, I don't know why you're saying that, as in because it's on flat Earth debate, they don't use it? Or just because he's ignorant and a scammer and actually out to tell people how right Toon is when he describes how the globe works? Because that's how I view it based on what I'm seeing. I don't think it's got any association to it being our arguments that he doesn't want to use. He just doesn't know how to overcome Toon's arguments.
It doesn't matter. If you know somebody has information and you don't use it, either way, you're being a scammer.
Maybe.
They've heard, they know, they listen.
What you're saying is if the information is available to overcome this argument, but Jaron chooses to, instead of use that information, call the people who disseminate it scammers, for instance, that would just kind of lend more credence to my idea that he is actually a scammer here to only affirm the globe with his opponent and never, ever, ever say that that proves a flat Earth after a statement like he's just made about how it was already measured. Flat,
Sounds
Jaron.
like that to
flat.
me.
Yeah, to me too.
Yeah, he didn't say measured flat, he just said measured, giving no illusion to the audience whatsoever that this is a flat Earth proof, just saying it was already measured. Yeah, already measured flat.
They didn't have the linear distance between them.
Turn Toon up again. Post-production work on Jaron's
They
video.
had the
Obviously well worth giving him money so he can keep a close eye on his production values.
angular distance between them.
Angular? That sounds very much like a flat Earth baseline requirement there, Toon.
Angular
They have the
distance.
linear. Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
Angular distance? Really? Can you please post the distance units of measure for us? Let's see if there's any angular in there. Angular distance is another paradox.
Step away for a second. I'll come back to hearing the word angular distance. What's going on? It's a good 15 degrees away from me. Could you just move the salt and pepper pots another 44 degrees?
What, from a 21 degree angle? Are you nuts?
I'm just gonna throw it then.
How far did you drive?
Oh, 128 degrees.
129 if you include the stop at the service station.
But I wasn't stupid. I stayed at 69 degrees per hour, so I didn't get pulled by the police.
You dirty old man, you.
Well, it's still on a celestial sphere that's been cataloged over a flat plane. So you can do that. You can have your degrees
Sharp
away.
cookie. Very sharp. Arwin's just pointed out where he's actually getting this from. So when he's talking about an arc distance, he's talking about the arc coming through the celestial sphere to the plane at the center of hell, with the globe being completely surplus to requirements, unless you ascribe the angle over the surface that you're not standing on anymore. That's what Arwin's just alluded to. We'll see if he goes there, Arwin, but I think you're right. Very sharp.
Probably. He's not going to go there.
I know. We'll see.
Let me say this. I need to update my slow mode. It's too fast.
Okay. And then another thing. Okay. Sorry, I know we're going all over the
Let me
place.
give you at least one more.
Okay, go.
For falsifying. I'll go back to early. Aristotle is attributed. It may not be him, but Pliny. I think Pliny the Elder is the one that gave him credit for it.
Oh, brother!
Was said that things get obstructed bottom up as they are farther away. Now, whether or not Aristotle could actually do that,
No, what is it? No Atmo Day? No. According to your rhetoric, everything's always refracted. No straight lines to anything ever. No physical geometry obstruction. The geometric horizon. It's one of those quotes / concessions, Jaron, that I'm going to throw back at Toon. Yeah? The geometric horizon only exists in the maths. We are not going to see physical geometry. Nobody is expecting to see physical geometry. These are all the concessions I have got to use in this circumstance, Jaron. The ones that you don't think are in existence, that never happen. Yeah, I've got them and I throw them back in my opponent's faces. I'm pretty sure if I needed to, I could dig out a response from Toon to me that I could use against him in this regard also.
I don't know, but I can, because I've done that with this. I've seen things far away be obstructed bottom up, and that's what the globe.
Seen things obstructed bottom up. What is it? No Atmo Day? Was it not refracted? Was it not a refracted bulge that you were seeing there, Toon? Is it back to you think the straight line tangent point physical geometry Earth curve edge obstruction? Yeah, it really is 2015 Black Swan, Dumbo.
Predicts if things were not obstructed.
Strangely, some kind of Roman sailor, I think, isn't it, Lenny? Who sailed a flat plane? What is the benefit of, or why is he not challenging him? Because we're about to get, he's just given him the perfect Black Swan opportunity now. He's just cited things disappear from the bottom up. So that's a fantastic claim to jump on, isn't it? And I batter it with a big Black Swan.
Let's do that.
Adam, they're not going to do it.
Well, no, we are, though. If the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every distance to horizon measurement could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, as laid down in Toon's Earth curve mathematics he is now claiming. As per the Black Swan imagery, the distance to horizon is beyond the physical limitations of a sphere Earth radius 3959 miles. Therefore, the horizon is not Earth curve and the Earth is not a sphere. End of argument.
See how easy that was?
Did bottom up with increasing distance, then that would be a problem.
Furthermore, the begging the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth curve mathematics that are being utilised by Toon to great effect with Jaren because he doesn't know the pitfalls. Yeah? You think he'd come here and assert the Earth curve maths, Jaren? Of course not. He'll say it's scary mute button. Yeah, he's got an old 2015 rhetoric that's been debunked. We can demonstrate beyond all certitude that the Earth is not a sphere using this as an example.
And so it's been confirmed that way instead of disconfirmed. So,
really? What was it? No Atmo Day?
well, there's a second one, just to.
And I've heard you say before.
So nothing.
Go ahead.
So nothing from Jaren. What? So he just gave you two, Jaren. What are you going to do now? Let's hear it.
Move on.
Which I think is kind of disingenuous, that you can't imagine a mechanism by which things would disappear bottom up on a flat Earth. When
Sorry, who gives a shit? We're not making a claim about it. He is. So immediately take the position. What a con man. Jaren's a scammer. He wants to take the position in the affirmative for what the horizon is in this respect. You don't have a claim. He's the one claiming Earth curve obstruction, not. Of course. Go ahead.
Sorry, no, he didn't refute his or McToon's claim, but instead made a flat Earth claim. So he immediately exposed himself. What an idiot.
Yeah, instead of refuting the claim, as I did immediately, Jaren, what Jaren's now done is offered him up a nice false dichotomy to argue about, with Jaren explaining why there's a limitation to your view at the horizon. Who gives a shit? Does it have any bearing on a flat Earth? I don't need to make a claim about this, and neither does Jaren. Unless he wants to offer his opponent a nice debating point to argue the toss against, in false dichotomy, which is what will now take place. How useful for Toon. I wonder if he'll smile.
And it's been shown, it's been talked about a million times. Even today, driving from my home down south here in LA, I saw these distant mountains. I don't know which mountains they were, very far in the distance. And I told my wife, I said, look at those mountains themselves are disappearing bottom first. And what's crazy about that is that the bottom is closer to us than the top of those mountains, right? You're going to have an angle going off. But it's just because of the way the atmosphere works. Where am I looking through?
Atmo what now? If he ever didn't realise he's a scammer, now you know he's a scammer. He's saying the sphere-shaped air causes that. So Atmo begging the question, sphere, earth, paradigm, air causes that, does it, Jaren? Scammer. Unsubscribe from Jaren immediately. Do not give him any more money. He's saying air is sphere-shaped. What, like in the heliocentric model wrapped around a sphere, Jaren? It's caused by that, is it? On a flat Earth? the sphere-shaped air on a flat Earth, definitely not a flat earther. Not if you're claiming sphere-shaped air. That makes you a baller. Just masquerading as a flat earther so you can rake in the cash.
Through the most amount of atmosphere.
Atmosphere? So, assuming sphere-shaped air on behalf of your opponent, then, what an affront to flat earthers. Oh, it's just a disgrace. I feel ashamed.
Down low, where am I looking at the least amount? The top of the mountain. So it makes totally sense that you would start to lose the bottom. Another thing I saw you say the other day.
Proving a flat earth? Oh, just right. There as the false dichotomy for him to argue against then. So that didn't disprove a sphere. It didn't prove a flat earth. It's simply a positive claim for no reason whatsoever that Jeren has made for his opponent to argue against.
In one of your videos, you were showing...
That's my frustration, Nathan, at this. There's been a number of like really bad... It's like baseball analogy. It's like a batter just missing easy balls. Oh, there's one. Knock it out the park, yeah? And he's just made a claim, yeah, that the horizon is the leading edge of a ball. Yeah, and pre put in your head to falsify something. Yeah, and he's misused that, but fair enough. But he's been given the perfect opportunity there to take McToon to the woodshed, yeah, on his claim. But for some reason now, now we're gone, aren't we? Now we're into mountains, and the distance to the bottom is further than the distance to the top, and you've lost all your ammo again. You now just set yourself up to get punched with the statements you had instead of holding him fundamentally to his claim, because it was a perfect way of destroying him, to hold him to his geometric horizon. And I said straight away, this is where you bring the black swan in, and you should be pounding his head now, not letting him off what the horizon is, what it is in his world, and force him to it, yeah, to falsify his ball.
Who knows? Jeren's an easy target to affirm his sphere Earth religion to a bigger audience of flat earthers while they give him money. Toon knows that's why he's smiling the whole time. He's done really well. What smart move, Toon. You know, kudos in that regard. You know, if you're going to pick a weak victim, you've done well to do Jeren, because he hasn't pointed out anything that you've used. In fact, he's just given you a nice little false dichotomy to argue about in this instance, rather than taking apart your claim.
Eye chart.
A weak victim.
Go on.
A weak victim.
Yeah.
I'm saying a weak victim. He picked out a weak victim. Isn't Jeren supposed to be the leader, one of the leaders, the founders of the flat Earth?
Yes, that's correct.
Tunes, yeah, go ahead.
Well, I'm saying that's why I'm saying he's a scammer. If he's on the top of the pile and doing an absolutely god-awful job of other than undermining the people who actually put in the graft and understand these discussions, that's us, by calling us scammers. That's what he's done. But, you know, as far as I'm concerned, this is his fruit. It's garbage. It stinks. It's gone off. It's moldy. And it helps the Glober.
So what conclusions? I don't like to dive into motivations, and I'm not doing that here, but there's only two conclusions here, right? Either Jeren's dumb as fuck, or he's purposely sandbagging. Is there another choice? No. Please,
I'm going to go with sandbagging, because
me too.
He's getting 90% of the way to saying the Cartesian grid system was already measured. Full stop was Jeren's statement. Not the Cartesian grid system was already measured on a flat Earth and is still used that way to this day, proving Earth is measured and navigated flat. He didn't say that.
And you were going on and on. I thought you were so off base. You were like, oh, well, flat Earth belief is that eventually these letters will disappear. And you're like, but they don't disappear. They just get smaller. But you're like, no, our position is that eventually those letters would disappear, as they would. If you went down more and more rows, where would the letters be?
Proving what, Jeren? Is this a flat Earth proof? Is this a globe debunking? Does it just simply work within a false dichotomy for him to now offer his globe Earth maths with a physical geometric horizon that we debunked in 2020? Because that's what it seems like to me.
You're assuming he's looking for a conclusion. I don't think he's looking for a conclusion. He just wants to keep talking.
Who, Jeren?
Yeah, it seems like it. Yeah.
Oh, well, if you can keep the chat open, he'll keep getting cheaper chats, won't he?
To see.
But why did they disappear?
Because they got too small to see. You were showing the chart right there, and you said you pretended like, oh, the globe belief is that these letters will just get tiny and then they'll stop. And you're like, but flat Earth thinks that they'll get invisible. Well, they would.
And that's him offering up a pre-packaged false dichotomy for you to bite on, and you have. But flat earthers think, yeah, that's called a stereotyping fallacy, Jaron. We'd have slapped that out of his hand immediately. Don't put my position to me. Flat earthers think this, do they? Oh, but Jaron does. So obviously he's going to defend it, because he does think this shite. Nobody cares why the Horizon does this. He's got a positive claim it's going to block buildings because it's a physical limitation. Here's where a few of those concessions come back into play that I get, Jaron. Yeah, nobody's expecting to see physical geometry, end quote, Planner Walk. We cannot see the geometric horizon, end quote, AB Science. The geometric horizon only exists in the maths, end quote, the Rumpus. That overcomes everything he's just said, Jaron. There is absolutely no need whatsoever for you to postulate this shit that you've got a vague idea about. No need at all, other than to give him a position to argue against, so he doesn't have to defend his own. Just overcome his position, Jaron, like we did in 2020.
They wouldn't get invisible.
What do you mean? If you go show the eye chart again, as you go down and they get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller, eventually they would disappear. That's what they would do.
The really small ones, but my chart, see, my chart was not showing that. And my point of that, if people may not remember, was that if you look at a building, the building, it's a vertical building, and the entirety of the building is almost nearly all the same distance from you, though the top is slightly farther away.
What he will now do is he will describe how many feet or meters of the bottom of the building will disappear, where up until this point in the discussion, everything has been described in terms of its angular relationships. What Toon will not now do is tell you about the angular relationship to the building at distance, because he will ascribe a value that doesn't change with distance. That's feet or meters. And he'll start telling you, as per the Earth curve maths that we've already overcome in this discussion in 2020 with the Black Swan, those feet and inches value, it'll be 1 foot at every distance. So in his maths, 1 foot is still 1 foot and visible at 1,000,000 miles, because he's not going to ascribe anything angular to the next words that come out of his mouth.
That's why I like your brick analogy.
But the part below you, so if you're looking at a building, like I did with this camera here, looked at a building that was 30 miles away, I think, I don't know how many exactly miles, and you only saw a portion of the building. So let's say of a 30 floor building, I saw floor 15 and nothing below it.
So instead of giving it in feet or meters, I'll concede I was wrong. He gave it in floors. Yeah, well, the number of floors won't change with distance. There's always going to be 5 or 6 stories on a 5 or 6 story building at 1,000,000 miles away. It makes no difference how far you are to how many floors the buildings have. What does make a difference is the angular relationship. Now, not that this matters, because I'm not making a positive claim about it. He is. And if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every distance to the horizon he's claiming could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, as per the maths he's using. And the distance to the horizon in the Black Swan is beyond the physical geometric limitations he's claiming. Therefore, the horizon's not Earth curve, as he is claiming, with this geometry.
You saw nothing, because what was it?
Then Jaron's loud-ass mic down again.
Culted by.
I didn't count. It was blocked by the water.
Okay.
So there's water and then building. So the amount of atmosphere at that intersection between
Atmo, what now? We're going to beg the question that air arbitrarily forms sphere shapes like Jaron did. Is that what we do? As flat earthers, we arbitrarily ascribe sphere shapes to containerless gas. I don't do that, Toon. I don't ascribe atmosphere begging the question fallacy to anything, ever.
Between floor 14 and 15 isn't
a value in angular relationships that will change with distance. It's an arbitrary number that won't change with distance.
So much thicker that instead of the blurred portion of the building with slightly more blur than level 15, there's water, just like water with crisp.
Ed?
One second. Sphere-shaped air is not begging the question. It's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics and about 8 other laws. It's not begging the question. It's a paradox.
It's also begging the question fallacy because they're assuming air takes a sphere shape.
Yeah, they're assuming it does, but that's not begging the question. It's a paradox. So it's a paradox first, and then a begging the question.
Okay.
Right.
Fair enough. Oxymoron. Paradox first.
Edges to the waves. That's what I'm talking about. That's what we see instead of, if it was more atmosphere, we would just see more blur. And if it was then floor 13 would be even more blur.
Right? Now, rarely.
How does this teach anyone anything? I have learned absolutely, other than, you talking and us talking, well, you guys talk, I have learned absolutely nothing. Had I been watching this debate, I would have either just choose the side that confirmed my bias, or I would have still been confused. Like the many times I was confused before I found this channel. People would go back and forth about points, and I'm like, okay, but there was no resolution anywhere.
But just
we're not now receiving a comment upon, or now listening to a lesson from McToon about how optics would work on a flat Earth.
Optics? Do they have optics in there?
Well, you know what I mean. He's now telling us the flat Earth position. Things are just a bit more blurry. Yeah. But where is this? Is this a debate, or because we've now got him strawman in our position?
Doing it over water, I've seen that, but I rarely do I see anything over land kind of show anything like that. But I guess it would be very difficult to find an area that's
you don't
level.
know the topography of the land.
Right. Which would be interesting to see, because I do think what's happening is, in that particular case, if you picture, and I've shown this before with a magnifying glass, that I laid down basically a blanket on the floor, blue blanket for, maybe it was 8 feet. And at the end of the 8-foot blanket, I put a building, just a little cardboard building with like 6 windows. And then I put a magnifying glass down in front of my eyes at the edge of the water, looking at the far distant building. And the building is halfway covered with the blanket, because the magnifying glass is magnifying what's right behind it, which is the water.
You
right?
did Skiba's. You did Skiba's thing.
Did he do that?
Magnifying glass that bends light the opposite direction that it does in the atmosphere. You need to use the top half of the magnifying glass.
Well, I used a
cut
circle.
the magnifying glass in half and then put it down in front of you. That's what you need to do. I did it. I haven't done the video yet, but I did it. I bought Skiba's
his kit,
thing.
so did I.
and I have it back on the floor behind me. I have in my kitchen table, it has leaves, and so I actually opened up a little gap, and then I put the lens so that it's halfway, right?
And you did that, why? Because you want the atmosphere to bend light which way?
The atmosphere bends light down, and so the top half of a lens, as you're looking at it, will bend light down. The bottom half will bend it up.
Okay.
It bends light down.
So I dropped it down so that the lens would do an...
It bends light down, does it?
Who cares?
So it's
a magnifying glass, but we're now into a tutorial about Rod Skiba's magnifying kit that you can buy online, all good retailers.
Yeah, I get that.
What is going off?
I don't know. This just seems like a nostalgic piece or something. It's just talking 2015 or something. But I mean, McToon just said that, so the light bends down. So that would make refraction, make the Earth seem more spherical and not bend it upwards into that flat plane that you're supposed to be making excuses for.
No. It's straw manning him. It's a magnifying glass.
Yeah, okay.
An analog of what the atmosphere would do.
There you go. Perfect timing.
So if light bends, if the atmosphere bends light down, but you're saying bending light down makes it appear higher. Yeah. That's your position there as far as that goes. So what about when I showed...
So that's just going to remain completely unchallenged then? Okay.
Yep.
What the hell?
looking through a tank of water
That's the
and
old
showed
Jedi
that
mind
it actually is
trick
dry.
of rebut somebody with complete confusion.
So, atmosphere refraction, right, Toon? That's what you were talking about. Just to address what you were. So we're gonna have this oxymoron begging the question fallacy of sphere-shaped air, unbonded gas arbitrarily forming the shape of a sphere to bend the light. Well, then how can you assert your geometric principle of it being a physical limitation, as you did earlier, like 5 minutes earlier? If it's refraction, then it's not Earth curve, is it?
Probably. Why do we see that? Why when we show a pencil, if I were to take a pencil and put it in a glass of water, you would see it lower?
Who cares? We here on Flat Earth Debate prove the nature of our reality, how it's measured and navigated flat. Over on Jaren's channel, he collects the cash while he disseminates the information about how pencils refract. Who cares? Literally, who cares? He's claiming there's an Earth curve edge.
Well, the curved front of the glass is a whole different thing. It's not the analog to the air.
So if we got a flat
we
glass,
need to set up something.
That's giving him an example of how the refraction of light will move a position of something optically. Why would you give your opponent that when that's exactly his fundamental claim that the solid hill in front of him, of water, admittedly, yeah, will move position based on this refraction? He's just giving him an example. It's a bad one, but it doesn't support Jaren's position in any way, shape, or form by demonstrating you can move the apparent position of something.
But it would demonstrate admirably that it's not Earth curve then. So it's not a hill getting in the way then, if it moves.
It doesn't address that. You've just given your opponent about refraction. That's what you do when you say, if I put a pencil in a glass, what are you showing? Diffraction, yeah? So you've got the effect that the pencil isn't where it appears to be, yeah? Well, that's what they're claiming for a ball Earth. That physical horizon isn't where it appears to be. So you've given him an example. So if I go, you're ridiculous. How can something move its position? And you go, well, you just cited putting a pencil in water earlier. Thank you very much. I'm a winning baller.
I think that's an analog to the air.
Okay, so if we got a flat glass, it would do that?
No, you need the gradient. The water isn't really at a gradient. You tried this yourself, right? You got a tank, but you didn't quite get it.
So let me ask you this though. Again, so like, I wanted to talk about the Stephen Hawking documentary just real quick on one particular point. Is that they were so gross, and I mean, there's no way Stephen Hawking, the real Stephen Hawking, was involved in that at all. It was so grossly done that either the man is incompetent or an invalid, and they have somebody else speak for him. Because what the tests that they did were not tests that any scientific-minded person would ever allow or show or want their name attached to at all. They actually said that a helicopter hid behind the curvature of the Earth at 6 miles, and they did they didn't even like show you the calculations, but it's hilarious because at 6 miles the curvature formula calls for exactly 24 feet. And so they get in this helicopter and they lower down, and the guys with the telescope, and he says, I can't see you. Are you guys still flying? They're like, yeah, we're still in the air. And then they land, and then they take off again. And he's like, okay, stop. I'll tell you when to stop when I see you. Then he says, stop. Okay, I see you. What height are you at? And the guy looks at his altimeter and says 24 feet. It's hilarious because what they forgot is the fact that the guy with the telescope is higher than the ground level. So actually he's about 3.5 foot tall. So the amount of curvature over 6 miles is like
the amount of curvature we will have, Jaren. Scammer. He's a baller. He's masquerading as a flat earther. He's about to tell his audience how much flat earth, sphere earth curvature we have. He can't call himself a flat earther. If he's telling the audience how much earth curve there should be between the helicopter and the observer, that's a baller position. Yeah, these people super chatting, Jaren. You're supporting ball earth rhetoric as he tells you, nah, National Geographic wrong, because there should have been this amount of earth curve. Should there have been, Mr. Flat Earther? Oh, right, that sounds very much like you're peddling globe rhetoric of how much earth curve there should have been.
Like 8 feet.
Oh, there should have been 8 feet of curve, should there, Jaren? I'm a flat earther. What I respond to their claim that Earth curve as a physical hill getting in the way, but also simultaneously refracted pencil that isn't physically hill getting in the way, is that if the Earth was a sphere radius 3959 miles, then every distance to horizon measurement could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet as laid down in their maths that you're referring to, being wrong with how much Earth curve there should be. But the distance to the horizon in the Black Swan is beyond the geometric limitations laid down by those maths. Therefore, the horizon, claimed to be blocking this helicopter, is an Earth curve. That's how you do it, Jaron.
So, did a helicopter hide behind 8 feet of water?
No, the horizon's not Earth curve. We debunked it in 2020.
Impossible.
No, we can debunk the Earth curve premise, as opposed to the single example that you give.
A helicopter would ever hide behind any water at 6 miles. The fact that anybody believes that.
The fact that the horizon can be debunked as Earth curve, I would say, is far more pertinent than you telling them how much Earth curve should be in the way of the helicopter, Jaron. As a flat earther, it offends me when you tell an audience how much Earth curve should be there.
Is just a testament to how truly out of it people are.
That's a documentary. You know that.
Well, it's a documentary, or is it
It's not a peer-reviewed, published scientific experiment.
But right? Why lie? Why lie?
Sorry, he just said it was not a peer-reviewed scientific experiment. Okay. So why aren't you telling him, as you told an audience to massively affect my income, Jaron, that he's a scammer and that science doesn't prove anything? Why is it that you can tell a flat earther that, but you can't tell Toon that? He's just said scientific peer review. So why aren't the words that you accused me of, that scammer, coming across your lips towards Toon? Why is that?
It sounds like your issue is, and I agree with you, is that it should have been done more rigorously.
It's just, if you have to tell a lie, for instance, let's just go to Behind the Curve. They had to miss a...
Hold on. I have to have a drink first, just a second.
I'm surprised it's not spelled a different way, to be honest with you.
It's my ball mason jar.
Yes, you're a big fan of balls. I got you. All right. So with the Behind the Curve, now this might only be true for me alone, is that Behind the Curve is one of the biggest evidences for me to go, oh shit. If you're going to do a video about, or you're going to do a documentary about the globe, flat Earth, and you have to lie, you have to put an out of sequence experiment at the end, and you have...
Sorry, an experiment? Well, like cause and effect reasoning based on a hypothesis actualized? That sort of experiment, Jaron. Like, as a part of the scientific method and hypothesis construction that you've not criticised as being scammy in nature. Is it just me that gets that treatment, Jaron? Yeah? Little old me with my little channel telling people what science is. I get called a scammer because science, quote, doesn't prove anything, end quote, Jeranism. Why isn't that your overriding objection here? It's just me that you want to put down with that, is it?
You have to make it look like something, and again...
Go on, whoever that was.
I was going to say, where's the consistency? Like, if that was your stance, like science doesn't prove shit, and you went hardcore and declared war on us for that, why are you not even mentioning it to him, even in your little soft voice, to this guy that science doesn't prove shit? What are you talking about? Every time you say hypothesis, you're not saying that. Because we're experiment, and now he says the word experiment. What is that? That doesn't mean anything because science doesn't prove anything. Where's the fucking consistency?
There is none. He says it throughout.
It's just selling up.
Yeah, just scrape up the money from the people being scammed by him. Yeah? If you're one of those people giving Jaron super chats, don't. The guy is scamming you. Don't believe him when he says he's a flat earther or he'll offer you any flat earth information. He won't.
For people who don't know, I went to a lawyer and said, hey, do I have a case here? And he took all the text messages and everything. And he said, well, you would if they would have made one mistake, which was saying at any point that you proved curve. Do you have any evidence of them anywhere saying that? No. Did they, is the scene that they showed at the end, is it an actual scene where you actually said that in real? Yes. You have no case, right? He said they're smart enough to know that they can't have done that and then said in interviews or other places, well, he did prove this because now they've placed that on me and I could go back and ask for the footage showing that, no, there was observations before and after. And I've actually showed the email from the producer who's...
Again, just Jaron and his self-absorbed nature. That's all you're interested in, isn't it, Jaron? You being vindicated in this regard, this embarrassing regard. Yeah? That's really all you're interested in. You've got an opponent in front of you. Do you think he gives a shit? No, he does not.
I'm sorry. Hold on.
You go
One
first.
second. I'm surprised he didn't bring up the cats that they showed in front of his house.
Okay, well, look. Oh, damn it, I forgot my point. Never mind.
Who says, oh, there were many observations. There was ones before that showed both flat and curved, and ones after that showed, but there was only one that showed just a curve. Well, what does she mean by that? That we're doing observations of each different view. So what do you mean there's, okay, well then why not take the one that showed flat and just say, oh, there was only one that just showed flat, and then forget about the others, which is basically what they did. They took the others out of the video. And then here's why I think that's so funny. I think it's more indicative of Globers being so hypocritical.
Now, this reminds me of recently, just to unwind with crap to watch, I watched videos of feminists and misogynists moaning about the other sex. And what the people who critique these feminists and misogynists do is point out that this is only as a consequence of your poor choices. You chose to indulge you and your fame level on Behind the Curve. That was your choice. You didn't have to go and make that documentary for them to embarrass you. You chose to. Like all the women who choose the bad boys because they're more fun and then moan because they won't get commitment from them. You chose the big Netflix production and they made a fool of you. And now you want to moan about how they've wronged you. You chose that. Now, me, I get offered by people to go and do interviews with them in various forms and have done for years. Most, if not all of them, get turned down. Why? Because I exercise discernment about the person asking me. And when I go, no, you're going to screw me over, aren't you? I say no. You did not. That is entirely on you, Jaron. And anybody else who got involved. That's their fault. The production, that was already instigated and decided which way it was going long before you were asked to take part. So blaming them, that's what they do. You decided to involve yourself with them, though, didn't you? But you want to now blame the emails and go to lawyers? Like a Chad not getting a commitment out of a blonde or vice versa. It's pathetic.
Critical, right? So if I were to...
Nathan, can I point out also the incredible irony of him complaining about how he got screwed over and put out of context, all that, while he is in a very live stream, basically making mistakes to the same level and worse, except now nobody's editing him. He's just doing it himself right now with his argumentation.
To come forward and say, hey, I did this observation across 16 miles and I saw no curve, and here's the flat. Immediately, every Glober would come at me and they would start demanding. Oh, they want to know the temperature gradient. They want to know the refractive index. They want to know what the weather was like. They want me to do weather at different heights, everything. But
yeah, because they're basically running you, aren't they? They're running your show for you, telling you what you need to do. Yeah. Now, if you had a concise argument against what they put forth, you wouldn't need to do any of that. Like we don't. I don't need to go and do anything the ballers tell me to do when I take apart their argument. They feel they need to interrupt me and moan about mute buttons while I rip their arguments to shreds. That's what we do here.
Nathan, what would you say if somebody asked you, if a Glober asked you for the refractive index?
In atmosphere, sphere-shaped air?
Yeah.
I'll tell you, what is it? No Atmo Day? Why do we need the refractive index? It's based on an R value. For a globe.
I was going to say, the refractive index is 7/6 R.
Yeah, it's based on a presupposition of an R value that we've also debunked.
Oh, that's terrible.
It's not a refractive index by the definition of refractive index. You see.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. I was trying to get to the mic. Go ahead, Adam. Sorry.
No, take it away, but that is it. Look at what refractive index is. It's as we go from one medium to the other. This is Andrew Thomas Young, pre-assumed change, bending of light because of a, what is it? What's the quote, QA? I hate.
Do we have a horizontal gradient?
That's it. Yeah, the horizontal gradient. Yeah,
And the whole.
Go on.
The horizontal ray paradox.
But if I say the word
the
interesting,
easiest thing
nobody asks a
with
question.
regards to the horizontal ray paradox is to remind yourself that rays don't exist. Andrew Thomas Young.
But you can think of them like they do. Thanks, Ruppers.
They exist in an orthographic Muppet view to bend light at a rate of 7/6 of the radius in standard form.
Jaren proved curve. So this is a absolute, it just shows me, it's like, oh, so you guys are not looking for evidence. You'll call anything evident. Me saying interesting in a hit piece movie, you'll call that evidence. But when we bring...
You've got to ask yourself, if you're giving him money, why is he taking part in hit piece movies that are dedicated to humiliating flat earthers? Why would he involve himself in such things? You've got to ask yourself this stuff.
Yep.
Forward anything. We can go on and on about...
That's you, flat earthers. You have to ask yourself this question. This is why I'm going after flat earthers. I just say, I'm just going to do it. It's time. 2017 came and left. I should have done it back then. It's time. I'm doing it. I'm going to cut them out by the friggin', they're dug in like Alabama ticks. I'm going to root them some bitches out. If I have to do it myself, I will. If you're in line with them, you're going to get rooted out too.
Sun flashes, mirror flashes, and nobody will listen because they want to know every fact that goes along with it, rather than just recognize the fact that you can't see mirror flashes if there's a mound of water in between you. But nobody will listen to that, and this is the problem. We'll never get anywhere. We'll never uncover anything. We'll never, because you guys are protecting the very people we're calling liars.
Jaren, I started with this is like the response to it, but the step-by-step measurements of the height of the ISS.
Yes,
right? That's what this is the discussion.
Oh, sorry, we still on that. Our 5 minutes.
What we're seeing now, it's written all over Toon's face. Just 1 second. Just one sec. What is written all over Toon's face is Jupiter's delight. He's now going to go back to the flat Earth elevation angle measurement. That's what he's going to now go to. And he knows he's already got one over on Jaren with this exact subject. So that's why Toon is now smirking. Because he knows what's about to happen. Go on, whoever that was.
No, you basically said what I was going to say. Now he's going to go back to the elevation angle from a flat horizontal plane, like he said himself, that Jaren didn't seem to pick up on. Terrible.
No, why wouldn't he? He's going to circle jerk back to what that Jaren sandbagged. Why wouldn't he do that?
It's gotten kind of weird. So you can't say we're never going to make progress. It's been done, right? Somebody did the actual analysis of it, and I did I did this video a while ago. It's the one I took down at your request because I got a few things wrong about you. But in that video, I point to the video that Reds did where he measured the height of the ISS.
What does this have to do with
and I know you can't do
mirror flash? What does this have to do with the mirror flash? Well, why am I getting on McToon? I'm sorry. Please forgive me.
Oh, what? No, that's fine. That's a perfectly reasonable critique. You're saying Jaren has highlighted, and it's a reasonable point again. So we can't just brush past it. Also, Jaren's highlighted. If you've got a flat body and you can see somebody with a mirror flashing light from one side to the other, that ipso facto means there is no obstruction between the two things. That's Jaren's point. So let's give credit Jaren where the credit is actually due. Right, first of all.
Yeah.
Okay. Toon has then immediately non sequitured away from it. Just ignored it completely.
Red herring fallacied away.
Red herring fallacied away, rather.
Do it right now. It's asking too much to say, look at it right now live.
No, but that's something I will look at. And because sometimes I need to think about something too in a, not just in a spur of the moment, kind of make sure that all the pieces that are coming in are not derived, that are not.
What the hell, Jaren?
Yeah, they are.
What the hell, Jaren? Why don't you just go back to the mirrors? What the hell are you doing?
Oh,
Did you forget? Did he Jedi mind trick you away from your mirrors? Unbelievable.
But also, Toon's lapping up the fact that he's, disseminating a flat Earth proof to Jaren over and over again. It's obviously amusing him that he can get away with it.
Set up for us in a way that, that because this is what I find Globers do all the time is that they'll make it seem like something works, but then when you actually go,
it does work. So the triangles that Toon's saying in this example, Jaren, they work on a flat Earth. They do work.
look at it like, well, wait a second. Like I get lost all the time when I try and who came up with the distance of the moon, who came up with the distance of the sun.
Kepler and Huygens.
What happened to the mirrors?
Every Glober has got a different answer. They don't get it. They don't get that.
For who did it?
Who or when or what or Venus.
But
I mean, they actually
none of that matters.
Well, it does matter.
You can measure it yourself.
Where's the mirrors?
Measure the distance to the sun.
Ugh. I will get.
Where'd the mirrors go?
That could be used as a flat Earth proof. So as a scammer, just masquerading as a flat Earth, he's not going to focus on that. He needs to just drop it in subtly to give the the bit of love bombing his audience needs to keep super chatting him and giving him Patreon funds.
Been right.
How would you measure
what happens to the mirrors? That was a strong point. It's about the only strong point I heard so far.
With himself?
But also, oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Yeah, just forget it. Press play.
That
with him and another person? What do you mean?
Yeah, him and Astronomy Live.
Okay.
Did it. He drove from where he lives in Florida to Colorado so that him and Astronomy Live could simultaneously see.
I'll pause the video for QE to overload his mic. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Did we already go over this? For fuck's sake!
Yeah, this is what happens when you don't address the methodology behind what they're saying.
But where's the mirror? Happened though? Like he skipped the mirror completely and went off to the Globers that they never told me who measured the distance to the sun, to the moon, blah blah blah. And then this guy says, well, none of that matters because you could do it yourself.
Do what? That's the point. Well, what's the method?
Measure
what
a
are you
flat
going to
plane.
do?
Establish a
to
horizontal.
Use an elevation angle? Yep.
Yep. Establish a horizontal baseline, a flat Earth. Yeah, that's how it's done.
Mars. They use Mars to do it.
Yeah, but you're taking planetary motions, and you're using Kepler's laws, and so these things didn't even exist back in the day. I'm talking about from an originating position.
Say it's all nothing. Say all of the history is nothing. You can just go measure it yourself. So
measure
ignore
what?
everything.
Measure what?
Ignore any historical.
You keep saying measure it. Measure what?
To the sun. The distance to the sun. Ignore all of that and do it.
Sorry, measuring the distance to the sun by what Jaren has already pointed out. So Jaren's got the correct answer. It's based on Kepler and Huygens for the assumption of scale, but nevertheless, he's halfway there. Why hasn't he laboured this point? He's just allowing Toon to browbeat him over it. Oh, it doesn't matter. You can just measure it yourself. With what are you going to use to scale it?
Yourself.
How?
That's the invitation.
Okay, that's great. You keep saying that now because your audience is going to hear you, and then they all go, "Yeah, just do it." But then when we confront them and ask them how, none of them know how. So I'm asking you how.
Reds did a step.
I don't care how.
That's because you didn't listen, Jaren. He's told you how to measure a flat Earth to get it. That's what he went through before. Yeah, you asked him about whether or not the baseline was going to be assumed to be changed after it was measured on a flat Earth. He didn't phrase it like that, of course. That would obviously offer your audience some inclination that Earth is actually being measured flat. You just asked if he superimposed a curve into the flat Earth measurement. But beyond that, he's now reasserting exactly that. How you do it yourself. I mean, God only knows what happens when the sun hits the horizon. Presumably it's crashing into Earth by way of this measurement standard. But nevertheless, that's what he's telling you.
How Red did. I'm asking you how.
He's told, that's why he's smirking. Just pay attention to what he actually says, Jaren. See, we paid attention, then critiqued it for actually measuring a flat Earth. Now he's repeating it, and you're saying, I don't care what he did. No, he's saying the methodology that Red's used to measure a flat Earth is what he's using.
I'm asking you. You're the one here claiming that we can all do it. Anybody can do it. It's just second grade math. So how?
Yeah. So it's out. We don't have time to go
Okay.
over it right now. We have 15 minutes until this is done.
Okay. So let me give.
I will say, just like
You just need a flat Earth to get angles, like you described originally. I mean, we haven't got time to go over what the flat Earth proof, just in case he picks up on it when you do it a second time, Toon. Not that cautious, eh? Maybe you don't. You haven't underestimated him. Maybe if I say it for a second time that we will be using a flat baseline, Jaren will pick up on it and point out that it's a flat Earth proof this time. Don't want to push your luck, right? Haven't got enough time. What was it that perfect? Middle of talking. What was it that QE said? We don't train to time here. We train to standards.
Ooh, you remembered that.
Yeah, I pay attention.
just like I did.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Darwin.
No, I was just trying to support you in a kind of a Neil way. McToon is just playing him.
Yeah.
Like a fiddle.
Yeah, absolutely. Mattoon knows where he's got the advantage in this discussion, and you can see it's written all over his face.
Did go over the step by step of how you can measure the height of the ISS.
Yeah, with a flat Earth. That's right. We pointed out how you needed a flat Earth for it, Toon. Yeah, fun.
I saw that.
And if you want,
you saw it, did you? Did you see the concession that you got for a flat Earth, Jaren? No, you didn't. Yeah, as a result, it's me having a justifiable reason to call you a scammer and do as you did. Tell your audience, don't support you, don't give him money. Hopefully this will cost you money, Jaren. Like it cost me money when you did it, to me, but without justification. See, this is in no way unclear to anybody watching. When we do as you failed to and point out how Earth is flat. When he says, no, I wouldn't want to chance you realising this needs a flat Earth again by repeating it. I told you earlier about the height of the ISS being measured off a flat Earth. That's not what he's saying, though, is it, Jaren? You're just not picking up on it. Yeah? I mean, maybe you think you've done an admirable job here. I think, as a result of this job, people should unsubscribe and stop giving you money. Yep, by me pointing out how shit you are at this.
We could go over a step by step how you can measure the distance to the sun using that same technique.
With a flat baseline, a flat Earth. And the further and farther that long flat baseline is, the more accurate that measurement will become. The bigger the flat Earth, the more accurate the measurement. Right, Toon?
that Reds did. Or some other technique.
Or some other technique that uses elevation angle measurements off a flat baseline and definitely won't be getting any angles from curves. Yeah, one of them.
That people could do themselves.
They could, and prove Earth's flat when they do it.
Right.
So, okay, but
anyway.
Yeah, but the same
we only
technique
have
for the
15
ISS, you're saying the same technique that they use for the ISS, but that didn't determine the distance of the moon. It determined the distance of the ISS.
No, it's not the same technique as the ISS.
Oh, I thought so. Okay.
It's trigonometry is involved.
So I know we don't have a lot of time, and we can do this.
So it was a trigonometry?
He just admitted that what they did was right on point, Jaren.
Again, I would like to have a little better time. I had some things I wanted to line up, and then today went to hell. But actually, if you got to look at where I'm at, I'm ecstatic. But what about left-right curvature squishing photos? Will you admit now that that is not evidence of anything and should be removed from your website?
No.
Why not?
I think it's you're talking about the one from Ibiza specifically that Rory did, right?
I'm talking about any person that takes a photograph of anything and then condenses it right to left. Here's what you have to remember is if there's any change, for instance, let's say you're at pixel 100 high on the left with the horizon line and you're at pixel.
This is driving me so nuts. Can you guys just talk amongst yourselves for 2 minutes while I set up a limiter?
All right. Yeah, I mean, this is ridiculous. Like, why would you care about a stupid little nitpicky dumbass fact on his site, Jaren, while you're literally going by 2015 argumentation standards? This is absurd. This is
I don't know, but
this sounds.
I almost committed suicide twice.
Just finish. It makes him sound like he's demented to me. I'm almost taking out the malicious factor out of this because this is just so incredibly stupid and nonsensical that This can't be Shillery. This is just complete dementia.
Yeah, I almost committed suicide 3 times.
Pixel 103 high on the right. When you condense that, you create a curve because it can't get from the. Yes, it does.
It doesn't create a curve. It creates a diagonal line.
And for an on-the-fly limiter, that is not bad.
Which, okay, so let's say that there's. I think it would create a curve.
Diagonal line.
No, I don't think so. I can do it real quick and just see. But if you're talking about just what pixel change you want, 3 pixels? Where's my? I don't think that that's the case. And we've shown before that it can do both, right? So, and it's because you'll never take a picture straight on. And if you did, then you would have the same pixel on the left and right. It can't be different. How would it be different?
So
and then when you condensed it, like that's the worst thing to me that why this is one of the things I'm talking about. Why would this keep being an issue? Why can't we as
okay?
Go ahead.
Do it. You can do it now. You're fast at this.
Okay.
Create a thing and what do you use? Paint something?
It's called
create
real
a
paint,
thing.
but for some reason it's just flashing.
So
create a thing. We got the intellectuals out now. This is going to be painful, man.
One side, 3 pixels higher than the other, and then do a left to right compression. But make that line straight between them, and see if it creates a curved line or a straight line when you compress them.
Oops, sorry, I lost you here. What did you say to do?
So make a straight line across your.
Hold on, something's going on with my computer here. I don't know what.
Yeah, I don't see what your program.
For some reason, it won't bring you up. It's in the taskbar, but.
Oh my God! How long have you been doing this, Jaron?
Let me try this.
Hey, don't knock him for
You
computer
had
issues.
something up before.
Yeah,
very
I do,
badly
it's just not
timed
coming up now.
critique
It's
there,
like
are we?
not. Okay. Let me try this Zoom here.
I think I picked the wrong day to quit snipping glue.
When you get these, no. So I'm gonna real quick. I'm just gonna duck out of this just to get that Zoom back. Let's see. Wait. Join.
All right.
Okay. So let me bring OBS back up. All right. Now we got that. So now let me see if we can get this.
Because I'm presenting what's
not working today. I wonder if it's putting something
slumming
on
with 2 monitors
on my show, and I've shown people on your website itself that those.
Hold on, you can't get the program.
Hold on, let me see if I can get this to come up. It's on your homepage, right? Pixel height of the horizon, and it was straight, but you slanted it, right? Because the picture's slanted.
Yeah, it'd still be straight.
Well, I don't know how you can say that.
A diagonal line is straight. It's not curved.
Didn't you try this? Didn't you see your kitchen table, your chandelier, all those things were curved? How was that?
That was with my camera on my phone, and that was because of the pixel alignment actually. And
isn't that what I just said?
It was quite, to borrow a term, interesting that the pixel alignment in a new phone, because there's so many pixels, it's a bit jaggedy versus an older phone.
Ed,
what in Jesus' name?
I'm sorry. I just said blah blah blah. This is ridiculous.
They're talking about old phones now, man. This is super interesting, riveting.
Rory was using like an iPhone 4, I think. The pixels are much larger, and they don't have that problem. But a higher end camera. This is a fine camera for that. I intend to test it with this as well, and hopefully don't have the.
Okay, so do you have tile floors?
All right.
Do you have tile floor in your house?
No.
No tile floors.
I do not.
Okay, so anybody who's watching this right now, take a photograph of your tile floors, which are straight lines, and run that to an image processor and then squish it, and you'll notice that all of a sudden your entire floor is curved. So that alone should tell you, oh, we cannot use this for evidence. I've already shown. Go ahead.
All right. The point is to.
The point is if you can take a photograph of a horizontal line, hold on, if you can take a picture of a horizontal line, and then when squishing it, it becomes non-horizontal, then therefore you can never use that as evidence, because I just showed that a horizontal line produces the same effect.
but I'm not trying to use a horizontal line. I'm trying to use a straight line. So a diagonal line can be straight.
Wow.
Right.
Okay.
So the
That was Chocolate saying wow.
Oh.
the straight edges, and if you have a problem, there's other problems you might point to in there, but if you take a straight edge in a picture and you compress it, you know in reality, in meat space, that straight edge is straight, right? So tiles might be okay, but I used a 4-foot level, which is designed to be specifically straight. So I know that the 4-foot level is straight. And when I brought it into the image Photoshop, that straight line or that straight level was jaggedy up and down, and that told me that the actual pixels in the CCD of the camera were not all physically in line with each other. If you didn't have that problem, and then you took a picture of a straight edge and you compressed it and you saw that that straight edge was then curved, then you know that probably it's something to do with the lens.
Right, which
But
I've
if you
shown before
compress
because
it and it's still straight, then you can be certain that the lens didn't add anything and whatever other things didn't add anything.
and the only way that would ever happen, the only way you would ever see a straight line is if the item that you're taking a picture of is horizontal and has a starting and ending pixel the same.
Well, I don't know why you think it matters that it has to be horizontal versus diagonal. A diagonal straight line is still straight, right?
I'd have to see it. I've never seen a picture condensed and then the resulting image perfectly horizontal or perfectly diagonal. You're talking about one pixel over, one pixel up, one pixel over, one pixel up, one pixel over.
Well, no, that's just 45. That's not perfectly. I mean, any angle. But
what's this proving or disproving? Is this lens distortion debate?
But they're both morons.
Yeah, and they're not applying terrestrial refraction that they earlier agreed upon. Happens.
I think that probably is something that you and I can test.
Okay.
Right. I'll get that same level. I'll use the P1000. I'll get some photos of it, and we'll see.
Okay, because that's the kind of thing I think if we can reach a conclusion where, okay, no longer can that be used, then we're getting somewhere. Then we start to go, okay, let's look for evidence that we can actually.
Well, all right. And from you.
Okay.
If I get a picture of it and it's still straight, can I use it?
You're talking about, so this
You're
is the
trapping
thing.
yourself if you.
Well, are you going to, I mean, this is, I have to trust you to not just go and keep taking pictures until you find 1 out of 1,000 that does what you want it to do. I mean, if
you can do it too.
Well, I don't want to do that. I'm not into doing that. I'm into simply, I'm looking here at your pictures here and looking at these ones. Look at, this is curved. Why is this curved? Why is this curved up?
Because it's far. Yeah, it's outside the. So he specifically was using the center frame because the center frame has the least distortion.
It's distorted. Okay. But if you're pointing at the horizon's claimed to have physical geometric measurements attached to it. So who cares what it looks like? If you're talking about geometry, that's Earth measurement. How far is it supposed to be? 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's it. It's laid down in their geometry. None of this is important.
What center frame?
If you looked at his website, or his what did he? No, it wasn't a website. It was
Can't we agree though? Can we agree that this is not evidence of anything? Period. No. Why not? Why you're looking at things that are straight that we know are straight. The level is straight, but yet it curves.
So the center part of the level is not.
You mean here?
Yeah, the right side. You look at the right side there, the top right. That you can
Here?
see it's good. No, the bottom part of that stripe there.
Which stripe? This one here?
The top stripe.
This
top
one?
section.
Okay.
Yep. And then the bottom right of that section. It other side.
Here?
There you go.
Okay.
Up a little. A little right. To the right a little.
Okay.
There you go. Right there. That curves up a little. You see that, right? Right on that bottom edge, It does curve up a little. And so that area is going to be a little bit more distorted. But the rest of it...
So why do you think it's distorted?
that's probably lens.
Oh, yeah, not probably. What else would it be?
Yeah, I don't know anything else that it could be. Yeah.
Right. So I mean,
but Jaron, like you, I've been I couch all my words. Right? Probably lens means I think it's very much likely to be lens, but I'm not certain enough to say it because I didn't look into it enough.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's these things are obvious. We should be able to move past them and at least say, because I mean, again, I've already shown easily when Sean and Red's Rhetoric did that, when they took a drone up and then took a picture of the horizon, which is an apparent position, which is hilarious that why would we ever, it's like, how is that scientific? You've got Globers out there saying like, let's measure this against the horizon, against an apparent position. Oh, this is good. This is great science that we're doing here, measuring things against apparent positions that we know are not physical. Well, you guys believe they're physical.
I look, I didn't bring that up.
True.
I know you want to address it to them, but they're not here.
No. Right? And you what do you mean you didn't bring it up?
Definitely are free to bring up stuff on my website.
Okay, good.
I don't have that on my website, do I?
No, but you have this one, which is probably worse because of the setup with rocks underneath it and the, it's like, what the hell is going on there? And then the other one, I'm just reading right here. Let's see. You put, feel free to download the original photograph and do your own compression. Better yet, count the pixels from straight edge to the horizon and plot on a graph. Well, we did show on my channel that if you draw a straight line across, that it's like 6 pixels higher on the right. So of course you're going to get curvature when you squish it.
On what? Which one is this? This is the Tommy Grunwald one?
The second image, right. And then you said, of course, no flat earther will accept this. It violates their pre-selected outcome. They will claim they don't see the curve, attempt to change the subject, start calling names, run away, make accusations of tampering. None of that is anything I did. All I'm saying is that
I appreciate that, Jared.
Okay, well, here's the easiest way to do it. Take an image processor on your screen and just do a straight line across. Make it a box halfway through, right? And then take a photograph with your camera of the, this computer screen is not flat. This one is. So if you took a picture of it, you will see that they always bend.
I mean, I can do better than that. I have a straight edge and I have the P1000. So I'm going to do that. Let's
okay, but technically, could a straight edge be bent? Could be. You don't know.
By definition, a straight edge cannot be bent.
Well, give me one and I'll show you.
but well, then it's no longer straight.
Okay, we'll call it an angle. Yeah, it's a carpenter square. Yeah.
Yeah, but a level, yes, somebody could, bend a level. They could abuse it and make.
But this image here, you've seen me show that this. I mean, we can tell that if you zoom in here, that by just going over here and looking at the distance between. I'm looking at this light blue, so we're looking at the distance between the. Oops, sorry, didn't mean to do that. Distance between the light blue and like my mouse, my little. If you can see this little, can you see that? Yeah. It fits perfectly right in between there, right? So we put it right there, you can see it fits perfectly in the light blue. Now, if we move it to the right side, and we see that it doesn't fit perfectly now, that it's got extra space on the top and bottom.
Has anybody got any comment on this?
Holy shit. In between the sentence fragments?
Well, not that specifically.
It's a little bit much.
He's already admitted it was distortion, right? You're going to have barrel distortion. There are no perfect lenses. You're going to get barrel distortion. Can we move on?
Man, I keep seeing a cat run in front of me. You know what I mean? This is 2016.
Yeah,
I understand Jaren's point to want to get the retraction, but
sorry, Nathan, I didn't listen to the whole thing. I stopped.
We can't be stuck in 2016, 15. If I was concerned with what, the majority of people say in this conversation today, like if you go on Facebook or any of these older forums, they're talking about these 2015 arguments. Why the hell do we care? What they
your boy.
say?
I apologize, Nathan. I didn't listen to the whole video. I stopped at like the 25-minute mark, when the science part came up and he got train wrecked. So I wasn't aware of this nonsense.
Just by looking at this, we can peel back and say, okay.
Ed?
Sorry, I was just going to say, didn't you guys hear Jared before? He said, if we can get to the point where we can establish that we shouldn't use squashing pictures to prove curvature, we can get somewhere. We didn't get anywhere when the same Glober told him an hour ago that somebody else used a flat baseline to measure an angle. We didn't get anywhere then, but now we can get somewhere if we can move past squashing pictures in 2023.
Okay, well, clearly this side is higher than
isn't it? That right? A really big concession to get from a baller, something that was settled that they've not brought up for 6 or 7 years because it's embarrassing, frankly, to try and think when you squash pictures that shows curvature when you've taken the picture through a lens. But the point being, why is that a point of attack? Why is that something that's worthy of merit? Yeah, so even irrespective, what does it prove either way? Even if you do think squashing a picture doesn't change anything, which is, you know, fundamentally retarded and therefore asinine. Yeah, what are you gaining from it? Why is that your argument? We've had so many fantastic opportunities to destroy this guy with real good argument that would educate the audience. Yeah.
Oh, it seems the sensible thing to do. While you get the black swan, elevation angles, celestial navigation, gas pressure without containment, why not go back to squishing pictures? Makes sense.
on this side, right? And I guess your claim is that this is a straight line.
Jaron,
Yes.
Jaron, we went over this already.
Okay.
A diagonal line can be straight. It doesn't have to be.
So explain to me then, what is you trying to show here then? You're trying to show that the diagonal line is causing curve? I don't get it.
No, this is showing that the known straight edge in meat space, right? And that's above and below the horizon. The known straight edge, when you compress it, remains straight except for the very far right side on the top. So you could say, all right, we're going to not look at that because it's not in good, it's outside the control. It's not well controlled.
Okay, so I just so I understand this real quick. This right here, you're saying this is a diagonal line.
No, I'm saying that's a curve.
Okay, but you're claiming this curve is what?
The diagonal line is what the straight edge makes on the screen because the camera wasn't
perfectly which
horizontal.
One? Where is there?
So the bottom. So start at the bottom straight edge.
Okay.
On the top edge closest to the horizon.
Right.
Bottom straight edge.
The bottom left
anymore.
I was just going to say.
What are we arguing about here? Horizon. I don't care whether it's straight, curve, whatever. What is that horizon, McToon? Smash him, please, Jaron. Yeah.
He's not gonna.
Nope. He's not gonna do it. He's gone demented, guys. Call it.
But I don't understand that. Like, we often say there's a need to let them beg the question. This has been begged so far, and here is the horizon again. And what is it? Go smash him, because all we're talking about at the moment is cameras. How new phones, even though they've got more pixels, make wobbly lines. Apparently, they've got less definition than an old phone. Yeah. What are we doing here? Are we trying to show who's the best Nokia engineer or the nature of the earth?
I was screaming in the chat, Black Swan, the horizon's not Earth curves, but I was blocked, so nothing was getting through.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You don't need to make that claim. You just need to ask McToon, this horizon, what is it? What is this curvy diagonal thing? What is it? What is it I'm looking at? Let's deal with that. Instead of how the camera works, how well it renders. What happens if we squash things together? Yeah. What is that thing in the picture that's so important? Why is it important? McToon.
Because it's Earth curve to him.
Exactly. So let's move on and focus on that,
Closest to the horizon.
Hand up on it.
Okay.
Up a little.
Go then. Go on, Eli.
More. Keep going. Keep going up. Up. A little more.
I think it's at the bottom. Okay.
Is that red? All right. What color is that? Is it red?
Yes.
Okay, so the red part,
okay.
I'm colorblind. So, all right. So left side right there. Left side. Right there.
Right.
Well,
this looks straight. This looks straight. So if you went back and looked at the original image, I'm guessing if we were to take now that we know that this is looks straight, we'd have to measure it. But if I looked at the pixel of here and here, they would be
Let's
identical.
stop it again.
If I brought up,
This is doing my foot in, right? And now we've got a baller denying Neil deGrasse Tyson, telling me that in a picture I can show Earth curve left to right. This is his claim. He's denying his priests now. Laugh at him.
Well, or they could be diagonal, certainly. But if it's
wait, hold on. If they're diagonal, then
diagonal, that is straight.
How would it be straight across on the screen if we squished it?
It's not straight across. It's straight. I didn't say straight across. Straight. You can have a diagonal that's straight, right? This is straight and it's also diagonal, right?
I don't know. I'm confused. What good that would do us? Why do we?
Is this straight and diagonal?
Sure, but you're never going to see that on a condensed image.
Warren, you clown! This is ridiculous.
If this was compressed, then you would expect a straight diagonal to remain straight, and a
I think that would clearly show curve. It would clearly show a bowing going like the letter N.
And if you did, you'd know that there's something about the lens or the camera that caused it.
Right. So when we do that, when we take pictures of tile floor, get marble countertops, straight lines on computer screens, and then they show curve, then we know it's the lens.
So McToon's just giving him the answer there. What all this bullshittery's been about. Why, even if you take a picture of a straight tabletop and compress the picture, it's the lens. So he's just giving him the answer of what they're procrastinating about. Because the ballers are happy in this world, aren't they? There's no loss. They can't make a loss here. Even if McToon, there's nothing to do with the nature of Earth that's being discussed here. But he's just giving Jaron the answer. And he's...
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, so we need to dismiss all evidence that is being called into play that is the squishing of images if we know that horizontal lines create curves.
What an achievement. I'm done with this. This is tedious.
Oh, thank you, Lord.
Thank you. Is there more to it?
No.
Just keep forward.
Minutes.
Keep going.
6 or 7 minutes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So there's not any more morsels. Can you skip ahead a little bit and see if they finish up with something?
Just press play. There's only 6 minutes. Don't interrupt.
Bring him on your show. He might want to talk to you. I
just want it to be better than one photograph like Ranty, who spent 3 years going through all these observations, telling everybody how flat the Earth was, and then he saw one picture and was like, "Now I'm a glober." That makes a lot of sense.
Terse.
Oh, sorry.
Give me the best super chat there.
Chill, Jaron. Chill.
Hey,
give me something.
Yeah, valid point, though,
Maroon. 19.
Odd to attack another guy and mention his body of work like that. See, I Ranty's body of work stands. I'm happy with that. Doing some great stuff. What he does or does afterwards for financial gain is up to him. Not sure how it helps the cause.
Didn't he write the book on optics for a flat Earth?
Yeah, but whether he did or he didn't, he did a lot of decent work. And whether he changed his mind or not, I don't.
Yeah, who cares? It's irrelevant.
Yeah. Equality. The Apollo 11 Freemasons who set up the fake moon scenery actually copied this movie a bit. Will you stay asleep? That was the question. And then McToon, do you believe in Santa Claus too? I think that's probably the best one.
Well, there's 4 stages to a man's life.
Okay.
When he believes in Santa Claus,
mm-hmm.
When he doesn't believe in Santa Claus,
mm-hmm.
When he is Santa Claus,
okay,
and when he looks like Santa Claus.
All right.
So I'm in.
You're almost at number 4.
I'm back.
If it wasn't for your Jimmy Neutron haircut, you'd already be there. So keep that going.
You like that?
I don't know.
I cut it myself.
There's
Why?
Because it's all about being amicable, isn't it?
This is so gross. What are they going to make out next?
Okay, that's going to be my cue to round out. So with that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making this extended after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams. Hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.